Good morning, good morning. How we
Morning,
doing?
morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. Happy Thursday. Happy post Fed day. Good to see you
Very
again,
nice day.
Ashley. How have you
You all
been?
right?
Yeah, doing well.
Oh,
Doing well.
it lagged then. Oh, let me turn my volume up a little bit. How's your week been?
Good. I think this is sort of the first full trading week I've
Okay.
been back into. So the past 3 weeks, as I've said a couple of times, sort of waiting for things to scope out a bit,
Yeah.
both with the data, general activity of geopolitics,
I always think the
outlooks,
first
that kind
couple
of
of weeks
stuff.
in January are not great.
Yeah, and I think that's actually been a good way to go about things because this January has been quite active overall.
Very
So
active. Very active indeed.
obviously not something you look at yourself all the
No.
time.
No.
Very
I'm
aside from it,
just
but
I'm just on Euro USD now. So obviously before when we were chatting, I was doing NAS and Euro USD. But I think NAS is just in the mornings because it was on the 1 minute for me. It was just a little bit too quick, and I was missing sometimes a second entry. And as we all know, that was just skewing my data. Whereas Euro USD, I'm doing it on the 5 minutes. It's just a standard sweep what I've looked at on here before with a few people. Yeah, and it's been playing in nicely this week. So I've had 3 good days, which isn't too bad.
beautiful, beautiful. Let me jump over to my screen.
Oh, somebody's in a gold short.
Yeah, gold chart right now because I'm sure gold is going to be brought up once again. Another stream, another all-time high for gold. So that's how we've been doing it for quite some time now. First of all, I
Have
would
you been
like to
catching
hear.
gold?
I've been shorting it
Okay.
at various portions through here, funnily enough.
Okay.
So I haven't actually been participating in the longs.
Okay.
Um, Funnily enough, typically the major drives, I guess, often happen during Asia, which should be perfect for me. But I'm normally asleep
You're awake all the
during these
time.
times.
We all know this.
Yeah, I'm awake all the time, but I got to sleep sometimes. So lately, it's often ended up being exactly when we have these high drives
Right,
through
okay.
Asia. So I've missed a number of them because I do have to sleep sometime, at least for a couple hours,
You
right?
need a few more monsters.
Um, yeah, no, I've got
You had a brew. I'm sure you had a cup of yeah. I'm sure you had a
yeah,
cup
I
of
got
tea
the
or a
rock,
coffee as
and
well.
I've got coffee and a Rockstar here.
I've
So
got water and a coffee.
I've got the Rockstar, which if you guys will notice, that is a full sugar Rockstar, which I never
Oh,
drink full sugar. But I've not eaten today, so I needed
what
some
time is it where you are?
blood sugar. 7:40 p.m.
And you've not eaten?
No, yeah,
Why?
I've been busy. I've had a very busy day today, so
That's ridiculous. Oh,
yeah,
no.
it's right. I'm just fasting. Right, I'm fasting.
Monster, having a monster doesn't count as fasting. It really doesn't.
You know, that's what I'm breaking my fast with.
All right, I'll let you.
With that said, if you won't mind, Ashley, if I can jump up for just 1 second, because I just got to
You
attend to one
go.
thing.
You go.
If you could chart at all, we
I'll
might be
share my
able.
screen if you want to let yours go.
Yeah, all right. Bring up, and then I'll only be like 1 minute, 2 minutes. I
That's
promise.
fine, don't worry. Let me just share my screen. Let me know when it's doing it. Is it done?
Yeah, it's up there. Perfect. All
Go
right.
on, you go and run off and do what you need to do.
Thank you. So I've been super busy today, all over the
Go,
place. All right, I'll be back.
go. Right, I'll just run through the past few days. Obviously, people who've seen me before know I trade a little bit different to everyone else. I've not got as much experience to everyone else. I do most of my trading through my phone while I'm walking the dog. But this is a typical setup for me. So here is a sweep of Asia. So this is just an indicator I built myself. Very easy to build through PineScript and ChatGPT. Very, very easy. And then it'll help you do a strategy report and you can go over the last 12 months. So it's very easy to tweak a strategy from, say, mine is 1 to 2.5 R. Very easy to go from a 30% win rate to a 50% win rate just by a couple of tips and tricks. So yeah, if anyone's struggling or they don't think their win rate's that good or just having a few teething problems, I would jump on ChatGPT and run through and make yourself a little indicator, run it through Pine script. So it's just here, you plot it from, if mine loads. I didn't obviously write this, ChatGPT did it for me, and it's very easy to do for someone who's not great on the computer, and I seem to have done it. But yeah, very simple. So we swept Asia after a certain time. It comes down to a certain area. I missed getting in here, so that would have been... I missed the first setup here, where my indicator told me to get in and get out. I was too busy with the dog. So I got in on the next trade, so where it pushed back up and came back down. So the same again yesterday. We'd swept Asia, after Asia, and then I waited till it got to a certain level, which is my rules, and then we pushed straight through. So Trump obviously sneezed at this point, and we jumped straight through. Oh, he's back.
I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all right. And then the same again here, sweep of Asia, push straight through. So it's quite easy to... We were just talking about how it's very easy using TradingView and ChatGPT to, if you've not got your strategy to a point where you want it to build a Pine script, run it through, keep going until you get a rate that you're happy with, and then just build from that. So even someone like me, who's not very good technology-wise, was able to build something, and it's been working well for me and backtest it over a 12-month period really quickly, rather than sat there every day trying to go through it and whatever else. And then I think when you backtest yourself, your mind doesn't do it correctly. You obviously take into, oh yeah, I would have caught that. Oh yeah, I would have done that. But you wouldn't. You know exactly how you trade in the moment. So at least the computer's not going to lie to you.
Yeah, that's definitely the part of the trouble with backtesting, especially if you go through backtesting like manually.
Yeah.
Very much a good process, but it's very easy to cheat.
It's very easy to manipulate it and be like, yeah, but I could I could tweak it. Or no, you're biased. You might not have been thinking that way on the day. Like you can't do it. It's easy enough to see it after the move has happened. But while the move is happening, you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Do you want to put your chart back onto gold?
Sure.
Are you in a trade now? You're not, are you?
Not right now, no. So I've, as far as prop accounts, I've passed my targets earlier, actually. So what I did take was a trade on gold. So as we've talked about many times this past week, in the past couple of weeks, about the standard deviation channel, this is basically the trade I took through here. And that was the trade that finalized the final 2% for the profit target.
Trade.
Yep. So that's the 100K that I brought up with you guys the other day. I forget what day it was. I'm going to trade with you guys in the future. So right now it's now disabled. So I'd bring it up again, but I already logged out and can't bring it up now. Now it won't log in. So
that reminds me.
But yeah, as we go on, I'll bring that stuff up with you guys, and I'll try to trade it alongside everyone. So we can run through each of the trades each day, that kind of thing. So right now, so I'm sort of sat on the sideline as far as personal brokerage, personal accounts. I do still have these shorts running on the Aussie dollar, potentially looking for some kind of lower drop, see where we get to. So I'm just sitting in them right now, but that's on like a personal account, right? So yeah, that's been.
Do you have that just copying through on your funded accounts and what have you? Do you have them all working the same way, or do you pick and choose?
I have done in the past.
Okay.
I'm now hesitant to link everything together because I've had a couple of times where I've had internet or power outage problems, that kind of thing with like weather. And then I've got many accounts all linked together and they kind of all then have the same problem. Yeah, and then even if you can jump on your phone, try and connect on the app version to exit trades or cancel orders or that kind of stuff, it becomes very difficult and becomes a problem. I've had a number of accounts get blown out or just the drawdown way more than I would have liked. yeah, so I have pockets
That
of
you
accounts
choose.
now. So
Okay.
some will be linked up, and then some will be isolated,
Yeah.
and then I've sort of distributed it a little bit more, but hooked up some of them so that I don't have to do as much, alt tab per
Yeah, I
se
get that.
for each account. Yeah.
I'm
So
guessing on a like for myself on a funded, I just want to be in and out. I want to take as much money off them as possible. Whereas my personals, I'll let them run. So in a small personal
yeah,
today, like I'm going for the end of Asia, which is looking quite well. So that will get me a good 4 or 5%. Whereas I'd be taking just normally 2.5 just from a funded. I'm guessing are you quite similar, where you'll let your personal run and you'll just take what you can from the funded.
yeah, pretty similar. So I will definitely tend to swing trade a bit more on personal. Obviously, the kind of how the prop structure kind of is. It kind of
Yeah. And then you go, oh, your
implores you
consistency
to
rules
trade.
and whatever else as well, haven't you?
Yeah, it implores you to trade more actively, like
Yeah.
daily, and kind of square the book at the end of day just before rollover. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of what the your rules and your structure are basically implying. So
Yeah.
there's certain programs that do lend themselves to say like swing trading. But yeah, I prefer to just sort of be in and out, do intraday kind of
Yeah.
activity there. And then if I have swing trades that might be days, weeks, even a month sometimes or more, I'll tend to do that on my personal brokerage accounts.
Yeah, you'll let me
So,
then. It makes sense. Like you said, if something accidentally happens or Trump does something that we're not expecting, and then yeah, it can be absolutely fatal. It's not too bad off across one or two accounts, but then when you've got like 10 or 15 hooks up, it's a bit.
yeah. And the same with like rollover with the spread expansion. Like obviously you're still subject to the certain account, drawdowns,
Oh yeah.
which the account might not actually be drawn down technically, but it's just a spread expansion, and you can get nipped, in terms of your equity on your account or something like that, right? Especially depending if you're difference between trading like majors or if you're trading something slightly more exotic, like a yen cross or something, euro pound or something else. Like the spreads will expand much
Oh yeah,
larger
completely.
than a major.
What's going on?
Aside from that, so you've gone to what were you saying before? You swapped out the Nasdaq to go to
Yeah,
euro.
so I was NAS did be very well last year, but I think I had a big think within December, and I think because of the day job, and because of how like I'm out more than I was doing, so I'm out probably 3 times a week now. So it's just quite
Hmm.
difficult to catch them because that's normally when I'm driving, or it's quite hard to set limits on the 1 minute to do what I'm doing.
Wait,
Whereas
you're telling me you're not trading while you're driving?
no, so
Oh, come on.
listen. I'm not, and I don't expect anyone to do it. On the Euro
Hands off the
USD,
wheel. Let's see how
no,
that goes.
no, no. On the Euro USD, because it is the 5 minute time frame, and I can set an alert. If I see an alert go off, I've got like 5 or 10 minutes then to go and pull over, grab a coffee, and then look at the trade. Whereas when I was trying to do that on the 1 minute, trying to have 1 minute to go and do that, your head's not in the right frame of mind to trade. I was not miss I was missing trades that I should have been putting on. It was skewing my data a little bit. I should have been up a little bit more than I was. And I was just thought the 5 minutes is just more of a relaxed time frame for me.
Hmm.
So over Christmas, back testing, it's always been a strategy that I've messed with on my personal. It's just not something that I've brought across to my funded. And now I'm just solidly looking at Euro USD now, which for me, it's working, it's easy, I don't have to get into it as quick. If the dog sees a squirrel when we're out walking and I'm trying to trade, it gets quite difficult. Whereas now this is a little bit easier. So I've just switched it across. But I was just telling everyone here, like we were discussing back testing, I was just running through, just had a couple of sessions with ChatGPT and PineScript, and it can back test 1 or 2 years for you quite quickly, and you can tweak it and whatever else, and it's working. It's helped. I've not gonna. There's a little bit more bias to this one, which is quite nice. So now it's bigger R, so I'm getting like 2.5 R at least on each trade, which is quite nice because I can see that on my funded accounts quite quickly, so I can get a payout, take it. And then like you, I've
Yeah.
not got everything just in one account. I've got my copy trader on a couple, and then once I'm waiting on a payout on one, I'm moving over to another and doing the same on that. So it's nice. I'm seeing nice movement. I'm not as trying to quickly get in a trade as I was doing.
Yeah, beautiful. That's good. So euro dollar. What was it that you swapped out? It was NASDAQ. You were saying.
NASDAQ it was, yeah, on the 1 minute.
All right. So and then it was what was the other asset you typically trade?
DAX.
DAX. Yeah, I thought. Yeah,
Yes, that
DAX.
was just
So
as and when I see an alert. So throughout, I still have that. I still have alerts on throughout the day. If I see that, it's just as and when I can get to my computer on that. So that's just on my personal that I do that. But for my funded, for something that I look at every day, it's just EU. And I think, I didn't want to be swamped with too many. So EU setup happens for me between 7:15 and 9 o'clock most
yeah,
mornings. So it's quite nice to, quite chilled. And it's the same
that's good.
setup the past 3 days. It's worked. If I see red news, stay away. Luckily, we've had none the last 3 mornings. But no, been in and out quite quickly. My trades have been going, what time was the one this morning? 7:30. I got out at 7:55, 25 minutes. It's not bad. And then I think
Beautiful.
yesterday, what time did I get in yesterday? But like I was just saying to the guys, you need to
Yeah.
find something the
Do you
same
want to
size.
show us where you got in and out?
Yeah, I can do that this
A little
morning.
bit
I
of
can go on the
that.
one this morning. So where I should have got in this morning, where I missed the first entry, was around about here. So we'd come through, we'd swept Asia, we're consolidating a little bit. So for me, I was waiting for the pull down. I missed this entry, and I don't just jump in if I miss an entry, because imagine if I did jump in and I would have got in about here. My stop loss, say for example, might have been 40 pips, and I would have got stopped out on this pullback. So I didn't jump
Yeah.
in, I just let it run. That's one big lesson I learned, I think, the last 12 months is not jumping a trade if you miss it. So I waited. So 9 times out of 10, you'll see on EUR USD, if the momentum after the sweep, you'll see it pull back. So it pulled back into a main area for me. I waited, saw it pull back a little bit more. Yep, jumped in. So that's where I got my 2.5% this morning. And then my personal has just hit the low of Asia. So I kept my personal running. So that would have just hit now. And there's 6R on the personal, which is quite nice. And then the same, let me just go back to the 5. So let me go to yesterday's. So we had a sweep just after 5. So I need a sweep. If I get a sweep before 6:45, there's a little few rules that I have on when to get in. And then if I get a sweep after my time, there's different rules on how to get in. So the past couple of mornings have been the sweep's been before, but we see a little consolidation. And then I don't know what Trump did then, but the candle smashed through, so that was quite nice.
He's talked about the dollar. He said he's happy with the dollar going down. He has no problems. That's fine. And then
Yeah, he said something at 7 a.m, so
we
it helps
forgot.
me out, so I appreciate that.
Well,
And then,
that actually that spike was the spike before. Actually, that
what was it?
the one you were specifically looking at was just that was just the basically transition to I think
It's not normally that
London
big
open.
though, transitioning to London. We don't normally get as big as a candle as that.
Yeah, but it's on the back of. So if you go slightly to the left,
Oh
obviously the
yeah, on
massive.
the, yeah,
Yeah.
back of
So
that.
so it was partially the fact that we're just retraced enough that are we going to keep collapsing or due for a relative pickup? Yeah. So
But whatever he did meant that I caught a nice little, and then the same here. So it was after my time. So I just waited for it to come back into a relevant area and push through. And then if we're bouncing off a good area, I will hold my personal up to the top of Asia, which we have been. So we're getting to nice areas. So if you go down, so I am looking at now the 1 hour for like continuations. So if you look at the 1 hour, it was a nice point to push off. So it's very simple, and I'm quite proud of myself that I've made a little indicator that alerts me when to pull over, when to do
that's
things.
good. So you're
Which
getting
is,
more into like you were saying just before, you're getting more into like coding
yeah,
some stuff to help with structure around
And
your
that's what
trading.
I wanted. I wanted to learn. Like, I knew nothing, so all my information has come from YouTube videos, looking at patterns, finding out data for myself. I don't understand the market nowhere near as much as you do, but I wanted to take much of last year of me learning different elements, which has helped. It's just helped me. So I'm learning as I go. I don't think you have to get to the point where you are, and I want people to understand that in this chart, that you don't have to be
Yeah.
at your level. You don't have to know absolutely everything to trade. I trade. I never knew what a funded account was. I never knew what a Darwin was. I never knew what any of these were, and now I'm sat here speaking to you lot. So I'm just hoping that I can give a few. Like, I like that I get a few messages after my podcast where people are like, I can go and now trade because I don't feel like I have to know absolutely everything to start that process. Start small, get a really small personal, and just learn to click the button. Learn to have
Yeah.
that consistency every day, and you'll start seeing how the market moves. You'll start seeing how it works, and you'll start being proud of yourself that you didn't jump into a trade late, for example, and turn a winner into a loss, etc. It just comes with time. But no, it's nice. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things that's always amazing having you here, right? Is communicating that you don't always have to be 100% locked in to the market,
Yeah.
plugged into your computer, ball and chain
I
at your
know.
desktop,
So
right?
after
At
this,
all.
I know nothing that goes on for the rest of the day on any of the markets.
Yeah.
I don't look at it. I look at news, but news in the fact of, okay, yeah, there's a red news there, let's not touch that. I don't
You want to
understand it.
avoid it.
I don't
You're not
understand.
looking into it. You actually
Yeah,
just
I don't
come out
understand what
and
that
staying
means and
away.
what it will do to the market, which I'm not at
Yeah.
a level where you can be like, right, if this happens, this is going to happen, this is going to spike there, it's going to affect there.
Yeah.
I'm just like, no, I'm just not going to touch it if it's red. And I like that I'm able to still trade just with a little knowledge that I have. And like I keep saying, I think people need to realise that they can start trading with, they don't need to have an economics degree and understand what goes on and be looking at the computer all day, every day. I turn on I look at my screen 5 minutes before 1:45, before my time session. And I know I set an alert and I'm done. That's it. I don't know what happens the rest of, I didn't know what happened the rest of yesterday. I don't even look at it. I only come on the charts at this time when I'm speaking to you lot.
Yeah.
So no, I don't
So
even know what I did.
that's definitely the thing. Like if you guys are, because obviously a lot of people are getting into trading, which typically is going to mean you're not making enough from trading to replace your entire income, but you want to transition to that.
Correct.
You're working a regular job, whether it's full time, part time, somewhere in between,
Yeah.
contract stuff, freelance stuff, whatever it might be. You can do trading, orchestrate
Alongside it.
some kind of methodology
Yeah.
like Ashley has that suits and fits with your other commitments,
Yeah.
blend the two together, and then you can actually get ahead over time, right? And then if you decide that you like trading and you want to make it full time, you can start to transition to that or
Yeah.
potentially go, I just want to keep this as like a side
Yeah.
thing. And I actually like doing
Well, you
my
don't need
full
to
time
rush
job
it.
or
So
something else.
I'm not rushing it because I've not got to use this money to pay bills. This money just
Yeah.
goes into a nice little saving pot. Like we want to, I think I've spoken about it before and here, at the end of the year, we're traveling for a couple of years. So the money's just going into a pot. So it's not
Yeah.
something I have to worry about. So it's quite nice. Like this morning, if this trade was paying my mortgage, I would have jumped in late because I'm rushing to get the win, and it would have been a
Because you're
loss.
trying to
And then
force it.
yeah, and then I would have revenge
Yeah.
trade, and it would have took another loss.
Yeah.
So whereas patience, sticking to your rules, I got my win. I got what I needed out of it. So I think I don't I don't think if you've just started to trading, I don't think it's a good idea just to quit your job and go all in, etc. It takes a while to learn everything and get your mind in the right place that you can see a trade. Like I watched that go this morning. I watched that literally near take profit, and that could have gotten me to a point of payout on one account. But I was like, I'm not. And then all I did was think back to the amount of times where I have jumped in and I have rushed it and what it did. So I didn't.
Yeah.
I made a cup of coffee instead, and I was like, there'll be enough a chance. I'll put an alert on. If not, this tomorrow. There's always a trade, but I protected my accounts. And yeah, I would have been happy with no win today, but I wouldn't have been happy with a loss because I did something stupid. So
I think that's a good, very good like point. Like sometimes if you've been looking for a trade, it's playing out, but you've just slightly missed the
Yeah.
entry because you say it's a trade that you needed to observe
Yeah.
actually coming through rather than like setting like a blank order because there's other conditions in the market, something like that. Definitely a good idea to just, if you missed it,
Wait.
just stay out, just wait.
Just wait.
There will be another opportunity. There will be another bus coming along.
They always is.
And yeah, I will definitely say myself, and this is over more than a decade of trading, a number of times where I've had that. I'm like, damn, that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, whatever. I missed it. I'll go and do something else because now there's nothing to do. I don't like anything I'm seeing. I go away, go to the gym, go for a walk, and then go to the gym. So, maybe get some food after, get groceries, whatever. It's kind of
Drink a Monster. Yeah.
somewhere between, drink a Monster, somewhere between 2 hours and like 4 hours later, depending if I go for an extra walk, get some groceries, maybe go get a bite to eat somewhere or something like that. And then I randomly kind of pick up and look at the market. I'm like, this is now looking pretty good. And
Yeah.
then you get those good entries. Whereas otherwise, you would have entered too early, kind of FOMO'd in,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't have turned out pretty well.
And
right?
you can't win every trade. So if you see it blasting through, or you say you've got like 4 or 5 reels that you look for, and 4 of them are lining up, but one isn't, and then it plays out and it wins. If you then tweak your strategy because of that, how many wins would have been losses in the past? Like you don't. People need to realize that you can't win every trade. You can't just be like, oh, I just had this on and that'll win next time. Well, yeah, but it would have created 5 losses when you got them wins last time. So it's, if you are tweaking something, you need to look at it over a 12-month period, not just seeing something as that, oh, I just looked. It just doesn't work. People think that you can catch every single trade, but 50% win rate on a 2.5 hour plus is amazing. Like, the return on that is incredible. And that's 50%. I'm okay with a loss if I've hit all my reels. Like, that's absolutely fine. It's just part of the process. And it means, like, I'm probably due a loss now. This has been 3 wins on a trot. I'll be due a loss. It happens. I can't trade tomorrow. Hopefully the loss happens then. But it's just as it is. But if a loss happens while I'm sticking to my reels, that's fine. It's just the way the market is, I should still hit the level that I want to hit.
Exactly. I think it's one of those things. Exactly. You can calculate the metrics mathematically, obviously. And so, yeah, if it's 50-50, but you're making a 2-to-1 when things do work out, you're in the money. Right?
Yeah, you are.
So, same thing with, you can look at like high performance athletes, right? So, say the tennis is going on right now in Australia, at least it's the Australian Open. Using some stats from, I think Roger Federer was talking about this a while back. So, through his career, one of the greatest of all time tennis players. I don't necessarily follow tennis all the time, but I do respect any high-level athlete. And I think his win rate for per set is only 53%.
Oh, okay.
Right? But he's the number 1 in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
So, case in point that you just need to win that little bit more and you're the GOAT. You're the top dog overall. So, it's not about, clearing house every single trade.
You can.
Getting that high win percentage, high win rate, like the return as well. It's about that edge, as we always talk about, and playing that mathematical game, obviously. So one of the reasons I love your approach and your strategy, you mold it so well with your internal life.
It works.
Very
It works
clean cut. It's very defined. You walk the dogs. You do.
As I said before, I don't know how to even put MT5 on my laptop. Like, I can't do it. I can't even get the notifications on my phone because you have to log in on your laptop to do it. So I just have to set them from TradingView. But it's all self-taught as well. So it's all like just ChatGPT helps a lot. But it's all literally going on the internet, Googling how to do stuff, how to set this, how to do that. The amount of tutorials I watch on how to bloody use TradingView and what a lot size is, and I didn't know any of that. And it's just, I've just learned a little bit more every day, and it's doing something. Like, I'd rather be 5 years down the line and be like, well, I tried. I'm getting there. I've made a bit of money out of it. See what happens. It might be something that takes over full time. You don't know where it's going to take you. But at this point, it's made it so that we can go and travel for a couple of years. So I'm happy with that.
The idea is to be progressive.
Pardon?
Definitely. Like the idea is to be progressive. So it takes time to
doing that 1% better every day and whatever else.
Yeah, you can't expect to just jump into things, watch a YouTube tutorial, and now you're a masterclass trader or something. The other thing I would say, like you were talking about with your use of ChatGPT and starting to incorporate some of that stuff into your trading, how do you then do that with how you typically trade on like the phone? Because I think a lot of people are kind of confused with that as how you integrate that with like mobile tech versus like putting an indicator or a bot or something onto your MP5 platform.
All I've done is literally, so I do my back testing on TradingView on the laptop, and it's normally just on an Excel spreadsheet, for example. And all I did was ask ChatGPT on the laptop just to write me a Pine script for what my strategy is. And then we just kept defining it to make sure. And then you could look back then over the last year on TradingView, and you can see where it lines up, and you can quickly look at your Excel to make sure it's lining up to what you want. And then obviously you can use, depending what package you've got in TradingView, you can use the strategy report, and that will show you whether or not what your percentage is over a time period. You can export it, put that export into ChatGPT, and he'll help you in regards to, he'll let you know, right, these many days you could have took this % off the market and you would have been fine, or you could have let it run to this much, or is there a little tweak we can do where our confirmation entry, it wins us X amount more trades. So it was just going down that route and getting your percentage up a little bit, and then just refining it. And then I'll be honest, every day now I speak to him as in, right, we're up to this level, right, we're going in now. And it's just, for me, it just gets into that point where I need to trade. There were 2 or 3 times this morning where I could easily jumped in early, but I didn't, because my rules are not to. And now before I go to do something, instead of acting, I just write it on my phone first. So it stops me getting in there. So that's how the indicator only arrived, got a couple of weeks ago, but that was just to help in regards to back testing. So it's not, it does indicate when I should get in and out of a trade, but I set alerts pre that, so I know when to look at my phone anyway. So it was more for the back testing element that the indicators helped me. And then,
so basically what you're doing is executing on MT5, but using TradingView as like the broad thing to analyze things, build those templates from ChatGPT, put that into PineScript, run that on TradingView, which is obviously like cloud based, so you can bring it up on your phone, still have all that analysis.
Correct. So if I log into TradingView on my phone, I don't know if you can see that, but it looks exactly as what you're seeing on the screen there. So I'm getting all the same information. So I analyze it off TradingView every morning, and then I just have MT5 up and key in when I need to set my limit or whatever else. And then I've got other ones that other platforms like TradeLocker, etc. that I use. So it's just quite easy to do it that way. But I'm quite happy doing a session on that one time. If anybody's got a spare half an hour, I think I'm on my own going forward sometimes in the weeks. I'm quite happy running through how to do that. But if I can do it, anyone can do it.
Yeah, beautiful. We're here. Rich.
Yo.
Welcome, my good man.
Hello.
What is up? Hello, Ashleigh.
Welcome.
Hello,
How are
LJ.
you?
How are you guys?
We're good.
I am not too shabby, hey Nige. Not too shabby. For anybody who knows, that is this very old CTM, which is a tile place's advert from like, I don't know, 20 plus odd years ago. So
I use that saying. I say I'm not too shabby.
So the funny thing is, the advert was like these 2 gentlemen. The one is Nigel, and he's buying his tiles from a competitor, but like it's not good tiles. And then this guy who goes unnamed, I can't remember his name, but let's call him John. John says now he buys all of his tiles from CTM, and then the morning he's got all of his tiles getting delivered and it's being brought into his house. And John asks Nigel, how you doing? Well, Nigel asks John how he's doing, and it's like, not too shabby, Nigel, not too shabby. Yeah, just a little bit of,
There we go.
Arrogance. I buy from a better place than you do. That's always stuck with me. I don't know why.
Dude, it just makes me think of the wild thornberries.
Yes. Nigel.
Do you remember that TV show? Yeah. Dude, that's all Nigel.
Oh god, my childhood just flashed into my brain.
Yeah.
And dude, I like, because I can do. I always irritate my partner with this. I can do a great Donnie.
All right,
go for wild thornberries, right? Impression, and then also Daffy Duck, right?
Oh, okay, do it, Daffy, do it.
Like the laughing thing, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't do it now because we'll just disrupt the stream, and maybe sometime we can pull it out. But dude, it just
talk trades. We can do this.
Yeah. Stop being a tease, LJ. Come on. I've done my Yoda impression.
We'll pull it out next time I have a wacky costume. I'll dress up as one of these guys and pull it.
Let's just make sure that it's not IP protected.
Next, no, dude, I don't think I'm that good. I appreciate you, Rich, that it might get copyright, but I don't think I'm that good. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Fair enough. How's the trading been going? I only just opened up all of my charts and everything, and gold. LJ.
Yeah, it's fair. So, yeah, I was going to bring this up before.
Look
from
onto the
Henry.
gold chart. Oh,
I was waiting for a while because someone scrolled up a bit on chat, but I was going to say this. In a risky gold short from 54.19, Henry.
You're sitting in a bit of drawdown, and I don't know if I would be selling immediately.
So I assume when you said that, because this was basically half an hour ago now, you probably entered on or around that candle. So
you want to share your screen now, Joe? Still mine.
Sure.
Yeah, he may just well be out of that position already.
So where did he enter? Let's have a look.
I'm assuming on this nice bearish candle pushing down on, what was this, the 5 minutes, just after London Open?
So half an hour ago was about here. So either entered a bit before that, like on this candle, just before that peak, or back over here. But I assume if Henry entered over here, he would have TP'd before that. So I assume, Henry, correct me if I'm wrong.
Still in. It's just replied. Still in, entered at 5511. Stop loss 5558.
Oh, short 2, 541.
Yeah, short 2, yeah.
Yeah. So 5511. Not bad. Not bad. 5558. Okay, I see it. So it's just above the London high, basically. London.
Okay,
Open.
so you gotta. Oh yeah, because I was reading 5419. Yeah, Jesus Christ, that's like $100 lower. I just realized that as well. I was like, dude, you'd be underwater. Okay, so wait, was that meant to be the target?
Yeah.
I assume. Because if that's like a reasonable swing trade. So 5-5-11, 5-5-50. Was it 58?
Yeah, just above the London high. So just above that cluster on the left. Yeah.
Okay, let's actually map this out. So hang on.
CM saying, do you think gold is listening to you guys? And it will do what you say?
No. Definitely. That's how it works.
Yeah. First of all, honestly, no. But imagine I had the ability to just sit here and say, you know what, gold, you need to go down
Push down.
5,410 flat, and then reverse to all-time highs, climb 200. Can you imagine? And then it just follows suit. I won't be trading. I'll go and sell my course, mate. I'll
Just be
start
the
selling.
wizard.
Yeah.
No. Absolute wizard. Look, if so we're talking about 4419 or something, I'd say like TP just above 5400. I'd say that's actually pretty good. Ideally, given the moving averages, the drawdown from there, the pickup that we've had, this is kind of selling out higher low through there. I prefer to short around the 50 and the 100 moving average cluster, slightly closer to the midpoint of this recent trading area with the on the 5 minute. This is with the standard deviation chains channel. And then I'd probably run something like that. Right, so that would be something I'm looking at. So 5.8 to 1, entry at about 55.37, so just by that 55.40. Stops just up through here, just by 55.60, for a look down towards 5400. So just a touch around above that round number, about like 02, 03, just to make sure you actually get, filled.
I'm wondering whether or not we're going to even go back down to 400, 5,400. We have a bit of a gap. It's a tiny gap, but I don't know.
I will say that the institutional talk this week, but this was back when we were at like 5,100, was for some kind of peak around 5,100 to 52 to go back to 4,800.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Right?
That was like, what, $300 ago?
It was like 48 hours ago, yeah.
48 hours and $300 of movement ago. I mean, your prediction came correct. I mean, you said that very, very soon you wanted to see 5,500 plus.
Yeah, 5.5 to 5.6. And
Yeah,
potentially
and we-
seeing that as the hard top, right?
Yeah, we tapped 5.5 and 5.6. So
yeah, so it's
saying
right in the
don't
pocket, which is that's why I had this purple box lined out here from before. That was my target area.
Yeah.
The thing is, just then going on for the forward year, I have to now decide if we're going higher or if that's kind of where we do cap out and pull back. So it's the same as the euro. That was my Q1 target there. Let's zoom out. This is on the 5 minute. Let's go to 30. So we can see this better. That was my Q1 target. Bang, we've met that. Aussie dollar is now a bit above my Q1 target. And we had this stuff from the other day. I'll get rid of that now. But yeah, a bunch of these things have hit their point. Same with Aussie dollar, euro dollar, gold, indices, oil, all of this stuff. So it's been very good, but it's just been a bit too early, to be honest. I was looking a little bit closer to end of Q1, and we got here very quickly into the first 3-4 weeks of 2026.
Oh, let's look at this quickly. What is today's news? What do we have on the calendar today?
Let's have a look.
Just unemployment claims today.
Yeah, today's fairly quiet as far as the calendar. Obviously, last night we had the Fed meeting, like I was saying to you guys yesterday and throughout the week. probably going to be the single most boring Fed meeting since pre-COVID, and it definitely was. Even when we had the question time for Jerome, pretty much all the journalists and stuff were just asking him questions about the relations between Trump and the Fed, and the subpoenas and the legal aspects, all this kind of stuff. There's nothing to do with monetary policy or financial conditions or anything like that.
Trying to dose
The other
down.
portion, yeah, and then the other portion being the currency itself, with the dollar going down recently, and of course central banks are not meant to be incorporated in currency moves. Obviously, when they have to get involved, they do because they have to, but outside of that, they don't comment, and that's pretty much what Jerome Powell said last night as well. So he just didn't entertain pretty much anything at all. So yeah, very boring, very dead. There you go.
I'm just reading all these nice comments about myself.
Yeah, I was about to say you're a bit of a fanboy in chat, Ashleigh.
Which comments? I'll bring them up. Wait, hang on.
The last one's quite nice.
Yes,
I don't see it. I can't
Yeah, I
see
bet
it.
you don't, LJ. Just because you're not getting fanboy today. Look at his little face. I will be a married lady in 4 weeks again.
Just putting that out there.
Just putting that out there. 4 weeks on Saturday. It's getting very close.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
I'll take that.
All right, let me scroll up. I'm trying to see what
in
else.
Any trades at the
anything.
moment, LJ? Are you in anything?
Just still the Aussie dollar short. So,
right, okay.
like I was saying, that was where I TP'd on my prop accounts, but now I've hit the target, so I'm out for that. I'm still short on my personal brokerages, right? So we're now continuing running down.
Yeah.
That was the kind of triangle that we had before, so I'd probably be looking into this moving average.
Right, okay.
Yeah, with the 50 MA. So I still expect we won't drop below
Do you
that.
set a take profit, or are you just watching it and we'll get out when you feel ready?
Yeah, typically I'll watch it, and either, depending how things are going, I'll either clear the position altogether, or sometimes I'll actually buy an opposing hedge. So if I'm short from like up here, I might take a long position from here to hedge it at a level, expecting that we'll get like kind of a bounce and then continue lower. So then I'll hedge it there, TP on the hedge, which comes up to the 10 moving average, and then see that the original position from up here continues lower down into this basket.
Yeah.
So that means I'm also protecting the profit from the entry up here down to here, but I'm also then taking advantage of the back and forth nature of the market before the full pullback.
It's looking nice.
So yeah, I'm sure my chart doesn't, but my scribbles look messy.
You do a lot of scribbling.
Hey, it's my Picassos, it's all mine. All good.
I know how to draw on the screen. That's just about as much as I can do.
EU is kind of looking nice for potential sells on the shorter time frame, I think.
Yes, that's fair.
Yes. I caught the sell this morning. Took a little bit out of the market.
GU is struggling ever so
Can you guys still see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you're like 6'4". Of course we can see you.
My screens are completely blank.
Oh yeah, we can see you though.
Yeah, we can see
hang
you.
on.
Have you broken it?
I have one screen that's working, but not the other two, so I might have to reload.
Is that not a screen behind you? That looks like a screen.
Yeah, but that's hooked up to my laptop. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
But
that
I can't
not in
see.
use.
I don't know if you can. If you can see the camera, I don't know if you can see the lighting
can?
change.
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah.
All right, let me reload. It's being weird. Hang on.
So
I'll
Alex,
wait for
Mr.
him.
Nice Guy,
I'll wait
is
for him to come
saying,
back
yeah, you'll
before I
come
jump
back in a
off.
second. Alex, Mr. Nice Guy is saying, is it plausible to suggest that Trump may be engaging in insider trading, potentially amassing a significant amount of gold? His implementation of tariffs could be contributing, to this. It is conceivable that Trump may strategically strengthening the dollar, leading to a peak in gold prices and an opportunity to short gold. Very interesting speculative point you got there, Mr. Nice Guy. Are you in his inner circle or something? Are you talking from experience here? What's going
Maybe.
on? Oh,
What's
I haven't shared my screen.
You've not. It's still on mine. Still on my lovely little EU this
Sorry,
morning.
Remy. Sorry, Ashleigh. I was
It's all
supposed to
right.
share my screen. Sorry, I had a meeting before we jumped into the stream, and I was hopefully unprepared.
All right, it's all right.
Sorry, did you ask whether or not I was in a trade or not?
I did.
My apologies.
It's okay.
I did not answer you. I am not in a trade. No. I primarily trade NASDAQ, and
Oh, my old friend. Okay.
yes, I have not taken a trade. What is this? This was
Today. Let's
Tuesday.
have a look.
Yeah, I have not taken a single trade since last week. I had some electricity issues during last week, and
Okay.
the beginning of this week, I just didn't get the setup that I needed. And plus, yesterday was high impact news, so I just decided, I'll just kind of like.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
No, I mean, and then you have movements like this that just, let's just say it aggravates. It aggravates people. You know, maybe you were in a cell with your stop loss all the way down here, trying to aim for this top section here. It just goes and absolutely eats you up, and then eventually goes and takes your take profit. So, yeah. LJ, you back?
LJ,
That was my cat.
it was your
Just being
cat.
silent, playing with the power cable there. Lifted it out. So hence I was pulling these two screens out, and I was like, what's going on? They keep blanking out. Yeah, it was just that. So no problem.
He's trying to tell you he or she would like some attention.
Yes, always, dude. Oh.
Right, guys, on that note, I will let you continue because I will answer my work phone because it keeps ringing.
Sure. Do you want to tell everyone where they can follow you?
What is my Instagram? 1 second.
Do we not have it in the?
I don't know if you do.
Yeah, let's have a gander and see whether or not we actually have it.
It's just Ashleigh and then _ trades.
Let's see here in the description box.
Just as long as you're not showing everything and all my personal stuff as well. I'm scared of like my home address coming up on the screen now.
No, we do not. However, I think what we'll do is if any time you're on, we'll just drop it in there.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll do
But you
that.
should find me on there. Not everyone, only me, you're saying.
No, I was thinking of like just for the people within the Fiverr specifically.
Yes.
You know? Nobody in chat. Sorry, CM.
Thank you. On that note, I'll leave you to it.
See you, Ashley.
See you later.
Lovely to see you again.
You too. See you in a bit.
Ciao.
I do assume that CM is going to hop out as well now, because he definitely doesn't want to care about what we have to say. He's only here for Ashleigh, which is it's all good, man. If you really taken a liking to Ashleigh and you would like to see her more, Thursdays, same time, same place. Rock up, Ashleigh will be here, maybe. We'll see.
You're saying we're not handsome enough, Rich?
Yeah.
Oh, come
Apparently, CM just doesn't care about us. But we'll win you over, CM. We'll win you over.
Yeah, we'll win you over. Alex was saying before with this, is it plausible to suggest Trump may be engaging in insider trading, potentially amassing a significant amount of gold? His implementation of tariffs could be factors contributing to this. it is inconceivable that Trump may be strategically strengthening the dollar, I guess, leading to a peak in gold prices and an opportunity to short XAU. So, as far as Trump leading some sort of secret cabal to hoard gold, like he's what's the dragon in Lord of the Rings?
Smaug.
Smaug, yeah.
Or you can pronounce it as smog, whichever way, but yeah, Smaug.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, that's not happening. The Trump family has had their hand in whatever they're doing with crypto. Gold is a whole different beast, however. The gold, I mean, even the market cap increase like daily when we have these like 1% moves, 2% moves, whatever, is just about the entire market cap of all of crypto altogether.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay. So, yeah, Trump is not moving this at all. This is a much larger global theme. Now, as far as strengthening the dollar, he does not want a strong dollar. They want a strong, theoretically strong dollar policy as far as the weight that they can move around, like kind of a beating the chest type aspect. But right now, they actually want the dollar in terms of an exchange rate to actually come down. But they want the dollar as far as bonds and the weaponization of financial weaponization to stay strong. Now, if they decrease the value of the dollar as far as the FX rates, many countries are still either, whether it's retirement funds, hedge funds, all this kind of stuff, just secondary, I hate calling it this, but second world, third world per se countries still often need to buy a huge portion of US bonds because it's the highest respected securitized asset that they can get their hands on, which allows them to give the backing for them to do what they want. So the lower the US dollar actually goes means that they can actually load up more on these bonds because it becomes cheaper for them to do so. So hence it's a roundabout play where by weakening the dollar, you end up strengthening the dollar because more people purchase these bonds, and hence the global financial ecosystem stays very heavily connected to the US dollar as the base floor asset and the reserve asset and the reserve collateral across the globe. Right, so that's in simple terms, that's kind of how it works, and that's what their policy is right now, which will then allow Trump and the administration to go further with all the goals that he has pushed out since taking his presidency. But yeah, as far as some conspiracy regarding gold like that, not happening. That's just occurring because partially there is some concerns around the true rate, the true valuation of said bonds right now globally. We have further debasement of currency globally that comes from central banks, from governments, a lot of fiscal spending. There's a lot of risk on the horizon. Therefore, if there's more risk coming from the government end and they're issuing these bonds, trying to evaluate the appropriate valuation of said bonds becomes more difficult. There's more risk implied there. Therefore, you go over to gold. Gold also tends to lead financial conditions. So things like Bitcoin, that kind of stuff, typically in a ramp-up section that we will get more spending, more liquidity coming into the system, and it kind of front runs that. Where gold goes up, you get more liquidity coming up, everything is pretty good. People are kind of worried about a recession or a crash, but it's not quite happening. Gold goes up, people go, gold's going up, therefore people are scared. That quells some of that stuff. everyone eventually chills out, gold comes off a bit, then financial conditions keep ramping up, stocks go up, gold has come off a bit, stocks run right up, everything gets too top heavy, that comes off, gold takes a deeper dive because people are covering collateral for the broader economy, then they switch, and then gold keeps coming back up. So that's kind of the transitionary phase that we're in right now. So you can look back through all the past peak events for the market, for the global economy, and it's the same repeat effect through there. Hopefully that made it simple enough to follow.
Yeah, I
Don't
mean,
go too deep.
I think honestly, the first segment of what he was asking, I think, is pretty much obvious. Let's just put it like this: if you do not, I'm not accusing him. let me just put that caveat out there. I'm not accusing him.
I'm not trying to
but-
put a target on your head.
Yeah. I'm not. No, I'm not doing that at all. No, thank you. No. I think it's a practice that has been ongoing for many a long year. Thanks, Pooley. I think it's a practice that has gone on for many years, where there is definitely some version of insider trading of some sort. But I don't think it's gold. Definitely crypto.
Your mic's gone underwater.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
I'm glad it went underwater. Maybe people were not supposed to hear what I just said. Not gold.
Better now.
I don't think he's doing any sort of like market manipulation with gold. But crypto, I think, is a completely different story. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, look, I mean, the other thing to remember with gold is like, dude, the market is too big.
Yeah.
So the market cap, if you want to move it $1 trillion, that's like 2.5% now of the market cap, right? If you move crypto $1 trillion, that's 33 to 40% of the entire market cap. That's actually moving the needle and some kind of manipulation, right? If you move the market cap of gold by that much, which you need a lot of people to kind of come on board for that to happen. As far as your personal take, it's not really going to do anything, right? But crypto make a lot of money doing that. So, yeah, gold is just too much of a heavyweight. It all comes down to central banks, governments themselves, fiscal spending, debasement of currency, the whole boat right there. It's a much larger total global engagement right now.
Yeah.
It's not just the US. It's China, it's Russia, it's India, it's Europe, it's the UK, it's Australia, it's Singapore, it's Japan, it's the US themselves, it's Canada, literally everyone. And that's why it's rising.
And I think it's also important to consider the fact that one of those things is not highly regulated and the other one is. So something that is less regulated might be a little bit easier to quote unquote manipulate, or at least you don't really see pump and dumps all that much in currencies, but you do see it in something like an asset, and sometimes you see it in the stock market as well. But still, one is more prevalent to the idea of, or more prone, let's rather say, to the idea of a sort of manipulation, where the other one, like you said, trillions of dollars is 2% of movement. Where do you see that? Like how do you manipulate that? You're one man. Yes, maybe what you have to say might impact people's opinions on a certain thing. But I mean,
it's not going to shift the complete trajectory, right? It might be a flash in the pan type element, but you're not going to make gold go from 3,000 to 5,000, right? That's a much larger, ongoing, underlying development type situation.
Very much so.
Doing well, Raf. Good to see you, mate, I will say. And you were saying before, you were lucky enough to buy 8 kilos of silver a few months ago. Well done. Well
I
done.
don't know if that
That's
is a
good.
good idea.
Mate, he bought 8 kilos a few months ago. If
Okay,
it was
hold
a
on.
few months ago, he's up like 500% right now.
Okay, so is it actual silver that you have like on hand, or are we talking digital silver? Because there is a massive difference between the two in terms of how movable or how liquid they can be.
Yeah.
I was reading an article last week about people that have crazy amounts of silver on hand and trying to sell it to to bookmakers and all that kind of like stuff, and then they're getting absolutely shafted. Basically, they're getting like 30 cents on the dollar kind of like thing. So that's why I'm saying that if it's in physical, like actual silver on hand, the problem with that is that unfortunately the market is just of such a way that physical silver just does not sell the same way as, let's say, a deed to silver might.
Yeah.
The liquidity portion of it is very, very, very much in play here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I obviously assume he bought it, obviously physical, because he said 8 kilos and at 32 per ounce. Pretty good. That's nice. Yes, when you're reselling physical silver or gold, obviously, if you go to a bullion dealer, you'll probably get 80%. So
If
80
you're
cents on the dollar because they got to make their margins, that kind of thing, right? Sometimes it might be a bit less, towards 60 or something, depending on normally the volume that you're actually selling as well. They'll kind of move it up or down, that kind of thing. And also how readily they think they can pass that on either to jewelers or sell it directly themselves to other people. So it's going to depend what country, what economy you're in. But dude, if you bought it at 32 per ounce, pretty good, nice. It's basically like 400%. You know,
yeah, give or take.
we're approaching 120 or so, right, on silver. So that's pretty good. I'm going to say, I've got
Yeah,
like
I
got
mean,
a little bit of gold.
considering that, I
Little
mean, my
bar.
ring is silver. That's as much as I've got.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the physical bullion exchange is quite cutthroat, and yeah, like you say, when it comes to their margins and their spreads and whatnot, they're really not going to give you what silver is worth in terms of its showing. So
Yeah.
yeah, just it's not as liquid, unfortunately.
It's kind of like I mean, yeah, and they're like a dealer. They got their own margins to make. They got rent to pay, employees, that kind of stuff. They're a business, right? So it's the same
Yeah.
deal if you want to sell. I don't know, you got old tech. You want to take it to a company that will buy secondhand tech stuff versus you selling it even on Facebook Marketplace. Right, Marketplace, you will get more money. Sometimes it'll be instant. Sometimes it might take you a bit longer. But if you want to sell it right now, get cash immediately. Typically, you'll pay a premium for
Yeah,
doing so.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not bashing Raf, Mr. Betancourt or Mrs. Betancourt. It's probably Mr. On the purchase. I think it's a good purchase. I just think
No, it's Raf.
unfortunately,
It's Rafa.
yeah,
Raphael. The G.
Betancourt. Wow,
OG.
it sounds like such a, I don't know, like South African surname.
Where are you from, Raf? Actually, I'm not sure. And yeah, bullion. I mean, bullion. You just say like a bullion dealer. Like they do gold, they do silver, they do platinum, palladium, jewelry, whatever. It's just kind of the
Yeah.
general term for someone that deals in precious metals, per se. I guess. But yeah.
And they also refer to it as gold bullions as the actual bar
Yeah.
of a specific size is also known as a bullion.
Yeah. DJ, thank you, brother.
Oh, LJ's got an admirer.
Oh, so sweet.
That's absolutely true, DJ. He's an absolute encyclopedia. It's annoying sometimes trying to talk to LJ about stuff like this, thinking that he might not know about it, and then he just pulls facts, and it's just like, oh, you smart guy, you damn it.
Oh, man.
Something asked about DAX earlier.
About the DAX.
Yeah, whether or not we actually have a look at DAX. Where was it?
All right, yeah, we'll definitely have a look at DAX. Akram was saying, question LJ Rich, what's the sign for you in self-analysis that you hit your limit and you need a break to recover in the side of burnout and nervous system recovery? Asking for a friend. Oh, Akram. Well, asking for a friend. Fuck, I hope you're okay, man. I hope you're doing all right. Jesus.
Burnout. That is something that I have experienced maybe twice in my life. Burnout. I cannot say on stream what it is that I did to try and work my way through burnout, because it's a little bit personal. But what I will do, Void, is I will send you a message and I will tell you exactly what it is that I did. But a portion of burnout was, first of all, realizing what it is that's causing the burnout. It's kind of like realizing where you have placed too much on your plate. And it's different for everybody. Like every person's limit is a little bit different. And in terms of what to do, there's a little things that you can do on a daily basis to kind of help with the burnout. First and foremost is to kind of like either find a way for you to get like into a meditative state, doing things. So kind of like sitting down, reflecting on not what it is that you're going through, but like visualizing where you could be, that kind of like thing. And what steps you kind of like need to take in order to get to that point. And then by working your way back, you kind of like realize, okay, I may have overwhelmed myself by introducing this extra thing into my life. Maybe for the time being, let me pause that thing, or go and grade which things that you have responsibility for or have taken responsibility for can go onto the back burner for a little while. Yeah, just kind of like find something that you can decompress with, whether it's going and exercising, whether it's going and I don't know, having a sauna or going on a holiday or something. Find something that you can decompress, but decompress completely. Like, don't have your phone with you, like don't talk to anybody, that kind of like just step away completely. It's something that I did, was to absolutely just step away. Yourself, LJ?
I was going to say, probably a good topic we can have tomorrow in the Discord, tomorrow, Friday, definitely, because I feel like it's more expansive. I mean, we could talk for the next at least 20, 30 minutes, at least, on that. So I think, yeah, definitely we'll have a chat about it tomorrow in the Discord, perhaps, for sure, Akram. But either way, hope you're well. Yeah. Website is slow these days. It shouldn't be. I would first of all say check if you're connecting from a VPN at all. That might be delaying that speed. There were some connection problems, I think yesterday, the day before, but with the terminal, not with the website, and some login issues. But I believe they've been solved by now. So if you are having some kind of slow activity, I definitely don't have any. We haven't seen anything else here in the stream from anyone else. So I would say, first of all, if you're using a VPN, check that. Otherwise, could purely just be internet connection or something like that. So
something you can also do is whatever browser that you are using to access the website, make sure that your cache has been cleared. Sometimes what happens is, like for argument's sake, with Opera or with Chrome, the cache is filled, especially if you don't switch off your computer often enough, or if you have like a bunch of tabs open, cache can get filled. So just share your cat in the paper, try again. It's also another thing.
But, how did I cope with the cat incident? That said, with that, I might actually have to jump back in like 5 to 6 minutes, Rich, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'm getting blown up with a bunch of stuff. It's very distracting. If you
All
can
good,
give
man.
me like half a minute just to sort it out, and then
Yeah, dude. You
that's
jump
right.
out.
Okay. All right.
No problem. Akram saying, "Yeah, I'm good. You know, your boy is tough." Well, that's good to hear, my mate. But tomorrow, and anyway, we'll all have like a little chatty chat in the Discord with you and LJ's section. I think that's pretty good. Lorraine is saying EU is still dumping. Yeah. EU does look like it wants to potentially go lower. We do have a base area here, an area of interest where we've had multiple reactions. This was on Monday last week, the 26th, where this was created. Wait, was it? No, sorry, this week. Sorry, my apologies. This week we had Monday rollover. Over the weekend we had a bit of a gap. Price tried to push higher during the New York session, failed, tried again during the Tokyo session, failed, tried to push lower, failed on there, and then just volumetrically started picking up. But unfortunately, after we've had this news event on Tuesday, price has since then been pushing bearishly. We've come back down to test that recent area that we created as a area of, well, initially it was resistance. It became support once we broke through. And when we had an opportunity to try and push price higher yet again, it failed pretty much at the highs or close to the highs of the London session of yesterday. So it does seem as though it's still trying to push a little bit lower, at least in the short term. In terms of the higher time frame, we are, or were at least, quite bullish. So we had this semi-sideways action running through here over the last few months, and now we've eventually broken through. If I just mark, we've eventually broken through, we've retested, but on the daily so far we are a little bit bearish. Just take that into consideration. We have broken through to try and push price higher. There might be a retest and then a continuation to push higher from this point. Not necessarily from here. It might be a little bit lower as well. Potentially something like this. So we may come to fill this gap that we had on Monday. So we do have this gap area over here that was initially tested, but I don't think it was completely filled. We can potentially come back to it. We also have a base area over here where there was a little bit of slowed reaction on Monday and then a volumetric. So we can potentially come back to test these two areas. That's why I've got this base area over here as a indicator, first and foremost, a potential area to come and test. And then secondly, after that, we have this gap area over here potentially to be tested should we continue bearishly. However, if we do come down and kind of just react off of this point, there is a potential for us to come and test the previous high points. So okay, LJ will be in soon. So yeah, it does look like it wants to carry on pushing lower. However, considering the fact that we are still very bullish over the daily and the 4 hourly, I would say that this might be a potential pullback and then continue higher on EU. But like I said, lower time frame, looking very, very bearish. There is areas to be tested that we can potentially, we are at one of those test areas right now where price can potentially react off of. Let's see who else. Brian Satole asking, where is the guy that is suffering from COVID-19, the one who always wears those COVID masks? So you're talking about Victor. He is known as the mask trader. It's part of his persona. It's part of his trading persona, first and foremost. And secondly, it's also to protect his identity. He is an incredibly successful trader, and where he lives and when he travels, I don't think that he wants people to really know who he is. It's just a way to protect yourself, which I understand completely. He will be in a little bit later this afternoon. He has a segment from 3 o'clock until 5 o'clock UTC +2, so GMT +2. He will be in a little bit later, Brian. So, Brian, I'm assuming you are from South Africa or you are from Africa. You should be able to see him roughly around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, very good trader, very good trader. Zed for Ethiopia saying, I bought an account January 1st, 2026, almost 1 month, but I can't even make 1%. I make profit, then drawdown, then up to loss. I am 2% down now. Any advice? Okay, so let's break this down a little bit, Zed. So, give us a little bit of context. What is your trading style? Are you a scalper? Are you an intraday trader? Are you a swing trader? How do you typically approach trading? That's the first and foremost. Secondly, what is your risk management? Are you risking 1% or above or less than 1%? Give us a little bit of detail as to how do you risk. And then on top of that, tell us what assets you are trading. So sometimes what happens is when it comes to drawdown or buying a new account, people put a lot of expectations on themselves. They buy a new account, they have this expectancy that I am going to make X amount of profit in X amount of time. And then on top of that, they tell me as well, how much experience have you got with trading? Are you less than a year, less than 6 months? Are you more than a year? Give us a little bit of detail around that. Because these things kind of like matter. But what I want to say is this, first and foremost. There's this expectancy that I think maybe was created by social media, in that you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars every day, every month. You know, that's the expectancy. I want to tell you straight up that is an absolute fabrication. That is created to sell courses. That is made to make the person providing you with this information rich, when they themselves don't actually follow that exact platform. They make their money by getting people to buy their courses. The reality, unfortunately, about trading is that you will go into drawdown. How long and how deep into drawdown really depends on your risk management, your approach, as well as your experience in the market. So this is not abnormal for a person to have an account, go into profit, give some of it back, go into drawdown, steal some of the drawdown back, get close to break even. This is very typical. This is a very typical experience for a lot of traders. Let me just see whether or not you actually... Okay, so you're an intraday trader risking 1% to 1.3%. I trade Forex, almost 2 years of struggling. All right, so let me ask you this then. So you've got 2 years of experience. Do you have a system that you have backtested data on that suggests A, good win rate, B, good risk to reward ratio, and C, a high or equal to, let's say, 0.7 or such expectancy? So the idea is that you can have a high win rate, but a low risk to reward, and your expectancy will be a little bit lower. You can have a low win rate, but a high risk to reward, and your expectancy might be the same. So if you have a high win rate with a high risk to reward, you can potentially have a higher expectancy. And the idea around this is that trading itself, if you have a system that has backtested data that supports the hypothesis that in future, this is how your strategy should be performing. If you have that data, you can, when you are not aligning with that strategy, let's say your strategy says that you're supposed to have a 60% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, risking 1% to try and make 2%, 60% across, let's say, 6 months, 100 trades, that kind of like thing. But for the last month, you've been sitting with a 42% win rate following the exact same formula. And it's ongoing. On top of that, you kind of like need to know how often and how long your losing streak can be with your strategy specifically. So if you have that information, you can start correlating to see whether or not the problem is the strategy, or whether or not it's your approach to the strategy, or if it is the market. Now understand this, the market is very adaptive. The market changes very often. We usually go through this idea of the market is cyclical. The market has as clear downtrends, uptrends, and especially if you go and look at like when we have like economic strife, when there's a lot of geopolitical unrest, there's a lot of ways that the market is going to adapt according to that. Now I can see here exactly what's the problem. The very first thing you said was, I don't have a clear system. I constantly changing my trading system. And there it is. I didn't have to say it, you said it. If you're constantly jumping between different strategies, you're not allowing a specific strategy to first and foremost be ingrained in your brain. Meaning, you know the ins and outs about your strategy, you know when it works, you know when it doesn't work, you know how to adapt it if it stops working, and so on and so forth. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, if you keep jumping between different strategies, what you're doing is you're creating inconsistency in your trading. Today I'm doing a break and retest. Tomorrow I'm doing a trend reversal trade. The day after that I'm taking a swing trade. The day after that I'm doing a 20-second scalp. There's no consistency. So when you're looking at your data, how can you say what it is that's going wrong and when is it going? The idea of having a systematic approach, and this is my approach, and this is how I personally feel about it. If you have a systematic approach and you know exactly when to enter, how to enter, not to enter, you know the exact ins and outs about your system. If something stops, if the results start changing way more than what is expected from your strategy, then you know something is wrong. And then you can know where exactly to start looking to see what portion of your strategy is going through a bit of a downturn. Is it the psychology? If I do proper journaling, do I know how I felt on that day when that trade went against me? Was I FOMOing in on a trade? So when you do journaling, write down all of that stuff. That's what I mean by know exactly systematically how to follow your system, and will kind of help you to know where you need to start adjusting. So first and foremost, my advice to you would be make sure that settle on a specific strategy and a specific way of viewing the market initially. Stick to it for a while. Do backtesting. Get yourself a demo account. Trade on that demo account exactly how you want that specific strategy to follow. Give yourself rules and a very, very stringent risk to reward ratio, as well as a specific time of day that you're going to be focusing on this, and really focus in. Write down every single thing that you felt while taking the trade, before the trade. Did you sleep well? Did you eat well? Are you in a good mindset? Do you have financial struggles? Do you have a timeline, that in your mind that you're trying to, force onto the market? Do all of that. Do it for a few months, and then take that data and scrutinize that data. Okay, the strategy that I had a 50% win rate at a 1 to 3 RR. It is profitable. I can see it in the moment. I don't need to do hindsight trading in order to take these setups. I'm comfortable. I understand what it is I'm looking for. And then what you can do is you can take that strategy. Now that you have the backtested data and you have all of this information ready at hand, you can go and activate it on real market. Then you take that 2.5K account that you have, that one that you started, that you're in 2% drawdown, and you go and implement that exact strategy that you've been testing and that you've been ingraining into your brain for the last 2 months, and you go forward with that, and you stick to that strategy up until you either work your way out of drawdown, or you lose the account. Because it's one of the two. That's the only two directions that account is going to go. You're either going to lose it or you're going to win it. But do understand that this is typical. This is normal. People lose accounts. People go into drawdown. You're not going to win every trade. You're going to have sequences of losses. But the inverse is also true. You're going to have sequences of wins. You're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. It's just going to happen. It's part of the journey. But what you mentioned is the fact that you don't have a clear system that you're following. And I would say, go and sort that out first and foremost. Get that under wraps, and then from there on, work your way up.
Yeah, for sure. I have no idea what we were talking about, but what
we
you
were
said
talking
sounds
from
sounds legit.
Zaid said that. Where was this
This
question?
one?
Yes, exactly this one. And I just asked him for a little bit of context, his trading style. What strategy does he use? How does he, risk management, that kind of like stuff. And then he just revealed that he is an intraday trader, risk 1% to 1.3%. I trade Forex, almost 2 years of struggling. But the big one was I do not have a clear system. I constantly changing my trading strategy. And that was just the woo. There's your answer. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I mean, I'm sure like you've already talked about it a bunch, but like Raf was saying here, like he's been trading 5 years and then now he's confident in being able to get payouts, right? So if you've been trading for 2 years and you're not quite there, that's very common. The sort of base standard, a lot of people trade for 3, 4, 5, 6 years before they actually start making consistent profits. You might have made some in between, but then you have some runs that are really good and then it crashes out and you're like, what's going on? I was doing so well before and now it's just not working. And you're like, it's okay, I'll figure it out and it'll come back to where it was. And then it just continues not working. And so, yeah, I think like Rich was saying, like I would hanker down on clearly you're getting some kind of data, right, from those 2 years. Try and lock that down, isolate it, evaluate that data, and see where things are going wrong. Or potentially apply your trading approach or a strategy to some other asset or something else, or a different time frame of the day, right? There can sometimes just be some of these very small nuances like that where if you just traded the same approach, but towards the end of Asia into early London, it works beautifully. Going from London to New York, it crashes out, right? So that comes to where you might need to level up your sort of foundational understanding of markets, of different trading sessions, who those participants are, why markets move to begin with, where that bulk of that liquidity, that volume is coming from institutions, banks, that kind of stuff. And sometimes that can just give you just enough insight. You don't have to understand the thing completely in crazy depth, but just enough for you to reformulate how you approach your trading. It might just literally just be with the entry or the exit, right? Kind of like how we had Ashleigh on here earlier saying she missed her entry. If she entered in lower, even though the trade is still kind of valid, she would have had to have a wider stop, and then it didn't fully complete the risk reward profile she was looking for, and then the market did retrace only to come back down. So if she had jumped in there, she would have got stopped out only for it to come back off. So if you're taking those kind of trades, that can be the difference of your trading actually working or not working. And it can be just one simple thing, just as simple as that, and that's it. So
I think it's very important that be the first step that he looks at, that the fact that he doesn't have a system. Because how do you know what goes wrong and where it goes wrong if you're just blindly following something? See, we were talking about gambling yesterday, and this is the aspect of trading that I would consider to be the gambling portion of it. is the fact that you follow something blindly or you hop around. You have no structure. And if you had a structure that you were following, you could have key points that you can dissect and say, this is not working. Instead of saying, I'm trading, but I'm getting nowhere. And it's just like, yeah, it's because you want to follow this path, but you keep taking a turn over here, and then you backtrack, and then you take a turn over there, and you backtrack, and then you go backwards, but you're not actually ever going forward. Your foundation is not being set. You have the right intention, but the process is important. So get the process right, and then understand that afterwards, profits will become part of the outcome of following the process rather than the process itself, or the profits being the thing that you're chasing. Chase the process itself.
Yeah.
It will eventually lead to some sort of profit. Yeah.
There we go. You've gone underwater again, but it was good to the end. So if you go underwater again, I'll just do that, and I'll let you know.
Am I good now?
Oh yeah, you're good now. You're good now. But yeah, definitely no. I 100% agree. So
I don't know what's going on with my...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the tone of it. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people want to, you want to trade, you want to have a successful approach and strategy, but it's almost like learning to do a handstand. And because you couldn't do the handstand the first couple of times, you switch to, maybe I can do a backflip. You try doing a backflip, you can't do it right away. So you try doing like a front flip or something else. But instead of just sticking with that thing and reiterating and refining the process until you get there, people quit and go on to the next cool thing, which is a backflip, and try that. And then they don't get that quickly enough as well, so they jump to the next one. And, I definitely think that's part of it. You need to build something, iterate progressively, almost the same as going to the gym. I mean, I think over the past number of months, we've talked about this a number of times. It's like a progressive overload type aspect, just like going to the gym. Any given day, you go there, nothing changes. If you keep measuring it day to day, nothing will change. It'll look like, what's the point? But when you go from day one to day, 150 or 300, you're like, oh, okay, stuff is happening, right?
There's a massive
kind of the
difference.
same way. Yeah, kind of the same way with trading. And so you're trying to make incremental improvements and gains and constantly trying to revise and reiterate on your approach, your strategy, your understanding of the market. Even when you think you've got it nailed down, this is working, don't be naive enough to just say, I don't have to think about anything better in the future. You should always constantly be working on improving your process, everything else, just like you would with a business. Even Starbucks, Coca-Cola, whatever, right? They've got a very much nailed down thing that they just repeat constantly, but they still do events and marketing stuff, and they do different flavors and this and that, right? At the same time, they don't just like stop and do nothing, right? They constantly got to be reinventing themselves, even within the same core product, doing marginal switches, and that'll, as far as trading, how that relates is different regime shifts. So things like Trump coming into the picture, where that kind of aspect was not relevant the prior years when we had Joe Biden, and it was all about inflation and it was about central banks and that kind of stuff. Now it's very much Trump, geopolitics, trade wars, other aspects, right? But you can still have the core process, but just build those implementations that assist and evolve with that changing of market regime rather than harming it. And that's how we'll do well.
I see that we have the same guy in from a while ago. Hello.
Just punch the microphone. I don't know why it's doing that. It's kind of weird.
How's it now?
No, it's still the same. because I don't know if it's the gain or something, because you speak for a while, it goes underwater, and then as you keep speaking, it doesn't even jump. It kind of progressively
Any
gets back
difference?
to normal.
Any difference whatsoever?
Now it's increasing. Now it's better. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think there's something wrong with my voice, not voice, the background noise suppression. We'll see.
Yeah. Something like that, for sure.
So Wasan is saying, I got a final verdict today. Fiverr's terminated my account and denied my payouts of $20,000 without giving me proof of what I've done. Now, first
Yeah, I
and
was going to
foremost,
bring this one up.
yeah, first and foremost, I don't believe that for a second that they wouldn't have given you proof. They will have given you proof. Only saying I did this and this. So what is it that they're saying you've done? Let's start there. What did they say you did? What was the claim that they made? The rule that they say you've broken. Let's start there. Now you're saying you're revealing my true story for your awareness. So if you're going to tell us the true story, tell us everything. When did this start? How did you trade? What kind of trading were you taking? Explain to us in detail what it is that you have done. Because the thing is, there is no reason for the Fivers to deny a payout for a legitimate trader. It is not worth their time and effort to try and do one person in, because they have their reputation on the line whenever they deny something like that, because they know that people are going to go and complain, or they're going to go and talk, and they're going to tell their story. So there's no upside for the Fivers to reject a payout based on nothing. They will have had a reason, and it would have been a legitimate reason. So please explain to us, give us details. So I would like to know. Tell me what it is exactly that you did, because you're saying you did this, and they're claiming you did this and you did that. But please give us details. Don't just say, "Oh, the Fivers is bad," because. Tell me the because.
Yeah, definitely tell us the because. What are these reasons? Because potentially we can communicate it to you a bit better. But exactly like Rich was saying, there won't be just a no reason. There will be 100% a reason. And either whether we can help communicate that to you, or then help you in a way that you can go back and communicate towards to support to figure it out, then we will do that. But off the bat, my suspicion, if you got 20K payout, I would hopefully be assuming you're on a 100K account for those kind of returns. If it's in one
250.
payout cycle. Oh, okay, so it's on. It was on 250, was it? Did I miss that? So it's a boot camp.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, he says he's gone from 100K, grew it up to 250K.
So it went from 100K. So, yeah, okay. So that's either a boot camp that you grew from there, or it's a high stakes that you've had multiple payouts and you've grown the capital from there. If that's the case, if it's a high stakes and you've started from 100K on funded and grown it to 250, you should have a relative track record. So my suspicion is that most likely it is, like you were saying, the boot camp, and you've now gone to funded, etc., and potentially you've pushed things in a weirdly aggressive way, or like full margin an account, especially if you're at 20K in one payout cycle. You can definitely do that. Definitely happens for a number of traders. If you've had like a really good week, for instance, if you're trading the boot camp, it's now 30-1 leverage, and you've just had a really good week trading, I don't know, gold as an example, and you caught a bunch of these waves higher, then hey, you might be at a 10% return over the week or within the 2-week payout duration.
Yeah, it's not unheard of. It's happened.
Yeah, it's not unheard of. It's not common across the board, but for certain traders, if you've been doing things for a long time, then yeah, you can definitely make those returns. Now, if somehow with the context of you saying that you've been denied a payout, I would assume you've sort of full margined into something potentially to actually do that or achieve that, which might seem, or you've done something exploitative.
They say I have done coordinated trading and shared trading. Have you? Do you know
Yeah, I
coordinated
think
trading
that's the
and
next
shared trading is?
question. Have you? Yeah.
So, coordinated trading or shared trading is basically when a group of people are trading one account together. So, you will see different trading approaches at different times of the day. Let's say, hypothetically, you are trading from 8 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, and that's how you normally trade. And then all of a sudden, there is multiple trades from 7 o'clock at night until 5 o'clock in the morning when you are technically supposed to be asleep, and they see continued trading on your account. So understand this. The Fiverr has all of this information, all of it. They know exactly when you're trading, from which IP address you're trading from. Even if you have a VPN, by all means, fair. You have a VPN, so maybe that stuff will be encrypted. But every trade that's taken on your account, they have evidence of when it's taken, when it's closed, how it was initiated. They have all of that information. And the thing is, if they're going to say that it was for coordinated trading and for shared trading, it's because they have legitimate information that seems like it's not only you trading. Be it that the risk parameters are changing suddenly, or that the risk parameters are the same only during a certain period of the day, and the rest of the day it's different. They have certain slots in the day where you're trading, and then all of a sudden the trading style changes. Understand that all of this
Yeah,
information plays a role.
yeah. So I'd also say, so just like Rich was saying, like, yes, so obviously everything is connected to the server. So anytime it comes up in the MT5 logs, anytime you guys enter a trade or a potential order or move the stop loss or anything like that, it will be recorded in those logs and they're all uploaded. So if you got shared or coordinated trading, either are you copying signals from a group, like a signals group, or potentially you have multiple accounts you're running on the same computer, that kind of thing, but with different emails, and you're basically multiplying the accounts, something like that. That's obviously against the terms and conditions. It's very clearly outlined up front. It's not hidden or anything. It's very firm. It's told you can't do this. It's very explicit. So if you're doing that, that's not going to be allowed. Potentially, maybe I don't know where you live, what country. Sometimes people, trading. You have a brother or a sister or a friend, and you may be in a somewhat lower socioeconomic country. You've got one computer. You're going to trade off the same computer, which is going to have the same IP address. And there is a trouble there sometimes as well with you might actually be being genuine to a degree, where you're just trying to learn together and share ideas, that you've taken some of the same trades. But then on the system, it will flag you as trying to coordinate certain things. So you've said, I wish and beg, please show me proof. The trouble is, it's kind of the burden of proof is for you to show that that's not the case. So what you're saying right now is kind of obscure in terms of what has actually happened, right? You've offered what they've said, but give us context of how you've been operating and your potential inclination as to why that potentially, theoretically, could have happened. Right, per some of the things I just highlighted that might be a genuine mistake or accident where you're not actually doing anything malicious. It's just a happenstance type situation, right? So if that's the case, then that can be worked out. Because it sounds typical proper behavior. No proof. This needs regulations. That's definitely not the way the fives work, right? I will say first and foremost, that is probably the exact reason why I'm here personally myself and not anywhere else. And I've been trading for 13 years. Back around GFC, when you trade with traditional brokers, and you had traditional brokers that were at that time, you're getting into the more in-depth deployment of brokerage services into the internet and the wider facilitation of that, and there were heaps of dodgy brokers, which are all regulated by government entities, that kind of thing, and the rest. So, dude, I've been through that there. So, if hence being stung by that, I wouldn't be here if that was the case. I will say. So yeah, if you can give some, not quite. Well, you've not given an indication as to why that might be the case, as to why you might have an issue. Basic law, mate. I studied law before, so if you wanna press that, we can go toe to toe. We're not going to do that today. We're not going to entertain it, but we can do if you want. So I will happily try to assist you here with this. Basically, the question is, give me your best indication as to why that might have come up, because that seems to be the piece that we are missing right now altogether. And honestly, we're trying to help you with this, because if you are correct, that is a significant return that you are now missing. And if we can figure that out and get it sorted out for you, then fair is fair. That's why we're bothering to have this conversation, right?
Yeah.
But with that, we need like a little bit more info altogether. So, do you have any inclination as to why, even the slightest, even if it seems insignificant to yourself or should be irrelevant, as to why that might have at all been something that could prompt that kind of response? If you can give us that, then we can help you. It's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, just understand one thing. We are not with financial. We are not with the technical team or whatnot. We're the streamers, you know? We're here to talk about the chart and all of that kind of like stuff. So when it comes to in-depth knowledge as to the goings about technically, the technical department is the ones to ask that. And they will have all of the data and evidence that they need in order to make a judgment call. And then when we're talking about the burden of proof, it's on both sides. So they have the evidence, and then they will send an email to you explaining the allegation. And then the burden of proof falls onto you, prove that you did not do as what they're claiming you've done. So there's burden of proof on both sides. So with
Yeah,
this,
sorry, I might have communicated that
yeah,
poorly.
no,
It
that's
might have
fine.
come across as attacking or something, but the
No,
the
no,
implied
no,
intention was that
yeah,
you've
no,
described what they've said. So the next burden
yeah,
proof is on both
back and
sides.
forth.
So what we need from you is what you believe your position to be, and then see if we can see how either why there's some kind of cross conflict that has gotten muddled up, or where we can resolve the situation in some kind of confusion, or if potentially there's also a direct conflict or otherwise. Louis, that's fair. That's fair. Look, we're trying to be helpful. So that's what we do as well. Obviously, we're talking about charts. Like Rich said, like we're here to entertain everyone. We got like 200 plus of you guys here, so I'm not going to talk about this all day. But if you guys do bring up some of these serious questions, and same with the dollar amount there, if that is actually true, I mean it's worth referencing and that kind of thing, and trying to help you out. So I feel like we've tried to put that down. If you have anything else to add, we can try and help like final conclusions, and then probably the best idea is to go to support with that. If we can give you some better understanding right now as a final conclusion to help you communicate with support, then great. But from here we probably will move on overall. So I want to know though, Louis, what type of sandwich? What is it? Tell us.
Oh, I'm muted.
Peanut butter, honey? Yeah, what is it?
I wanted to get to two questions quickly before we jump out. John Maturi asking, I'm new to the Fiverr. My question is, can my account be terminated for trading just a single instrument, say gold only? No, there's no. Hey Will, can you mute your mic, mate? I'm hearing myself. Wow.
You guys can't hear it, but Will's being a nuisance in the background. Sorry.
Yeah. So no, there's no restrictions on the amount of assets that you can trade. I personally only trade NASDAQ, and it's not a concern whatsoever. So you are more than welcome to trade any amount of assets you want, so long as you trade it responsibly. Let's rather say. And then the second one was, can I trade while you are on vacation or traveling from a different country? One of the traders that's going to come on now, Will, is literally trading from Hong Kong, and he is originally from Wales. He's trading the exact same account. So there's your answer. Yes, you can. No problems, mate. All right. Is everybody ready to jump on in? All right.
I was just going to say, you brought up this before. I just want to say hi to Cam. Just when you did bring that before. Dude, sometime as well, Cam, I will come down to the Gold Coast. We can hang out or some shit. It'll be good.
Yeah, look at that.
Maybe we can get Henry to come down as well.
Oh,
maybe see if we can get him to have a beer, even though he doesn't drink. But maybe we'll do one or two, you know.
Yeah, Rich, apologies, by the way, mate. I know that you were I forgot that you guys could hear me, and I was having like a lot of audio issues. My mic wasn't connecting, so I was like, trying to test it, and then you were like, Will, what are you doing? I was like, oh, wait, they can hear me in the background. So yeah, fair. Apologies. Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, Cam saying, so mature Willie doing mature things. Very much so. Anyway, Anastasiia, Rich, Will, welcome. How are you guys?
Good. How are you guys?
Welcome. Doing well.
How's Thursday going after the Fed?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Fed was boring, but the evening before with Trump talking about the dollar was more active, right? I think that was the key piece.
Gold,
sorry?
Fed wasn't boring for gold, though.
I mean, it was during the Fed. It was only into Asia that we got the further pickup, which I think that has mainly come from, like, we had other commodities like copper and everything picking up further. There's been further inflation, or at least underlying concerns about inflation popping up, just like we had the Australian numbers come through. And then we've got the Iran situation bubbling up right now.
Which is scary.
There's been a lot of chatter from all bars, and it keeps going. So I think that's the main portion that has kept the fire going. Just when it was starting to cool down, it's lifted those aspects. Did you take advantage of it, Anastasiia?
The next question is, did you trade it, guys?
Technically, yes, I traded it. I'm actually going to show you a very depressing MT5 right now.
I was about to say, it's not whether or not Will traded it, it's how well Will traded it.
Literally that. In fact, let me just bring my...
I hope it's better than your Funded Freedom previous episode. You guys didn't do too well.
By the way, guys, Funded Freedom episode 2 has actually been released. So if you haven't already, go over and check it out over at Funded Freedom Trade Delicious. Episode 2 has been released. And
it's a good laugh.
It's a good
You,
laugh.
you
That's
guys
all
can
I'm gonna.
you guys can watch Will and Ewan suffer because he wasn't trading too well back then.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
you can watch the suffering. Yeah.
It's good fun. It's cracking to be fair.
And
But yeah,
you
anyway,
guys
so
can
I'm
see
gonna.
the recovery as well.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a bit of all sorts in it. Episode 3 is going to be a lot better, I feel. But anyway, I'm not going to go into that right now because I want to show you gold. I could have cried. Like seriously, I've not been violated this bad by gold in a long time.
Will,
Like,
before you jump into that, my friend, I'm going to have to love and leave y'all. I've got some stuff that I need to attend to. Rich, we spoke earlier. Good to see you again, my friend. Will, Anastasiia, and LJ, as well as Rich. Everybody, have a great day. I'll see you all on Monday.
no
Cheers.
problem. Awesome stuff. See you later, Rich. See you, man.
Thanks, Butler. Cheers, man.
So show us.
Busy
Right.
guy. Yeah. So show us.
I can feel
how
that
we
there's
went.
some suffering. So what is
Oh.
it?
Feel the pain.
Check
Come
this out. Let me know if you guys can see this. Okay. If can you guys see my trade history? You can see this blue arrow here where I was buying. We came up and hit TP1. TP2 was around this level here. So TP2 is around 53.12. And then we came all the way down into drawdown here. And this is what I mean by my trader brain isn't quite in Hong Kong time yet, like local time here. So this got to about, I think it was 10 or 11 p.m. at night. And I was just sitting watching some TV with my partner, scrolling through my phone, and she was like, how was work today? You know, we were just like that sort of chat. And I was like, yeah, it was really good. You know, I was in a trade. In fact, actually, I'm in a trade now still. Opened it, TP smashed, not. Literal wicked out on a stop loss. Check this out. I have not been wicked out or violated this bad in a long time. So we came down, consolidated, moved back up with real bullish and momentum. Now looking really nice. Again, broke structure even further. So continued that sort of bullish momentum. So even if I was watching price here, I still would have stayed in this trade and been like, yeah, I'm going to hold this. And then this happened, which I believe was fundamental news. And it was actually institutional trades playing out here. I believe there was some institutional plays going on. But this candle just absolutely smashed down, wicked under my stop loss, only by slightly as well. Only by about 22 pips. So only slightly wicked me. And then it continued into a massive bullish momentum across throughout Asia. So, yep, I lost yesterday about $700 on gold with that, and I TP about $2,500 or $2,000. So that was really nice. That would have taken me back above break even. So that would have been fantastic. Nope, ripped me apart for $700. And then GU again. GU stopped me out. GU I was happy with. It was a good stop. You know, it was a good trade. You know, it hit my confluences. I'm glad that I entered. Came down, wicked me out. Came back down again, and it would have just kept wicking me out my stop loss. So that's fine. Yeah, I was happy with that. I was like, so be it. You know, it was just a losing trade. Gold, however, the fact that it wicked me slightly and then continued in my direction, then to go further on and then hit my TP was just frustrating.
That's gold, though. Come on, Will. You know this by now. That is the hallmark of gold. Anywhere your trade is, it will wick you that much more and then keep going. Okay, so you always got to go.
I haven't been violated
plus more, and then
bad.
plus some more again, and then that's where you need your stop on gold. Right, that will keep you safe. You go plus and then plus again, right?
Yeah, so you got to like double your stop, then double it one more time, and then you're safe. Maybe. And even then, you're not guaranteed safety.
That or else, I want you to keep doing this so that we can get another Fund of Freedom episode sometime, and you guys get like landlocked and you can't go anywhere, you can't get a taxi, you can't get anything because you got wicked out on gold. And I will love to see it, right? So
Bro, I'll be honest.
We'll
My
see.
trading during Funded Freedom in that high stress was better than my trading last night.
Guys, before we continue, someone has big problems with microphone. Like, there is a sound coming.
Let me mute myself real quick. Let me know if it's me because I'm gonna have to.
I think it might be
It might be me. I might have to see if I can adjust it. We had this same problem last time, and then something was adjusted on the back end, and it fixed it.
Will, it's
Yeah,
not.
so I think it's fine now. I think you probably have
unmuted.
like another setting which like blanks out the
I've
background
unmuted
noise,
myself,
but
it's
when
not
you
me.
haven't talked for a while, it resets to thinking that's a normal noise and then it picks it up. That type of thing. So I think it's just that. I think you should be fine, Rich.
Yeah, it's good now. It's good now.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good now. Okay. Okay. Awesome. If you get any issues with it, please let me know and we can see about adjusting something. Will, you've been trading long enough, mate, to not have an expectation on gold not to do that. We're all wearing
No, I know.
for a reason, right? And it's for your trading
Yeah.
account's purpose. Haven't checked out the Funding Freedom episode, but by the sounds of it, well, you guys are giving me FOMO, so I need to go and check that out. Sounds like
Dude, you need to watch. I wonder if we can drop the link in chat. Let me see if we can drop the link to the Funded Freedom episode in chat. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, like you said, I've been trading gold long enough to not have an expectation. But man, like if I was a beginner trader, bro, I would have been tilted. Like it actually pissed me off last night. Like it wound me up. I woke up this morning to like the beginning of like some nice Asia movements, and like a lot of the guys that I know trading like late at night, so like 11, 12, like midnight UK time, they're like, oh,
you
bro,
and me.
EPs on gold. Gold is rocketing. Yes, I'm making money on gold. And like they were chatting and being like, well, this is awesome price on gold. Have you checked it out? And I looked at it and I was like, $700 loss. Could have been like 2.5K banked. Bro, if I was a beginner trader, man, I would have tilted. Like I felt myself being like, wow, I'm being wound up after 7 years in the market, knowing how gold can be. And I felt a bit of emotion kick in. I was like, whoa, I gotta just not trade for today and just walk away. So like me and my partner actually went on a ferry ride to another island in Hong Kong. I was just distracting myself from the markets.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do need a break, especially after such.
Yeah, I think that's what I needed. I think like my brain needed a break from trading today, just not looking at the markets at all. So I've come back now, bit of fresh mind. I've had some time away from the markets. You know, we've had our space after the argument with gold. So we're gonna see if we're gonna see if we're on better terms now.
Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm just sending a message.
Problem. What about
Anastasia,
you?
though? What have you taken? I'm curious because we're gonna
Give me some better news.
Side part
Tell me
our
that you TP.
Sorry,
we're gonna side part
couldn't
our
hear
forecast to
what
like next week, right?
Sorry?
We're gonna side part our forecast to
Yes,
next
for the
week
next
or later.
week. Yeah, I need to get ready.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. So, but I still want to know, given what we've had going on, where you've been
Yeah.
active.
Give us some good news. Give us some good news,
Yeah,
Anastasia. Tell me you've hit TP. You've got another funded account. Just give us something good.
With this gold run yesterday, I flipped 1K to 10K.
Way, there it is. That's
Nice.
what we like to hear.
Actually, I'm gonna share my screen. I barely missed this because I was waiting for actually missed the buy as well now earlier. But essentially, what I was waiting for, I'm looking at my MetaTrader now, is after this consolidation here, I had several attempts to take a buy, which finally did kick me. I took some buys. I took some buy here actually, which I closed with a small loss. Then another buy here, which I closed with a small win. Then I tried 2 times and closed down about on break even. And then after gold started moving and after this candle was closed, I took a buy from here and I've held it through the market closure. So this was after the Fed yesterday. So and it started running. So I was like, am I gonna actually hold this through the closure or not? Because I wasn't sure how we're gonna open up. So I did. It gapped up. It opened here, and with a gap, I closed it. And then once again, it went higher. I took another buy and I closed it here. So, and I took another sell afterwards and I closed it here. And then I was done because it was almost 2 a.m. here on my side. So
Fair.
it was lots of luck actually as well. Because especially considering the fact that after the Fed it didn't move. So I was lucky enough to have a look at it again a little later because I was not sure if we're gonna move again after Fed since it got stuck in the consolidation. So I was lucky enough to actually have a look at it once again and realize that it started moving and take this buy because it was moving really really fast. But I was hoping we're gonna get to kind of 6K approximately, or we're gonna be on the run there. And right now, what I'm looking for is some kind of clarity because we have very lots of buying in the market. Like it's extremely lot. Like this balance on the ask side is just massive. Like in all of this movement, we had more aggressive buying than selling coming in the market. However, the price has been stuck for a while, so I'm considering that it might continue moving higher because we also didn't go lower than the previous weeks yesterday. We had we kind of bounced from 5,500. So I'm seeing if we can go a little higher and then to eventually pick it up again. But I'm not sure if we're gonna see any kind of movement until the end of the week still, or we're gonna just get stuck in this consolidation, to be honest with you. So I was lucky yesterday. Lucky enough to jump back in and to hold it through the closure and to still the sell was pure luck, but the buying was right time, right place.
I was going to say, so do you have a preference to buy or to sell overall with gold in the current
I mean, in the current
overall
market, I
situation?
have a preference to buy, of course, because just statistically, you have more chances to win if you are buying gold than if you are selling gold.
But we had the same thing last year, right?
But yeah, of course. And then last year, I was also mostly buying from
You're
September.
also buying? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I was
good. I like this because I've been selling the whole time.
I
I'm
was
done great,
buying
right?
August, September, October. A
Yeah.
little less November and December weren't really good 2 months for me. And now January I was again buying it. So it's if it goes up, I'm buying it. I mean, if it would start dropping now, I would start selling it, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'm buying as well. I'm not just selling, right?
Yeah,
But I just I like having this like different dynamic, just like last year where we're having these big things around gold going up, and then I've been picking the tops and short selling it every time, and then the rest of you guys are going like, yeah, this is where we go long, blah blah blah. It's just cool having like the different dynamic. And then like last year we caught the double top with the big 8% drawdown. That was big. So I've made the majority of money from shorting gold
wow.
all the while. Obviously, gold's been running higher the whole time. I've cleaned up on shorts. So I think it's really cool having. It's actually good as well as far as chat and you guys listening, getting like both perspectives of gold running higher as well as potential shorts or pause points, that kind of thing. So I think it's actually really good. I like this. And the funny thing as well, because obviously our trading approaches are typically very similar, you and myself, Anastasiia. But then sometimes we differ on these like fractional things, and it's very interesting. Yeah,
You mean,
so I like it. I like it. It's good.
you mean on the fact that if the gold is gonna reverse already or not? Because we had the same discussion in August, I remember.
Yeah, and then so okay, I forget what date it was, but when did we get the 8-9% drop
In
with the
September.
double top? Was it? Yeah, September. Yeah, there you go. Bang.
But it was 1 month later almost.
Yeah, but that's what you're looking like. Okay, so you're gonna. Okay, come on, you're trying to grief me right here. You can see you're looking for the formation to actually enter the trade. The idea is that at certain points you come to key levels where there's a certain momentum topple over that are you going to go another 10%, 20% or something, or basis of probability are you going to draw down 5, 8, whatever percent, and especially when people are not expecting it, right? And then you have very clear defined levels on the tops, which gives you a good risk reward that you can actually lean on and then look for that drawdown like we had back then. And it was very fruitful, wasn't it? So
It was. But we had actually a very great question from Camille in the chat. So asking, how do you know if you're in the trend and not in the end of it? I would say I have like in the past couple of years, I've learned to repeat myself that I trade what I see and not what I think. I don't trade assumptions if the trend is already over. If I don't see it's reversing, until it's going up, I'm buying it. If it keeps going up, I keep buying it until it starts dropping, and then I see that we are in the end of the trend. So I don't trade assumptions anymore, if it makes sense. I just trade what I see is happening. And for the current moment, I see gold is going up,
yeah.
and I can tell myself as much as I want that it's too high, it's too expensive, it's a bubble, it's not gonna go to 6K, it's time to reverse, it's time for correction, it doesn't make sense. It's like all the story around it, but if it keeps going up, it keeps going up. So there is
Yeah.
no way of, why would I fight it? So that's what I was, I would say, Camille. I would say, okay, you know that you are in a trend as long as the trend continues. The trend is always a post factum thing. We know that the trend started when it already started. We know that the trend is reversing when it already started to reverse. But you essentially, we don't know, we cannot predict this kind of thing. If we predict it, and sometimes we get in the really good point on reversal, you need, like, there is a certain degree of analysis, of course, to it, but you also need to be in the right time in the right place, because catching the reversal is much more difficult, in my own opinion, than continuation of a trend, you know. So yes, we can predict the reversal to a certain degree, but also need to be in the right time in the right place to catch the full point of the reversal. Or on the flip side, for the trend continuation, as long as it keeps going up, I'm gonna keep buying it. The same as now with gold. Yes, technically I see that we have lots of buying, and normally this is a bearish signal for me, because we have lots of buying and the price isn't moving up. So we have lots of buying accumulation, which didn't really push the price any higher. Although this specific candle here had the majority of buys. Basically, we had more 3K more asks than bids in this one. So it formed some kind of support here, but I don't necessarily, I see that it might be bearish because the buying pressure doesn't really turn into results anymore at this current moment, but I don't see it yet dropping neither. So why would I start selling? You know what I mean? So I would rather than stay away completely.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. So the same way I was saying, like, I have a preference to short sell things like gold or silver overall, but at the same time, I'm agnostic to what's going on, right? So I will still take longs the whole way through, similar to how been talking about the dollar yen situation for the past, I don't know, since August, July, June, even back last year. Same with Dirk. And it's been very interesting to see how that has defied gravity for some time. And we did originally see dollar yen coming down. We were pushing that 140 to 139 level on the dollar yen. Since then, we've ran back up. We then started approaching that 160 level again, which, as we highlighted, was the line in the sand for both the government, the Bank of Japan, and massive corporations, whether it be Toyota or take your pick of whoever in Japan. And now we've seen that kind of intervention, that activity, which has not been direct intervention from them, but it's basically just been a rate check from the central banks, which has been enough to spook those plays with those carry trades to exit that. And we've seen dollar yen come down from 159 down to where are we now, like 153 at the moment. We hit 152 earlier today / last night, whatever. So the same way with that, where the thesis is still sat there, but all through the past number of months, even though that is the base thesis and will start to play through, I've gone long dollar yen many a time, as you guys have watched through the stream. But eventually you get those massive drops like with that. And obviously, if you've captured that, dollar yen, that's like 700 pips right there.
That was a huge
So that's kind of the way, personally, again, you guys don't have to do this. It comes down to like a personal preference or how you decide to trade. That's how I sort of do things. So no way is right or wrong. It's just different approaches, and you got to have the timeline set up, what your expectations are from trading, all that kind of thing. So that's why I find it very interesting with myself and Anastasiia, because we are very similar in like 90% of all how we trade, but then just this like slight differential time and time again with some things. It's cool. I like it.
I like it too. So, but I've learned, LJ, I'm going to be honest with you, last year you costed me a lot of money because
Wait, with what? Hang on.
This thing is going to continue going up, and he was always on streams like, no, I think it's the end. I'm like, he's a smart guy, you know, I'm going to close this and I'm going to reverse. And
Wait, what was this with?
Many of my gold and a couple of other things I don't remember, but mainly gold as well.
So, go get some compensation of LJ, Anastasiia.
I was about to say, what kind of invoice are you expecting from me? Otherwise,
I just wanted
maybe
to
next time
over, you know.
Yeah. Otherwise, maybe next time I can present you with an insight to my personal trading thing, and you just copy that, and you can see when I switch it up or change it or something, and then you'll be safe, right?
You know, because that's the difference. It's like, you know, you're saying, okay, I think it's the end, but you're not yet shooting it. But I already started a couple of times too early, and eventually in a couple of days you were right. You might have been right.
Yeah.
But up until that point, you know, there's like differences in timing sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I was about to say that's normally the main thing. It's like he could have said that about gold at 5,300, and now we're at 55, 50 or whatever. And on the base case that now we've got the Fed out of the way, we're at the end of the first month of Jan. We're about to get the new Fed chair announced.
Yeah.
We've got the Iran situation kind of bubbling up, but at the same time, everyone's now aware. We've had the Japan situation with the bonds and everything kind of calming down. You could arguably see that this is now probably the point that we relatively come off. But you could have said that yesterday. But 24 hours ago, gold was at 5,300. Right? So it's one of those like entry, you know, you're plus minus, you're correct, but you're plus minus like 24 or 48 hours for the actual trade entry point type thing. Yeah, which is, especially in this environment, we're moving very heavily within 24 hours versus what is, I guess, typical. So my apologies, but send me the invoice and I'll square you up.
No, we can square it this year, you know, with our forecast and.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'll
something out.
Yeah, lend and assist, and then we can make it back that way. There you go.
I like this comment here from Journey to Freedom saying, "Don't downplay it. Skill is skill." Do I like that?
I was going to say, so we got a bunch of questions and stuff, but first of all, I want to hear from Rich. What do you have for us today, Rich?
Super easy. Don't touch gold. No, I'm only joking. I'm actually building out an edge on gold at the moment. So to hear you to hear you guys talking about these massive movements and participating in the market. A lot of FOMO, but I promised myself I don't execute in the market outside of Edge, and I definitely don't execute outside of my own analysis. Been there, I got the shirt for it, and it ends terribly. That was a huge part of actually how I started trading, was this massive signal group. And I'm going to just put this out there if you're a part of something like this, or if you're curious about it. My personal experience and most other people's personal experience that I spoke to, typically it looks like it's going to be a first place thing, and then it doesn't quite finish the race the way you anticipate. So, yeah, I would say that anything like that is just look at, is it going to help you build your trading skills? Like, because as traders, we want to try and develop our skills so that we go, you know what, I got a little sustainable skill set. So a bit of a hard pivot, but actually two things I've been touching on this week, and I think it would be good to just kind of glide over them. Number one is the idea that, do you make money every single month? I remember we were talking about this a little bit earlier. So some people think a profitable trader is going to make money every day, every week, every month, or every year. So maybe we can just expand on that in our from our kind of own personal experience. 2 to 3 years ago, quickly, I joined a trading event live, and I spoke to a wonderful, wonderful speaker, and he shared with me that a lot of profitable traders will make profit in 3 to 4 months of the year. The rest of the months, it's a fight for break even. Now, I was making money about 8 to 9 months of the year, and I thought there was something wrong with me. I was like, why am I losing money in 2 to 3 months of the year? There's something I'm doing wrong, something I don't quite technically know. So to hear a very, very seasoned trader that I respect talking about profitable traders, they're not smashing it month on month on month. That was really, really handy because it allowed me to look at what normal might look like and realize I was literally floating. Well, normal. It's not normal to be a profitable trader, right? But at least my behavior was in line with those that were profitable. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Please don't say you're smashing it every single day. 250, 300 trading days a year making money. Then I'm going to go, well, there is something wrong with me. But what's your own experiences when it comes to kind of weekly, monthly expectations?
Go on,
Well,
Anastasiia. I'll let you take the stage, top to bottom.
to be honest with you, I had this in the beginning, of course, and I wanted, as much as I understood that profitable traders are not going to make profits every single day, but you get into this kind of desire to obviously like take a trade, and of course when you smash the buy or sell button, you want it to be profitable, so you automatically get into this daily trading, even if you know that it's not the best approach to take. So over the years, of course, I figured out that the less I trade, the more money I make. And we had this conversation before that it doesn't necessarily apply to the trading style. It doesn't depend on the duration of the trade. It's the amount of trades, because the least trades we take, the more likely we make profitable, a good decision, high quality decision. So I'm definitely not profitable every month. Last, as I said before, November and December were a disaster for me. Like November and December were the most difficult months of the past year, and I've had a negative August also. So I've had several months last year when I wasn't profitable. And depending on the months, sometimes it's going to be better, sometimes it's going to be worse, and there are many factors in it. And beginners traders, we think as that, we have this perception, I think, and perhaps I had it for sure, that it depends on me and my level of skill. And if I'm not profitable every single month, then something is wrong with me. But over the time, I understood that it doesn't depend on me. It depends on things that I cannot control. And there is a tight line between taking responsibility for what I can control and acknowledging that some things are not within my control, no matter how hard I try. And I think it's a beautiful, like applies beautifully also to life and to trading, because some of the things we're not going to be able to control. We might be right about direction, but the ability to take this trade might be not there. Like the opportunities might not be there. The liquidity or volatility of the market might change, especially now with Trump changing lots of things in the past year, almost a year already. it's not within our control what is going to happen next week. And our trading system, no matter how much we backtest it, yes, backtesting approximately shows us the result that we should be expecting, but it doesn't mean the results are going to be exactly the same, because it's still going to be changing, and it's still sometimes we're gonna wake up sleeping bad, we're gonna wake up tired, some things are gonna happen in life, it's gonna affect our state of mind, macroeconomical things are gonna shift, liquidity in the market is gonna shift, situations that we cannot predict are gonna happen, Iran is like gonna happen, worse, and so on in the world. So things can like this are outside of our backtested trading system. And I finally understood and found my peace with the fact that I'm not going to be profitable every single month. As long as I'm getting paid in the end of the year what I want to be getting paid, as much as I could at least, I'm okay. I'm going to be fine. Of course, I'm going to try my best, but some things are going to be outside of my control. And for me, honestly, Rich, I think it's a great question, because as much as I'm I'm by my life, I'm like anxious control freak. I need everything to be like, I need to understand everything and control things in my life and have a plan in my head and so on. I've struggled with this so much, like so much. And I finally, only the last year and a half, I'm finding my peace with this. Yeah,
That's fair. I like that because that with trading is very they're very in conflict, obviously, right? So
Yeah,
I think, dude, I will go last as far as responding to this. So I think Will, you
awesome stuff. I think the ability to actually make peace with it, Anastasiia, is a massive skill to have. I think I used to be the same, where I'd want to control absolutely everything. Like I'd want to be able to control everything that happens in my life. And truth be told, like even up until I moved to Hong Kong, I was still like that. I wanted to control everything that happened to me and around me. And then obviously moved to Hong Kong. The building had no Wi-Fi, and that was out of my control. And then other things were happening which out of my control. So like even as you like venture further into your career as a trader, we're still learning and finding different ways to test ourselves and show our way that we are not in control. We've just got to deal with any situation. So I think it's quite obvious I don't win every single trade. I'm very open about my trading on the live streams. And I show each and every single one of you guys out there, whilst I'm trading a live 100K account, that not every day, not every month is a profitable month. I've got evidence showing that I've earned 3K one month, 2K another month, break even for 2 months, and then lost $1,000 or I don't know how much I've lost this month, probably about 1.2, 1.3. I'll go check in a second. So I think it's the ability to make peace with the idea that you're going to make money, but you're also going to lose money, and you're going to make money for a couple of days or even a couple of months. And then the rest of the time, it's just going to be either break even or even potentially losing money. Now, trying to make peace with that is a very, very difficult thing, because again, we're all control freaks within reason. We're all pack animals. We're all social animals. Us human beings want to be able to control our little pack, our little herd, our family, and what happens to us. We all want to have that control. However, when it comes to the trading, I think a lot of us really struggle to be so out of control that we want to almost force things to happen. We want to force trades, because that's why our way of saying, I demand this to happen now. When instead you should be like, look, there's so much global turmoil potentially, or there's so much external factors affecting the market that our strategy doesn't have control over, that we just got to make peace with it. We got to make peace with it. And just, I think the more you develop as a profitable trader, or just as a trader, you can realize this without being profitable, just going with the flow. I don't know if any of you guys like surfing, but you can't force a wave to come. You can't just stand up on your board and go, I'm now surfing. You got to wait for a wave to come. It's got to be the appropriate wave. It's got to break at the right time. LJ, you're muted, but I feel like you're Go on, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, you got to be ready for it when it does
come.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, when it does come, you got to be ready for it. It's got to be the right way, the right conditions. You got to be ready. You got to be facing the right direction, because if you turn too late, you're going to get crashed over. You know, if you turn too early, then you're just going to be sitting there bobbing around for no reason. You're not going to have that momentum. So, you know, it's very much like surfing. You just got to go with the flow, literally go along with the wave. And trying to do that was really hard for me at the very beginning. But I think I started to make peace with it, and it started to make me a better person in my everyday life. And that started affecting my trading in a positive way. But again, it took me way too long to realize. It probably took me about 3 or 4 years to realize that.
Yeah.
For sure. I think, Rich, you asked the question, but I would like to get a proper answer from you, and then potentially I'll wrap up the final, because obviously we all know I'm a bit weird. So
You are a bit weird.
This is another way of saying LJ makes money every day, but we're going to get into that in a second. We're talking of proper answers. We've already had a proper answer from Anastasiia. We've already had a proper answer from Will. All I can do is really build on that. As much like Will, it took me 3 to 4 years to even ground the idea that I can do everything right and still lose money in a month. There's a lot of peace to be had in that. So when we think back to going to school, for some of us, it might be more recent. For me, it was quite a while ago. But at school, if you're naughty, you get a detention. If you misbehave, you get a detention, okay? When you get a job, you do a good job, you get paid. And we have these constant feedback loops that normal is typically perform at X, Y, Z, get paid A, B, C. It's the basic framework of a job. Most of us are well adversed with that in just terms of conditioning through life. Now, when we come into the markets, we bring that as a bias. Well, if I do a good job, I'm going to get X, Y, Z. And it doesn't happen, and the frustration then piles up. And I was like, well, how can I offset this frustration? Because I traded brilliantly this month and I lost 3R. And I love the surfing analogy that, you know, can you imagine a professional surfer goes out to sea, sits on his board, no waves come, and then paddles back at the end of the day and goes, I'm such a terrible surfer. No. The surfer knows when to apply their skill set. And it took me 3 years, 4 years even, to really make peace with trading is not like a lot of the other things that we do in life. Trading is, and you know, if you like to control things, I would say absolutely I have an element of that myself. Hard work should produce a certain result. But in trading, it didn't directly correlate. And it used to wind me up, where I would be up at 3 o'clock in the morning studying these ICT concepts going, there must be something that works all the time. And I couldn't find it. And I was like, look, to have a healthy career in trading, I need to accept that trading is a probabilities game and a probabilities-based. I can perform at the level and do everything I should, but it doesn't guarantee result. How do you make peace with that? It's like saying, you know what, I'm going to be the most faithful, the most talented guy, the most hardest working guy, but it's not going to yield anything. Nobody would choose to perform in an environment of that, right? Like, who wants to waste their life and go, I applied myself and I got nothing for it? So trading, by its very nature, it is exactly that. You have to make peace that you can apply yourself and you may not get paid directly for it. Now, how did I find peace in that? So I come up with this little metaphor that every time I place a trade that I know is a high probability trade, it may not win on a trade by trade basis, but what I'm doing is I'm writing a check to the market. I'm writing an invoice to the market, and I stack all them invoices up and I keep sending them off, and it might be at the end of the week, end of the month, end of the quarter. If I know I have an edge and I'm writing the invoices correctly, I'm going to get paid. But I don't get paid on an invoice by invoice basis. That's the same as saying I don't get paid on a trade by trade basis. So it's super important to understand, if you do everything correct, you know you're writing the correct invoice to the market. And if you have an edge and the edge aligns with the market over time, you get paid. And if you don't get paid, you can go, well, I did my part. I'm writing the invoices and sending them off to the wrong place. What I need to do is redefine, realign my edge with what's actually happening in the local price action or the fundamentals and stuff like that. But I couldn't have peace of mind until I knew that I was putting my best foot forward. And everything from that was going, well, I'm doing my part, and now it's up to the market to do it. And I didn't realize it was a two-way relationship. I thought, I'll just do good and I'll get good for it. Yeah. And the market's like, no, I'm going to treat you like I treated Will the other day. I'm going to come and wick you out of this trade. And I'm like, you know what? I did everything fine. I still feel the emotion. That's fine. We're allowed to feel the emotion, but I'm going to choose not to react on it, because if I react on it, I'm now going to try and insert my will on the market, and the market doesn't respond to that, and it doesn't respect that. But I'd love to hear what LJ's got to share on this.
Pretty sure my invoices are getting lost in the mail at the moment.
Yeah, fair. Look, okay. So as far as my input, obviously I'm a weird individual, abnormal as far as getting into trading and having good success kind of off the bat. Now, I don't like to attribute that to randomness per se, because I test that a million times per when that happened, going, okay, is this random or otherwise? My best recommendation to you guys is when you guys are learning about trading. So obviously I had the background of kind of a science background. So as you guys know, I was at uni studying physics, math, physics, that kind of stuff has been my heavy background in the past. So I took that kind of fundamental basis approach of trying to figure out the like first principles, second, third, fourth order consequences of things, and then extrapolated that to developing how I would approach the market or just investing in general. Now, at the time, I was just trying to put my money away whilst I might go and get a job at, I don't know, like a retail store or something, and put some money to the side and invest it. That would make more than the S&P or something. That's all I was looking for. And then once I started learning about stuff, I figured out, hang on, I think that doesn't quite make sense to me. I think I can do better. And then I tried doing that, and it kicked on. So I would say that's the thing. As far as that goes, I think I would always try to get into the core understanding of why the markets exist, why they work. That's why I've gone about fundamentals, macro, whatever, even though majority of how I actually trade is very technical. But it's got that backing of those elements the whole time. Now, obviously, when you guys start trading, obviously, a lot of that seems like a very large hill or mountain to climb to really understand it properly. But if you guys can, over time, develop that knowledge, it will benefit you massively. And it comes then just not just markets and trading, that kind of stuff, but you get other random tangential aspects that are beneficial of understanding how a society, how a country, how the tax system works, going into like property and all these other weird abstract things that kind of end up, branching off from all of that. So I would definitely recommend that. What you were saying originally, Rich, as far as your how many months or your time profitable, that kind of thing. Obviously, I started doing this and dropped everything else. So I was very much put under the fire and flames. I had to make sure it worked. So I couldn't have a month or a week or whatever that was not paying me. So now I don't recommend that to everyone, obviously. Some people that might be a bit too much, but sometimes the whole burning the boats aspect is very good. Because you will immediately learn how to make it work. Keyword, make it work, right? And I've done that for the past 10 years, so I can't afford to have it not work every month. But that's abnormal, which I keep trying to say, because I hate talking about this, because I feel like sometimes my input is kind of rubbish because it's not always relatable to other people.
Okay, hang on.
At the same time,
It's
I
a very
can't.
unorthodox way of looking at things.
Wait, I've got to add a small note to this. So, not, as LJ says, and this is full disclaimer, not everyone burns the boat and walks on water. I burnt the boat and I sunk. And I wouldn't recommend to many people. Well, I burnt the boat and I got up to my neck in immediately slop, thinking, how on earth do I make this work? That pressure, that stress, it didn't produce the diamond that I thought it would. it needed time to refine. And I do think there's an averagely a nicer and a kinder way to go about it. But sorry, I wanted to add that because I was one of the people that burnt the boat for the same reason, and I got very wet from it.
No, I 100% agree. That's kind of exactly what I was trying to say with the end point. That like, yes, that aggressiveness with that kind of ideal can work for a lot of people, but sometimes it just doesn't. And that's why I hate trying to recommend it, because sometimes they will do that and just won't, and they do kind of sink. And then now you're in deep water, and you're kind of going like, what's going on? What do I do? So this is why I know what I have to offer and can express to people, and it's valid, but sometimes it doesn't fully play out, and I don't want other people to somehow hurt themselves because perhaps they're not exactly the same type of person that someone else is that it would actually work for. Other people need to be more incremental, and you take more of a Warren Buffett approach where it's compounding growth. Yeah. Other people are very aggressive hedge fund, and they go like this for their capital increase. Warren Buffett's like that, right? As like a compounding exponent curve. Other people go very aggressive up and then level off. Right? So there's different things, and I always feel bad because even with friends and stuff, I've had many of these questions, and the same thing sometimes as well. Sometimes you tell people like, I know you're not the type to do X, which technically would be the fastest way, but you're just not going to do it. And it's really hard talking to some of those people because you're trying to give them the best personal information, but at the same time, depending on the person, sometimes they see that as offensive, seeing as though like you can't handle it or something. It's not. I just know it won't work well. Like you're just taking a bad probabilistic outcome. It's not about you. It's about evaluating where you are. And if you just did this different one, you get the same outcome, but just go a different route. And sometimes people don't get that. So that's where it makes me weird, because obviously I want everyone to do well and I don't want to hurt people, and my situation is kind of weird. Put it that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle with the idea of accepting it's different for them compared to yourself. So, like when you said about burning the boats, I'm a massive believer in burning the boats. But I'm a bit weird as well. I'm a bit like you. I'm a bit weird as in the fact that I'm very extreme in some of the things that I may do, some of the things I may say, and I will burn the boats the minute I get enough confluences to say I'm in. Like I'll dip my toe in the water the minute I think, it's warm enough. It's not warm, but it's not freezing cold. I'm not going to get hypothermia, but it's going to be a bit of a shock to the system. I'm going to have to learn to sink or swim, and I'll burn the boats. And I'll be like, you know what? I'm all in here. There's no going back, because I don't believe in doing things with one foot at the door. I don't believe in doing something unless I'm going to do it right to the best possible of my capabilities. Same goes with trading. I was the exact same with my trading. I looked at it, I thought, wow, there's so much money to be made here. I could dabble, do it, a little bit here or there, chuck a bit of money into a personal account, try and get a funded account, see how far it can go. Or I can think, you know what, screw it, I'm going to really concentrate on this, learn absolutely everything I can, and be the best possible trader I can. And that's what I did. Now, same goes with my sports. When it came to my boxing, I would train like a professional athlete. My brother is probably even more extreme when it comes to burning the boats terminology, where he will actually fully train like a professional athlete and do a 9-to-5 job. So when it comes to the idea, like you said, about burning the boats, I wanted to get chat's opinion on whether they believe in that ideology. So let me know.
Anastasiia has something to say as well.
I've got to just say, Anastasia's sitting there smiling. She's either burnt all the boats or she's burnt none of the boats, and I can't quite figure out which one it is.
I think she's burnt all the boats to get to wherever. Yeah, I think she's very well informed in that.
Well,
and many houses.
We are very similar with LJ actually in this. I would say the closest is to your approach, but it's interesting how a lot of traders actually who eventually made it, but went through chose a very difficult path to get there. You know, they have the
Yeah.
same kind of mindset of all or nothing. And this kind of all or nothing mindset got me in different places in life, good ones, but also can't say that it was a smooth ride, unfortunately, you know, because you try to find the shortest path, and you say, okay, no way back. This is what I do, however long it takes until I make it. But it's not easy, you know. It's actually really sorry guys. It's really tough. So, like Will, you said, you know, you at least try. I don't know how you do it in life, but at least in your analogy, you said, you know, you try the water. And you're like, okay, it's not freezing cold, so I'm gonna jump in. I've needed to work a lot on myself to at least let myself to try water. Because I would see it and I would be like, looks good enough. Or like even if it's storming, it's like someone did it, so I can do it too, not knowing the backstory. So like whatever,
Yeah.
let's get
Yeah.
it done. I have a belief in it, which it's not gonna work for some people. There is a certain, you know, certain way of the mind that needs, like, it needs to be established in a certain way to be able to live like this and to make certain decisions. But I believe there is no way out, only from one place, and that's a grave. So in my
Yeah.
life, it's like I'm gonna try it out, and even if it fails hard, I know I got out of many situations like this in my life already, so I can do this again. So I
Hmm.
would say moving to the new city, completely leaving everything behind, you know, starting from zero, losing everything is like it's fine, because the worst thing that can happen is like, okay, you're gonna start again. But when I was starting trading, I realized there is not much that I could have lost. That, you know, there was almost nothing to lose realistically, because money can
Mm.
be back, you know, money can be earned. In the worst case scenario, I'm going to go to the job, and it's going to take some time to rebound back, but it's going to happen eventually. But if I didn't like my life, and I completely didn't like my life in the moment when I was starting trading, I needed some things to change, then what is there to lose exactly? You know, the life
Yeah.
that I don't really
Mm.
enjoy in any way, the work that I'm going to do, absolutely hating it every single day, you know, people
Hmm.
around me that I cannot connect with, you know, the communities that doesn't understand me and doesn't support my dreams and goals, living the life that I'm going to wake up in 20, 30, 50 years from now and going to regret that I didn't do what I knew I could at least try, you know, then I would rather try and lose everything. And then if I lost everything, I at least I knew I tried. You
I
know, I
love
feel
that.
like I feel like
Yeah.
the worst for me personally is to live with regret. It's not to live with failure, it's to live with regrets.
Yeah,
Because
100%.
yeah, then I wake up every single day and the feeling of regretting something and procrastination of not doing what I want to do and what I feel like I should have tried is worse than a feeling
Mm.
of failure. Because if I fail, okay, I'm gonna feel bad about myself, and there are many things that go into this, you know, but at least I'm gonna feel some kind of, I had a conversation about this before, you know, yeah, just yesterday. There is a difference in energy. Bad energy from failure, feeling negative, angry, frustrated is better than feeling sad and procrastinated, because anger and this rage of emotions when you lose something can be transformed into the action, into doing something, you know, rebounding back from whatever situation happened. But if I don't do anything, if I sit on my ass and I'm sad about, or feel scared, or feel sad, or feel I don't know, whatever, you know, there is this energy goes into procrastination, and I don't have it at all almost. So it cannot
Mm.
be transferred to actions and cannot be transferred to anything good, because I just sit and I am afraid of doing the things that I wanna do. So I'm like using this energy that I have to think about the things instead of doing them. You know, if it makes sense. So for me,
Love
Yeah.
it's
this
better to
conversation.
try and fail and then be angry and then try again, and like until, you know, it hurts sometimes, but at least I'm doing something. Then
Yeah,
sitting,
you can
Yeah.
yeah.
you can cricket
I
a
did.
door. it may hurt your foot, but eventually a door will open. You know, at one point there's going to be a door that unlocks for you, and it is 100% understand how you feel. You know, I'm the exact same. I'd rather I've been laughed at. You know, I started young, man. Like I was 14 when I opened up my first ever business, and I thought I was a multimillionaire. I hadn't earned anything, but I thought I was a multimillionaire because I manifested that, and I was like, I'm a millionaire now because I've got my own clothing company at 14 years old with my best friend. It failed. Long story short, it failed. Then I opened up a second business and actually registered this business. It started doing well. And people are like, wow, you know, you're doing super good. That's super cool. But like, be realistic. You know, you're only young. And I think I was like 16, 17 at the time. It failed. I got laughed at for failing. And this is going to sound super corny and super sort of textbook and like sort of rom-commy. But I failed. People laughed. People judged. People were like, oh, yeah, you're not, you know, okay, give up now. And I was like, yeah, it feels crap because, like you said, it's about having that energy around you. And I had bad energy around me. I thought, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to fail. Like, okay, a failure is a lesson. I'm going to keep on kicking down at doors until one opens. And in the end, I'm now in Hong Kong. I'm trying, like, under my name, you can see Will Davis, the traveling trader. Guys, I've been to 5 different countries in the past 12 months, all with trading, all because I kept going. I kept kicking at a door. And like I got people messaging me now who I haven't been not necessarily not friends with anymore, but I've got people I'm not as close with anymore being like, Will, I'm seeing you. Yeah, like I'm seeing your Instagram. That's super cool, man. So proud of you. You didn't give up. And so many people like along your journey, like chat, especially if any of you are in that beginning stage, so many people will laugh at you for failing, but you can flip that on them and laugh at them, and they feel like, why are you laughing at me? Oh, you're the one that failed. It'd be like, yeah, you're laughing at me, but I tried. You know, and I'm going to keep trying.
Sure.
And providing you keep trying and you surround yourself with, like Anastasiia said, good energy. I cannot stress enough how much energy it takes out of a person when you have the wrong sort of people around you. And I didn't realize this probably until about 12 to 24 months ago, maybe. Only very recently, even as a profitable trader, I still had bad energy around me. So now I'm starting to surround myself with people who I know are going to be either happy for me, push me, encourage me, or just be super neutral. You know, there's no bad energy. If you're bad energy around me, go away. I'm not interested. And that is like these guys in chat, these guys above me now, Rich below me. I've known you guys probably now 6-ish months with the Fivers. Rich, I've known you probably close to 2 years now.
Yes,
Chat as well. You know, there's so many of you in chat that are super positive. This is good energy because it's a good community. And these are really, really difficult to find. So that being said, make sure you smash out the like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Now that's
Definitely. So
yeah, go.
I was just going to say, I very much agree with you, what you said, Will, 100%. Same with you, Anastasiia. I think we have very similar mindsets in general, which I think is not random that we also sort of trade or approach the markets in the same sense as a derivative of that. So yeah, and like we were saying, for that kind of approach is not going to be the way for everyone. It's going to depend, I guess, what you have going on in your life, the other aspects, the tangential aspects that kind of bleed into things, that kind of stuff. But either way, I think you guys can take a page out of that and try and implement it into your own infrastructure. Now, beyond that, I know we've got a couple of questions here as well, but before that, I wanted to hear Rich, our good old performance coach, after hearing all of this, what is your summation on what we've been talking about?
After hearing this 3 crazy people.
Yeah, three psychotic people, and you're gonna
psychopaths.
You know what? As I was listening to this, I thought how perfectly what Anastasiia shared ties into this. So chat saying, I'm at a point where I want to burn boats, move to another city, but I am so scared. It is petrifying to hit a chapter in your life where you're at a crossroads and you say, I've done this my whole working life, and all of a sudden I'm going to hard pivot into something that has no similarity to it whatsoever. And then to follow that question, a comment is this one. If I can pull it up, it is this. And I think this is a beautiful comment. It says, risk should be managed. Burning the boats, going into something with a 95% plus failure rate is mental illness like. To be totally honest with you, the statistics are out there. We understand what
Yeah.
percentage of people make it in trading. We understand what percentage of people fail in trading. And I think to come into something that we can agree the failure rate is high, but to do that and burn the bridge behind you, it it just takes a certain mindset, and it's not going to be for everyone. And we had two subjects to cover, and we're only going to cover one, but the other one was the amount of connection we've made this week around traders pivoting into trading full time. Now, the reason we don't have to cover this is because effectively, by talking about monthly gains, having maybe 3, 4, 5 unprofitable months a year, we're building a picture of what it's like to actually trade full time. And many, many, many traders that I connect with, this is their goal. They want to trade full time. But if you understand the reality of what full time trading and full time dependency on an income from trading really looks like, I can promise you over 50% of them people who wanted to be full time traders would have a moment's pause and say, actually, maybe this thing isn't worth burning the entire bridge to pursue 100%. I did it because I didn't know any better. But now I do 8 years later. And if I could do it again, it would be radically different. I would have done it a lot kinder. I would have built a part-time income that took no mental bandwidth. I would have worked 10, 15, 20 hours a week, and I would have thrown myself into trading while at least treading water. I didn't do that. I set fire to the boat. I jumped off. And I basically drowned for about 2 to 3 years. And it was an incredibly difficult time to learn to surf when you can't even breathe, when you are financially going into a deeper hole again and again and again. For me, that didn't produce better results. So I would encourage anyone who's really, really considering, what does trading play in your life? What kind of role does trading play a part of? If you want it to be a bigger role, just be conscious that as it becomes bigger, it starts to push other things out. And when it pushes other things out, we become tunnel focused on making trading work. When we need it to work, the outliers are going to be LJ, they're going to be Anastasiia, they're going to be Will, and to be honest, in some aspects, it's going to be me. But what we do not see is the thousands and thousands of stories that just didn't quite come out the other side, where they make a little bit more than they lose. So I just want to bring a little bit of awareness to that because, trading is a risky business. It carries a lot of risk, and I would say that we need to approach it sensibly. There is a reason and a certain type of mindset, as Anastasiia says, there's a certain type of mental attitude that just eventually makes trading click. But it's a very learned attitude. And I would just encourage all of us, if we're pursuing this, be smart about it. Give yourself time to learn, to grow, to adjust, because it doesn't happen in one day. Full disclaimer, unless you're LJ. Outside of that, it doesn't happen in just one day. And we need time for that to grow. That's all I wanted to share on it. It's just my thoughts.
No, for sure. I think that's great. Like, obviously, yes, I did have certain things very quickly. That doesn't mean over the next 3, 4, 5 years, as I had that progression, had some kind of capital under my belt, engaged in other business opportunities with other people, which gets more complex, that kind of thing, that you have difficulties, that kind of thing. So it's not like I haven't gone through all the same stuff as you guys. So it's just
I heard someone place a trade. You just place the trade.
It's just a differing thing, depending how things line together or whatever. And then, obviously running on the back of trading, that kind of stuff. So everything is very different depending on where you are when you start, all of that kind of stuff. I'm just catching up on some of this chat stuff. just here to see if we got some good
I'm just
cues.
gonna finish like my thoughts about this in a way that yes, not jumping into something with a 95% fail ratio and burning the bridges behind is crazy. But if we take all the successful people around the world, even Elon Musk, who absolutely can't, I think he lost his mind, but considering everything that the guy built,
Yeah.
he knew that he's going to fail. If you listen interviews with him, every single successful person achieving outstanding results, creating something outstanding in this world for other people, they knew the likelihood of them failing is just massive. They knew they're going to fail and they did this anyway. I would prefer to try and to fail and to be considered absolutely crazy, to burn the bridges and because the worst that can happen is, again, I'm gonna be broke. I'm gonna like what I'm gonna be broke and I'm gonna lose people around me. But if the people around me didn't support me going after my dreams, then why would I need this kind of people around me? I would lose them anyway. I would prefer losing them immediately. You know what I mean? And money can be made back, but I always will choose this rather than sitting and being scared because 95% of people fail. Okay, 95% of people or 99% of people around the world go and do the job that they absolutely hate. And the problem is not in doing the job and going to work 9 to 5, but the problem is hating every single day of your life, I think. If you go and do the work that you absolutely love and you're passionate about, 9 to 5 or 24/7, it doesn't matter. But 99% of people around the world absolutely hate what they are doing. And I would rather be on the side that tries and fails than never tries and, just live in this. So I'd rather be
Fair.
crazy.
That's
But
fair. Thank you. Thank you.
hang on, but it's very subtle, right? Because I think you did manage risk very subtly. That's less obvious. Mentally, you could afford to fail. You knew I'm going to fail at this 100 times, and mentally, you
Oh, no,
knew.
no, I didn't.
What, you didn't know that you'd fail
I
100
thought
times?
I'm gonna make it in 6 months.
Sorry, say
I thought I'm gonna make it in 6 months. I was absolutely delusional. I was reaching.
Yeah, she decided to.
Yeah,
There was no base reasoning.
no, no.
Completely could have not happened, but
Yeah,
she's like, I'm doing it, and that's it. I've decided, and I'm doing it, and there's no question that I'm not doing it. This
yeah.
is what is happening.
wait. So without the benefit of hindsight, with your experience now and your understanding of the probabilistic nature of trading, is there anything you would have adjusted in that moment where you said, torch the thing, I'm going this way? Or would you do it exactly the same way?
I would do it differently learning trading, not going backwards, because then I could shorten my path. Of course, with the experience that I have, because I know exactly what I shouldn't have been doing that I was doing. But a sole fact of going to this, burning everything behind, not telling my parents I left university after the first year. My dad still doesn't know. I don't know if he's listening to this live, but probably not. But he still doesn't know I left. They
Wouldn't this be a way for him to find out, though?
they finished.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Fuck.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't do anything different. I wouldn't, because it's why I am where I am. So if I would do anything differently, I would buffer my risks and so on. It means like, okay, I didn't like the life I'm living, so I'm choosing to try and like build the one that I'm gonna love. If I'm buffering the risk, it means that I'm assuming that there is any chance that I'm gonna go back to this, and I absolutely don't want to. So I would rather throw this away, and whatever is new, even if it's bad, it's gonna be the new bad, maybe a little bit better than it was at least. There is at least a chance. And I know, based on the psychology, of course, it's easier from our mind to choose the known bad. So even if the situation, the life we live, the people around us, the work we do is absolutely disaster and we don't like it with every single piece of our soul, it's at least known. So for people it feels safe. So it's like, this is how our mind works. It's like a trap of a brain. At least it's known. This is how people stay in the situations they don't like, in relationship they treated bad, and so on. But if you start, I believe that it's all can be trained. if you start making a little different decisions in your life, even like about not meaningful things, that the neural path can be created that sounds new, is always better than the old bad that is known, because at least you have a chance, you know. So that's I wouldn't, long story short, I wouldn't do anything differently besides maybe learning, not hitting my head against the wall doing the same mistakes hoping it's going to work, but that's already when I was trading. You know?
Yeah, that's past. Yeah, I get that. I respect that massively. Yeah, 100%.
Sometimes they say it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And I grew up on that saying, you know. I grew up having it said to me, look, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And that's just a basic fundamental of sometimes it's safer to take the safe route apart other than the risky route. And this came from this came from my dad, my father, who is a very good businessman who takes some risks that even scare me. And I'm a trader who trades gold, so you know, says something. And like he'll do stuff, and it's almost like his version of burn the boats. Like he said to me about, God, it must have been about a month before I moved out here. I said, so why have you done that? And he looks at me and he goes, well, there's no going back now. And I remember that. And I was like, fuck. I was like, oh my God, wow. I was like, this is an aged guy. Like, this is a very mature guy, very, very sort of colorful life experience. He's gone through all sorts, you know, and a very successful businessman as well. And he's probably not watching this right now because I know that he is busy, although he's coming up to lunchtime. So if you are, good morning or good afternoon to you. And however, but yeah, when he said that, it sort of inspired me to think, but what if it's better to know a different devil? What if it's not better the devil you know than the devil you don't? What if maybe you did take that chance? And it's not so much you know, better the devil you know, play it safe, go to uni, keep your parents happy, get a good job, get a picket fence and a wife and a dog, and have 2.5 children. You know, it's what if you took that risk? You know, what if you thought to yourself, no, I'm not accepting mediocrity. You know, I'm not accepting an average life. I've got dreams, I've got aspirations, I'm better than this. What if you just took that chance and took that gamble, and then you knew it didn't pay? You knew that, screw it, I failed at this. It's back to what? Back to what you were going to do anyway. So you may as well take that risk. What are you going to do? You're going to lose 5-10 years of potentially average mediocrity. Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm so okay. Like, let's say for now, my trading journey fails in 5 years from now. Yeah, so 5 years from now, let's say that's close to 12 years experience in the market, maybe. I don't know, quick maths, I'm not good at that. So let's say I've got about 12 years experience in the markets, and it just goes peak tong. It goes bad. I ended up failing everything. The experience that I've got, the friends that I've met, the risk management that I've learned along the way, the fundamental understanding of geopolitics that I've learned along the way is so much better. And I'm going to be so much better off and happier that the day that I'm grey and old and knocking on the door to the afterlife, and I'm going to say to myself, you know what? I'm glad that I took that risk. It may not have worked, but I'd rather sit here, like Anastasiia said, I'd rather sit here and say, I'm glad I took the risk and failed, than never to have taken the risk and never to have known.
Yeah, we always laugh with it with my best friends. You know, I have 2 girlfriends that are always like up to date with all my life. They're like, your life is like never. It's like it's serious. It's just a crazy roller coaster serious. But we all agree that it's never boring. You know, it's one thing.
Yeah,
If it's not, it's never boring. So what is exactly there to lose? I mean, yes, probably if you already established your whole life and you are happy with it, you gotta be more taken, you know, more considerate decisions about what you do and the risks you take, because you don't want to lose what you've already established. But if there is nothing much to lose, then, you know, I'm reading a book now. I started reading a book which is called 10x and it's easier than 2x. And there is a statement that goes approximately, not exact quote, but approximately, that if you decide to go 10x, it means you need to accept that all the choices that you're going to make from now on are going to be passing the filter 10x filter. So is it going to help you to get where you want, or is it not going to help you, to get where you desire in your life? So chances are everything or majority of the things that you have in your life and people that you have in your life are not going to pass 10x filter, because they got you where you are, but they're not going to get you where you want to be. But the question is, are you are you going to there, or do you want to go there or not? Because at this current moment, there are only a few people in my life that I'm like, okay, and the few things that are in my life, I'm like, I'm not willing to sacrifice. But those are exactly the things that are going to pass the 10x filter. And everything that I'm like, if I'm gonna 10x my whole areas of my life, I'm fine losing the rest of things. It means it's not passing the filter anyway, so why would I keep it in my life? So
Definitely.
yeah.
I've got to jump in ever so quickly because I'm going to be late to a meeting, but I'm so wrapped up and invested in this conversation. Just quickly, many years ago, after 15 years of being a car mechanic, I made the decision to sell my entire tools. It took me 15 years of accumulating my craft and all the tools I needed to do that as a career for the rest of my life. I stood there and watched them all loaded up in a van and just driven off down the road. It was both the most scariest and exciting moment of my life, as I was able to say, I have burnt this bridge. I have made it so hard to go back and open that door. I've welded the thing shut, then sold the welder and sold the grinder. I'm not getting back into that environment. And it was terrifying. But you know what? One thing that stands out to me, and all of us have shared through this stream, is the dedication and the commitment it took for all of us to be where we are today. And I think what we've done is indirectly challenged people's level of, am I really willing to go to that level of the ocean? Am I willing to dig that deep and grind that hard? Because it takes that much work, it takes that much effort. But when you come through the other side, if you come through the other side, because not everyone does, it is incredibly rewarding. I got into trading for the money I would make. I stayed into trading for the changes it made in my personal life from leveling up. So I'm going to touch on this so quickly, then I'm going to fly. I see a quick question we got here, and it says, my psychology is down. What should I do? In 3 hours from now, we've got a Discord call. This is what you can do. You can register as a Fivers trader if you're not already. Then in your hub, you can click on the Discord icon. You join the Discord. It's totally free, and you put your name down for the event. Inside that Discord, we've got a coaching workshop, and we will specifically talk about this subject if you join us today. It's in 3 hours from now, and I look forward to covering it and some other stuff that we got as well. So open invitation for anyone who just wants to get a little bit closer access to some of the people that are on the streams and cover things in a little bit more detail. So I'm going to have to wrap up. It's a lot of fun. Thanks ever so much for having us on.
Thank you so much, Rich. It was a pleasure.
Right.
Cheers.
See you, Rich. Ciao. Here we are. I will also have to say bye to you guys right now. I'm so sorry. I will see you guys next Monday, if not tomorrow and Friday in the Discord session that we have with Akram as well. I'll see you guys there tomorrow. We're going to have a bunch of chats with Richard Butler as well. And so hopefully I will see you guys there tomorrow.
LJ,
Ciao
next Thursday, I'm going to get ready for 100%.
Yes, we will. We'll do that. We have our... it's kind of weird given this current month. I got to very much reevaluate everything.
Too. That's a reason, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of my targets have kind of already been hit, which is good. This was the stuff I was talking about back in like Q3 last year. As I've said, like 800 times this past week, which you guys in chat are probably very tired of. But from now, that actually means like that's a good thing and a bad thing. Seeing as that we hit that, that's good. But where are we going from now? That's very difficult. So definitely next Thursday, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll run it through. All right. So yeah. For now, we'll see you guys later.
Thank
Ciao.
you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you guys. Adios.
See you, man.
Peace, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Discord. If you guys turn up, we'll have a big conversation. See you guys there.
Awesome.
See you.
Ciao.
So you are buying gold.
I am indeed. Well, I was buying gold, so I probably should have taken out a little bit later. I should have waited a bit, but however, I thought while you guys are talking, and I didn't want to interrupt you guys, as just the value you guys were chatting about was just incredible. So I thought I'm not going to interrupt. Instead, what I was going to do, or what I have done, is I've drawn up everything, and I've also put some text and some writing in here. I was buying on the 5-minute based on a 15-minute. We got a really nice 15-minute close just above here, which was super cool. And then dropped down onto the 5-minute. Seeing the 5-minute was also really nice. We got this. In fact, there we go. So we had this area here. Got this really nice bull candle above. So decided to buy here on my MT5. I'll bring my MT5 up now just to show you guys and prove that I have placed this trade, or I did place this trade. We did okay. We were up about $100 or $2, and then we missed my entry, my break and retest entry, which I really wanted to get in on. However, we came back down here with this candle here, tapped back in, and then started moving back up. However, I thought, right, okay, this is going really, really nicely. What I'm not going to do is the absolute idiocy that I've been doing at the moment, is forgetting that 9:30 is actually 1:30 p.m. UK time, which is more times than not high impact US news. So I thought, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to check now and make sure there's no news coming out. So I checked over on Forex Factory, and we have unemployment claims, which is red folder news, coming out in about 34 minutes time. And I thought, screw it, you know what? I'm not holding 30 minutes until news, red folder news as well. With everything that's going on, fundamentally, I'm not in the mood to be holding over news or even close to news, especially given how my P&L has been over the course of January. So I decided the minute we started showing some bullish move, the minute we wicked above this candle here, the minute we wicked above this, I was going to take out. We did. We wicked above. I took out. If this moves up, then brilliant. I am going to keep this trade on. I'm going to keep this drawn up. It is going to be from now on forward testing, because I have taken out of this trade, as you can see here. I have cut at just over $100. That's because I actually got entered in to this trade as well. So that was my gold. I'm now actually going to bring up gold for you guys. Let me just stop sharing and then start sharing again. Right. No. Okay, it doesn't want to. Hang on. Bear with. Let's try this again. There we go. Right. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Not yet. Now it's loading.
Okay, fantastic. Brilliant. So there we go. This is my screen, as you guys can see. Tapped into this trade here. It did okay, a little bit of profit. This was the trade that I really wanted. This was the nice trade down here for the break and retest. We pulled back beautifully, wicked in really nicely. I ideally wanted to be closing above this line here, this sort of area here, sorry. So if we could close above that area, above this high, that would have been really nice. I would have been like, yes, I can get in this trade, get out of it with some nice profit. However, $166 up on this trade, $33 down on this break and close. So I thought, screw it, $133 overall. I'm happy with that. I'm especially just before news comes out. So yeah, I'm done. That's me trading done for the day. $133, $129 after commissions.
It's funny because when you were buying gold, right on this 5 minutes last small drop, I was selling this small drop.
Really? Do you know what, as well? I looked at it and I thought I could see some potential validity in some sell here. So I thought, oh, do I want to be in this much longer? Like, maybe this wants to close below, but I don't know. In my opinion, there's still some really nice potential for this to go up even further. I think this could be I think there could be some nice buying potential in this. However, we are losing momentum. We are starting to, fail to have that real nice bullish momentum. But I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, guys, 31 minutes.
I'm gonna come back in a minute. Someone is at the door. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. In fact, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back and bring my trading view up. There you go. So you guys can see it. As you can see, like, slowing momentum. I was in this trade. I actually got tapped into this as well, break and retest before continuation. It seemed to be playing out. However, we're starting to consolidate. We don't seem to be wanting to break, to break or close above these highs. So we seem to be wicking, and now we're starting to fall a little bit short. So if we close below this area here, I think that could be a nice area for potentially selling. However, if we break and close above this high, this current high that we're at now, then there could be potential for continuation buys. But guys, as you can see here, I'm going to make it really, really big. Unemployment claims in 30 minutes, and it is red folder. So please be careful if you are trading it. Do not get caught in red folder news. So that's in half an hour's time. Let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. Which trade is this? This is on gold, XAU USD.
Guys, if you have any questions regarding your account with the Fivers, you need to write to the Fivers support. They're going to answer you very quickly on the live chat or email. We are unable to help you with that. We are not the technical support of the Fivers.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Pitmo saying, hey, I'm also in a gold buy. Absolute legend. It seems to be doing pretty well at the moment. Just be careful, as we do have news coming out soon. So please be careful with that. Let us know in chat as well. Where do you think the news is going to send gold? Up or down? Buys or sells? What are we thinking? I think a lot of people are going to be saying buys at the moment due to the fact that it's so heavily bullish. But I don't know. We'll see. What about you, Anastasiia? What's your thoughts on gold at the moment? Are you buying or selling?
I'm not buying and not selling for the current moment because I do see kind of both potential. So for me, unclear for the current moment, Ben. I'm waiting probably after news, maybe after the unemployment claims come out. I'm going to be a little bit more certain about the direction. But for now, I'm staying away from gold. Well, I think your mic has stopped working.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I just muted myself. Salim saying Euro USD. This is Euro USD, my friend. We seem to be continuing that trend on bull momentum at the moment. 15-minute looks really nice, but 5-minute looks mwah. Had I have not had news coming out soon, then I probably would have been looking at entering in on this, especially as we start pulling back. We've got this consolidation here. Really, really nice textbook buy potential for me here. So if we can, I think if we can get a pullback, where would we want to see a pullback to? Maybe a break and retest. Maybe a pullback into this area here. I'm going to put stop. I would put stops at the low. Something a little bit like this. And then let's go for a 1 to 2 and see what that would look like. So this is a 1 to 2 up here. Where would that take us? Okay, into this area here. I think buys could be really nice on Euro, but like I said, be very careful. We have got news coming out soon, and then we are going to be heading up and chasing these highs just up here, if that is the case on buy-in. Ideally, I used to like to chase a 1 to 3 with a 10 pip stop. Now, this is a 14 pip stop, and a 1 to 3 would actually take us above these highs, which seem to be the high point before price started heading back down again. And in fact, actually, on the 50-minute, we've broken and closed under this, forming a structure shift to the downside. So this could be interesting to see what happens now as we go into New York session. But I don't think these bulls are slowing down anytime soon. I think we're going to have to wait to see what the news says.
Yeah, I'd wait for the news at this very and for the New York opening, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. Give it an hour and a half, and then we'll have New York open. So I think hour and a half it'll tell us a lot more. My buy position is hold. Awesome stuff. Nice one. Well, the 5% method. Good luck to you, my friend. I hope that it sends gold through the roof. Do you trade in crypto? I personally don't. I had a little bit of experience, very short-lived, after making a lot of money, and then losing just as much. So I just flatlined back to scratch. I also had a bit of experience with meme coins as well. So I had a friend who got me into meme coins. Again, made a ton of money, and then lost all of it equally as quick. He ended up, I'm not going to go name dropping him. If you are watching, bro, like I said, I'm going to keep your identity safe, but he will not mind me saying he ended up in a lot of debt trading on meme coins, borrowing money off people, trying to get people to trade meme coins with him. He was very heavily invested in it. He also was one of those who burnt the boats, like we were discussing earlier, but did not end up being able to learn to swim quick enough. So he unfortunately drowned. However, he's in a fantastic place now. He managed to get out of this debt position, and he's opened up his own business, and he's thriving. And that's why he doesn't mind me sharing that story. However, meme coins, crypto, leverage, when you combine them all, be very, very careful, please, for the love of God.
I think it's knowing when to stop is one of the most difficult things in trading, especially the higher volatility asset it is, the more difficult, the more important it is to know when to stop. And the more important, I think, it's acknowledging that, it really humbled me down when I start realizing that it's not only my skill that makes a profitable trade, but it's also being in the right time, in the right place. So there is a
Yeah.
piece of luck in every single good trade that I take, because I need to be in the right time, in the right place. And then, of course, I need to be able, the skill set to be able to recognize opportunity and take the opportunity, and being able to manage it. But still, and if I get, for example, with a Trump coin like last year, if I get in the right place, they're like understanding that it was a luck to make profits is essential, to not go back and say, I did it once, I'm going to do it again with the meme coins, and then that's how people end up losing it all, because a lot of
Yeah.
the time we think
Yeah.
like the skill set, but with the things like meme coin, the things that don't have a real analysis behind it, there is a higher percentage of the luck factor involved, and the least times we need to try to repeat the same exact story with the same exact asset.
Yeah, the thing with meme coins as well is when I learned what drove meme coins, which was basic retail supply and demand, and how much money people are putting in. And when you find out that the owner of the meme coin has like a 70-80% share,
Yep.
the minute I saw that is the minute I realized why I gave it all back. You cannot treat meme coin trading, crypto trading like Ethereum, Bitcoin, some other coins like XRP maybe, some like other like bigger coins like stable coins, I think they're called, or like mainstream coins. It's a little bit different, it's a little bit different, especially when the institutions start getting involved and getting a sniff of a bit of money. They like to have their fingers in those sorts of pies as well. So I think it's a little bit different. Again, still be very careful when leveraging. However, when it comes to the lesser coins, the unstable coins, should we call them, the meme coins, learn what drives them. Because once you learn and understand what drives them, like you said, Anastasiia, it's making peace with having a little bit of luck. You can be in the right place. That's all right, no worries. You can be in the right place at the right time. However, you've got to put yourself there. You've got to put yourself in the right place, put yourself at the right time, but still acknowledge the idea of the fact that you're a little bit lucky. It's a little bit of luck. It's judgment, luck, skill, all combined into one. That's when you start hitting the profit. Once you start understanding and learning what drives these sorts of coins as well, then you can start saying, right, okay, here's enough. I've made some money. I'm going to completely walk away now, because there's such thing as, I don't know if you guys have heard of rug pulls. It's super, super popular, illegal, yes, but super popular in that industry is rug pulls in meme coin trading. And what that means is, and what that is when, let's say, for example, I own Will Davis coin, and I own 70 to 80, maybe 90% of Will Davis coin, and I really pump it up. I get loads of people to buy and invest in it. Next minute, it goes viral. Maybe I've plugged it into like a viral video or something, and then I just completely sell 100% of my shares, drops the value, rips everyone apart, and then they lose money. That's the basic average sort of price action of a meme coin. So that's why I said, when you start understanding what moves them, you'll start understanding that you've got to be really, really careful when trading with crypto.
Bill, I will have to leave you on that note, because
Awesome stuff. That is okay, because we've got some fantastic people joining.
Oh, what a team! What a team! Hey guys,
Look at that, back to a full house.
full house.
Hello, everyone.
What is good, guys? How are we doing?
We are, if I may speak on behalf of everyone in the screen, we are doing great. How's everyone watching us at home? I'm not gonna speak too long, because otherwise no one else will have a chance.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Especially after yesterday's Benfica game. I don't know if you guys follow football, but what a game from Benfica. So it made my night, made my day. That goal from the goalkeeper in the last minute, beautiful.
Goal from the goalkeeper, which was not a penalty.
Nope, not the last minute against Real Madrid. So it was of ecstasy, of excitement. It was great.
Wow.
Come on, you guys don't follow football. No one here follow football. Incredible.
No.
Sorry to disappoint you, Pedro. Sorry to disappoint you. I have seen a Champions League game from Benfica, but I didn't watch last night's game.
Yeah. No problem. Back to the markets. Let's go.
Guys, I'm going to have to shoot, because I've been told that my din-dins is done. So I'm going to have to love you all and leave you. So thank you very much for joining. Guys, awesome to see so many of you in chat today, and awesome to see that there's nearly 300 of you watching live. Make sure that you absolutely smash that like button. Let's see if we can get way over 300 likes on this video. Also, if you haven't already, guys, the road to 100k is slowly creeping closer. So let's absolutely smash that subscribe button and share it with other traders. Let's get the bigger community, and let's see who we can get in chat. So guys, thank you very much. I'm going to love you and leave you. Peace out. See you all next week. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Don't trade crypto, and be careful with gold.
I'll see you guys next week.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
You're going to stay safe as well.
Take care. All right. It's still full house almost with everyone indeed. I'm not too sure what a ding ding is, but enjoy it, Will. Do enjoy your ding ding. Pedro, Aaron, how are you guys doing today?
Yeah, my mic was muted for 5 minutes there. I didn't even notice. So I was just talking to myself the whole time. Okay. Pedro, I did watch the game, I was saying, and I saw that goal. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it was amazing.
So anyway, back to the charts, like you said. We have news.
Was it a blunder, or was it a pure luck or talent? Which of the three, or which combination do you think was more?
The situation was that, so it was the last game of the Champions League group stage. So it was like, I don't know, like 16 games at the same time. And there was kind of uncertainty which team is going to finish where, is going to do the playoffs, or going to the final 8, whatever it may be. So Real Madrid started at the beginning of the game. Real Madrid was on top 3, and then by the end of the game it was top 9. So it was out of top 8, and Benfica was literally out completely of the Champions League all the way through, basically during the 90 minutes. And then there was a goal difference situation where Benfica needed to score an extra goal to be able to qualify. But now Benfica was playing against Real Madrid. It's not an easy game for sure. We're winning 3-2. And literally in the last minute of the game, apparently Benfica's team, the Mourinho, didn't even know that we needed one extra goal in that moment. but there you go. In the last, finally, he found out that you need an extra goal. Real Madrid was already down to 9 men, so 2 guys had been sent off. And which in the last kick of the game, there was a free kick, cross into the box, and beautiful Turbine just scored with a beautiful header and scored the winner. If you can see it everywhere, everyone reacted to it. You can see the goal. It's absolute madness. So because of that goal, we did manage to take Marseille out of it, and we managed to qualify to the drawing. So it was madness. It was madness. It was a great game.
The Benfica game that I saw was against Barcelona.
That was madness, bro. That was a crazy game.
It was. I think we
was
talked
that,
about
was that the one that was 5-4 or 4-5 or
yes.
whatever it may be?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a mad game as well. That was mad as well. It was similar style, but this time we won.
Underdog and coming back and winning by by a chance, by a hair, but it was an amazing game. Although it happened some time ago, but great. I love the sphere. I love the sphere in the stadium. It's a whole different experience when you're at the place in the stadium and everyone goes berserk on the match during the match.
Yeah, that's true. All right, but back to the market. How is the week going so far for you guys? Did you trade anything? Are you looking for anything today?
I have managed to withdraw my first payout in futures after just 2 weeks of trading it. So I withdrew it today. So it's going great, man. It feels good, going to a new market and already withdrawing. So yeah.
That's
congratulations.
Great.
That's
indeed.
It shows you have a good process, you have a solid edge, and good stuff, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. What about yourselves?
I am watching EU. I haven't had a chance to get a trigger, or I didn't get a trigger. We did have an opportunity, but it didn't trigger me, so I haven't taken a trade today yet. What about you?
Are you bearish on it? Sorry for interrupting. Are you bearish on EU?
Not really, but I was going to take a short. Yeah, I was going to take a short today, but I didn't get my trade in. I think you might have an idea where, but I'm not bearish. I'm just a sell signal.
Okay, got it. Yeah. What about you, Pedro?
More or less the same. I was actually looking a little bit at the dollar CAD, pound as well. I was a little bit interested.
Yeah.
The way I look at it right now, I think we are in a phase where we are going to get into this compression movement. Basically, what I mean is, I don't think maybe the top is yet created, or the bottom is still yet created, but I think we are going to start having these retracements that's going to provide short opportunities or long opportunities as a little bit as a reversal setup. But I think there's still then the risk to create a new bottom or a new top, so need to be a little bit cautious on that type of a move. So I actually prefer to try to trade straight away as the top is being created and try to short it straight away, for example, instead of then trying to short a double top situation.
Yeah,
so I think then the double top can still end up not being respected and end up creating a new top altogether. Just quickly, if I just do a representation of what I mentioned, maybe pound dollar can be a good example. So we do have now. So basically, we have been bullish all the way since last week. I think especially from Wednesday or something like that. So we've been literally moving to the upside. There's been a really a strong move to the downside on dollar, and now I think we are going to start having a little bit more of a slowdown movement. However, I'm not sure if this top is already in place. So I would maybe try to short straight away as this top is being created. Maybe find some price action here and try to short it instead of now trying to just short again, kind of a double top situation, because eventually maybe price will create a new one, and then it's going to start making this type of a movement, which maybe can offer opportunity to short in here, maybe short in there, until eventually we can have a bigger move to the downside. Now I need to look left to try to see where maybe that move can happen. I think the dollar CAD is a bit more a representation of what I mean, because dollar CAD actually already end up creating new lows. So for example, we did manage to take out the structure of these lows in here on dollar CAD. We start finding a little bit of a bullish pressure. But as you can see, we did I tried to actually, I was looking for a long in here on dollar CAD, however, price didn't didn't manage to break the high when it was created. I was looking for this move and go higher, but price kept respecting this top. So I ignored the level, and I ignored this level in here because now I was expecting my price to go and take this this low one more time. But there you go. This is a good example of price starting to find a little bit of buying pressure, but then still going down, creating a new lows. Today, for example, there was a good opportunity in here, a good Quasimodo pattern. I was not at my desk when this happened. This was a nice Quasimodo. But now I'm expecting again price to create a new low until eventually going to have a little bit of a deeper move, and I'm looking a little bit deeper. Actually, I'm looking somewhere around inside this level, maybe for that move, or then price can even go lower. And now then you're looking at this next structure, somewhere in here. But that's what I mean. It's kind of it's building up the compression. Which means that there is opportunities both for longs and shorts. Maybe for shorts it's better because maybe there's still more momentum downside, so maybe you can hold the trade for longer. In terms of longs, maybe you need to be a bit more conservative with the target that you're looking for. Get out of the trade as soon as maybe you are at 2-1 or 3-1, and then try to look for a new one instead of already expecting this type of reversal. I think before that, price needs to break a clear structure to start showing more strength to the reverse. But yeah, I'm looking for these potential reversals on the dollar in general.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at, I have a nice setup for EU sells, but we have news. And the only account I can trade on right now is a live Forex account, 2 of them. And I don't want to trade news on live accounts, right? But here we have our setup. So this is the initial setup, sweep of the high to the low. But obviously the zone is too big for me, right? The initial zone is 40-ish pips, and that's just way too big of a stop loss. So I would have used my fib and looked for an entry around here, making it like 20 pips. Sorry. But I don't want to trade news, right? We also have a setup on the dollar for longs right now. The 12-hour closed bullish. The 12-hour on EU closed not bullish, but it wicked a little like that. Like this, when I see a wick like this and it kind of just about closes bullish, I'll still say it's bearish. Also because the market structure is still bearish in my opinion. We broke this market structure low, so I'm still expecting a sell-off potentially to this low, but I don't want to risk it on a live account on news. So I'm probably just going to let the trade go and accept that it might run without me. But yeah, that's what I was looking at today. And then for futures, I do have a gold setup that I'm looking at for longs, which I could enter right now, but then again, I want to look for a better entry before I take it. So this is a 1 hour 5-minute setup, sweep of a low, then a 5-minute break. Now this is very risky because we're sweeping kind of a low that's just not in any like significant area, so we can easily take it out again and sweep it and then go up or come down to this gap. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna take this long as well because we have news. So probably gonna sit it out now, but there is some opportunity in my eyes. Just not really capable of getting in yet. So yeah.
Perfect. I'm gonna show you guys what I've been watching and waiting for, which did not trigger me, but it's still very beautiful indication of what I'm looking for and maybe what's to come. So on the higher time frame, starting all the way from the monthly, we do have structures that we identified earlier. Last couple of weeks actually, that we should be looking for the the possible reversal coming in, even though the market has been very bullish, and we did create the monthly order block, so that's a fresh one. So that made me very interested for many weeks. I've been mentioning this. We could be having a gigantic. If you're trading intraday, that could be a massive move lasting for many weeks. But with last days or last week's price action, we have gone through it like nothing. It was a very beautiful quasi that we had on the daily time frame. That was the initiation of that move. You can see it here. Price came into that order block right there, which is part of a quasi right here. That's the neckline, and we shot off, right? So that initial idea of a possible massive bearish move as a reaction, not necessarily as a monthly trend reversal, but just a reaction, which still could be massive because it's on the monthly time frame. That is basically in the freezer, almost on the intensive care. So what we can do, what we can say is that we have broken actually, and so the very obviously we have broken that previous high from the 17th of September last year, and that what does that tell us? And we did close afterwards, after the day that we closed, massively, solidly bullish, right? So it means the breakout is still holding. On the first day, that was the case. The second day, we came back and retested that breakout level very significantly. We came on, we squeezed a little bit. You can see it on below that violet line here we have, right? That line here is from the previous swing high, right? That's where everyone is going to be looking at. Are we holding that breakout or not? Is it going to be a fake out? Where do I go? Long, short? What is happening, right? So we came back the next candle that was yesterday and retested, and that looks solid. It's a very nice retracement, even though it's quite large as a range. But I mean, it's breakout with heavy. Yesterday we had, I mean, on the day that we broke out, that was over 300% ATR. So it's logical that the range on this following day is still going to be big, and the fact that we retested and just left a wick, that's a good sign for coming days and perhaps even coming weeks to have that bullish bias still, because we're still holding that breakout. So that's my overall higher time frame idea. As long as if we're above the breakout is holding, you want to be looking for a swing long. On the lower time frames, however, I don't have any H4 order block to work with. So that means that even though I'm expecting price to be higher or holding and going higher in the next couple of hours, sessions, days, I need a structure to work with, and I don't have anything on the H4. We could be waiting for price to coming much lower, or maybe we could be creating new structures in the future, meaning later on today or whatever, next couple of days. Until then, we do have a structure on the H4, a bearish one. That doesn't mean I think that doesn't change the higher time frame expectation or the bias, but it is a structure you can take advantage of, right? That's what we are. That's what we do as intraday traders. So that was the initial idea, the reason why I was looking into taking a short. And if we look, let me double check that. Not double check, but let me move that so you can see that. That's the area, basically. And if you go to the H2, you will see that this line has to be there. And you will see that there was an area that we retested before. And on the H2, we left an order block right here, which is part of the outside bar. For those who are wondering what that is, ask me in the chat and I'll respond. So we did leave an outside bar with a overlap area, which is what I'm looking for. And that in that overlap area, we did not reach it. Right, so that's one thing that the setup didn't completely. The second one, we also had an H1, which is another alternative from that H2, which is the overlap with the H1, also gives us the same area. So basically, I don't have that correct, adequate, valid alignment that I was looking for, and whenever I see these levels, or whenever I identify them, the level that I was looking for, it was priced to reach this. And on the lower time frame, I was expecting, or not expecting, but I was waiting for price to create the reversal pattern, right? So the idea was that price would come back within the area, and on the lower time frame, give us that idea, that setup to get in, and it didn't happen. What you would see here, sometimes that happens a lot of time. Not every time you get the alignment on the hourlies and on the lower time frame, everything sits, position itself perfectly. Whenever it does, that's when I get in, and if it doesn't, then I'll just watch and see the market do something very familiar. For example, on the 5 on the 2 minute, look at this beauty. This is a beauty pageant kind of a candidate of a quasi. Look at this, right? You have the head, the left shoulder. This is a 5 minute, but you'd be considering this as a 2 minute neckline. It creates let me perhaps measure it, right? Not measure it, but show you. So that's the head. That's the actual neckline. It breaks it, And if you go back and look above the 50% retracement, you identify one area here on the 2 minutes. And what does it do? It comes all the way up next there to the pip and move away. If that isn't beauty, then maybe you're blind. I don't know.
Victor, we have news in 30 seconds. Maybe you can open the 1 minute on you and let's see what it
Yes,
does. Sorry for interrupting, by the way. I just
no problem.
thought maybe you'd want to do that because we did it last time. So
Yes. That's a very good point. Let's not miss the news coming out. And what
yeah,
is it exactly? It is the unemployment claims coming in 19 seconds.
yeah,
So everyone, if you're interested in taking a trade, double check that you don't have any news restriction on the account, your program. If you're on the high stake account, that's you shouldn't be you should be considering that. Wait 2 minutes after the news release, then you're good to go. All right, market is moving, but we still not really much of a reaction. Let's open that a little bit more. Is the news out? Yes, it is. It's been out for some time now, and it is, the actual is a bit higher than the forecast. So really not much. And actually the reaction is a bit of a non-event, if you ask me.
yeah. It's not doing anything really. Gold is, I mean, not doing anything either. Yen pairs are doing nothing. Yeah, this was just. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll still move. We'll see.
Maybe later on, maybe they are something is I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe they are
the
waiting
market's
for
not
some-
really paying attention to this kind of news right now. I think
Yeah.
everything is steady. It's been much more about, again, the uncertainty geopolitically than the data itself. Even yesterday, we had the Fed. Market didn't really move that much, as kind of was as expected, to be honest, because there's no uncertainty at this point on what the Fed is going to do. No one was looking for any rate cut, so it didn't happen. But even more importantly is that inflation is on the right direction. Unemployment is kind of steady as it should be. Growth of GDP in the US also is steady at this point. Even the attitude from yesterday, the Jerome Powell, it was a little bit different. He was not really answering that many questions. It was just, yep, not the topic for this press conference, and he was just moving on. There was just one comment that kind of stood out to me and to a few people as well that I after saw on Twitter. It was the situation with the metals, like what's going on with gold and silver in the skies, and if that is a reflection of the weak dollar that we have seen or not, or also kind of an edge towards a potential inflation that maybe still not being exactly represented on the numbers, but the market, for some reason, gold and silver don't stop going up. Jerome Powell said, "No, let's not take that movement from the metals, precious metals. Kind of let's not take too much into consideration what's going on in there. It's not. It was basically was not really concerned. However, maybe there's a reason to be concerned, even either in regards to the dollar or that maybe." The real inflation, the potential real inflation is not as low as we are expecting. Aside from that, not really much going on in here.
Yeah, and the market, even after a couple of minutes, still no real reaction. I mean, these candles are not exactly high impact news kind of a size in the terms of the candles. Going back to what I was explaining, so the idea was that we didn't get the move, or I didn't get my alignment to get the trade, but there was a very beautiful on the lower time frames. On the 2 minute, there was a very beautiful reaction, and this is what I was talking about. If I move this around and move the 3 minute structure that I was showing you guys, you can see how the reaction was. Look at that reaction. I mean, let's zoom that a bit microscopic. That's to the pip, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the quasi that we did get. So I did get a signal or a trigger to get in on that move, but the problem was that it didn't on the hourlies. It wasn't checking all my boxes, so I couldn't get in. And automatically, you wouldn't go back to the hourlies to get your target, or at least that's how I trade. If I go here and we look for the area, where would I, if had I had an active had it checked all my boxes, where would I be targeting? On the 4 hour, we don't have anything. On the 2 hours, we did have, and in the one, we did not. So in that case, I would go with the 2 hours, and I'll be front running the reaction off of that order block, and that would have been a nice trade, which is what I was expecting. Didn't happen. Well, it did happen, but it wasn't according to my plan, so I didn't take it.
Yeah, there was that nice move around the London Open. It was on the euro dollar. It's true. And so just one question, maybe on that euro dollar. Since you still have the other one at the extreme, a little bit higher, are you still interested in trying to trade that one or not?
You mean which one? You mean this one?
No. Even on the war time frame where we were explaining before, that other the rectangle that you have literally at the top, not that one, a little bit that one. Are you still interested in trying to trade that?
Yes, actually, it is still valid. If we look back, so if you're looking for the next opportunity, this is the basis of my setup, right? So a fresh order block, H4, even if it's against my buys or expectation on a higher time frame, I'm still interested in taking a short from here. However, I only want to be trading the first initial reaction. And we already had that reaction, which you could reasonably expect from that level. So yes, I can take it, but only if it happens in the next 23 minutes, meaning it comes back to that area, and then I can consider it. Why? Because that H4 order block is going to be closing in 23 minutes, as you can see here on the countdown. And if it happens and it closes, and the range of that candle is, let me zoom in, right? The high of the candle is not interacting with that order block, that would conclude officially the first retest. And that means that whatever comes after would be a second retest. I don't trade those. So, strategically, I don't think it's going to come back in 23 minutes. Maybe I thought maybe with the news it could, but I don't see that happening. And until then, means that it needs to happen before the end of the hour, which is there. This is the it gotta make a huge reaction, a huge move, about 30 pips in 20 minutes. Not impossible, but price action is not indicating anything in that direction. So I don't think I'll get a trade, but I'm still open. There's a little door there, a little window there for me to have an opportunity.
Okay.
How about you? Are you looking for any shorts or anything else?
Yeah, so I'm still tracking the dollar CAD pair, and in terms of the euro, maybe I can just show a little bit of my euro, because I think we had a similar level, especially on a higher time frame, where price actually again it finally got close to this 1.20 something, which was actually a target that we were looking at already last year, but last year never really managed to get there, just stopped at around 119. But I was already looking for price eventually to get closer to this structure here, this supply level in there, and it got really close to it with this last move on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Got really close to that structure, which means that maybe can still go a little bit higher, can maybe still react slightly within this level. So within this structure, I think we are going to be able to have a little bit of a selling pressure. I agree with you in terms of the first initial move to the downside. I think price reacted quite nicely from a good structure, basically retesting this previous high that was also in there. So basically it could be seen as a breakout, retest, and continuation. So I need to be a little bit concerned of that. There is this initial short opportunity that the target will be always around that structure, and then it was also within this demand zone, which was actually quite perfect reaction yesterday during the FOMC. So personally, I would like to see price going a little bit more into, I don't know, closer to this level, or eventually even fake out this top altogether, and then create a new selling price action, similar to what I have in here, basically. Just that price goes slightly a little bit higher whenever then breaks the relevant low. Then you can try to look for a new short opportunity. So that would be actually my ideal setup more on into this euro dollar, unless maybe price goes a little bit higher and it provides this type of opportunity within this level, and then maybe can try to short it, maybe take this stop and then try to go down from there. Just one point that I wanted to mention in regards to the euro dollar is when I'm looking now at the euro index, I like where actually this euro index end up reacting. Okay, this move that we also had on Tuesday. For me, this is more of a sign that actually maybe the euro pairs can continue to move a little bit more to the downside. So we had a really strong push up on the euro dollar. So you may start finding a little bit of selling pressure on the euro dollar, also based on this one, because this for me. When it did manage to break a little bit below this structure, this for me is more of an engulf to the downside. So I'm expecting eventually this euro index to fill this rectangle, again, the typical rectangles that I like to draw, and we had a beautiful spike into this top. Okay, and then price already moving to the downside. So this for me kind of validates a little bit more that the sellers are a bit in control at least of this euro index, and the potential move that I would like to see in here, it would be maybe this euro index to come back now into this left shoulder somewhere around this level before going or making filling this next move, or at least going back to this low. And with that, maybe if you do go make that move a little bit more to the upside, then we have a little bit more of that move on the euro dollar as well to the upside before then we have this selling pressure. And that's maybe the alignment with euro dollar that I'll try to find out is whenever price comes back into this structure to try to sell it, I'll try to look for those opportunities on the euro dollar, potentially euro yen as well, or something like that. Any other euro pair that I may want to look at, but euro dollar in particular, because now euro dollar is finally reacting from that structure that I was looking for. So I like the alignment basically on the euro index that can help or support the idea that we can have sales on the euro dollar. And then of course another relevant one, it's going to be the dollar index. Again, dollar index can be a little bit of a tricky one, where eventually can be the bottom at this level. It's reacting from an interesting structure at this point, but I think it could still go a little bit towards. So reacting a little bit from this demand zone, which potentially could even be a quasi-model, right? You have all these left shoulders, we have price moving down, goes all the way up, and now comes back into here. But maybe can even continue to go a little bit lower, maybe closer in here below 95 or something like that. So that's going to be an interesting one to see what how dollar index is going to continue to respect this low in here. For now, price just broke below those lows and then retest the previous supply at around this level. So it can continue to move forward from here. If you start taking some of these stops in here, then maybe can sustain, and now you're maybe looking for something like this, and all of a sudden, who knows if this is now just collecting this liquidity from here and you have a bigger reversal all the way up. But personally, I would like to see it a little bit more to downside before the bigger reversal on the dollar, and that's how I'm going to be positioning on this type of a moves for next week, maybe for next month, during February, basically. Yeah, that's basically me.
Did you guys lose my visual, my cam? Because for a minute there, I it seems like I lost connection. Although I'm not sure that's what happened.
Yeah, I couldn't see you, but I don't know if you were talking. So
okay, have one second, just in terms of Marco. Marco, if you do have a question, or do you want me to explain anything more slowly? Feel free. Okay, because your English is not.
Yeah, this was the first message, and then we asked him to specify who it was, but because I thought maybe it was me, but it seems to be referring to you. But then again, it's not you. Perhaps it's the fact that not everyone speaks English as the first language, which is logical. This is a worldwide stream. We have people from all around the world. And we will take it into account. Thank you for your feedback, Marco. Thank you very much for watching us, and we appreciate your feedback, because we want to get understood and be heard and be on so you can follow us. So thank you for if
100%.
you're yes, if you're giving us feedback, it is because you are interested in the content of our what we're delivering, and thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, 100%. Aaron, because I can take a quick look at gold, but then Aaron, since you were looking for a trade,
Yeah,
maybe you
yeah.
can do it in more detail.
I was.
Let me just finish. Then, just to be honest, my analysis is quite quick. It's just bullish and nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's clear gold is just going up all the time.
If I were to analyze gold, I would just look at the chart and say buy.
Yeah, genuinely.
That's it.
Exactly. Because we do have this now double top. Maybe price at least wants to take this liquidity before moving to a little bit more to the downside until we will have a clear break of at least a relevant low, a clear break to the downside. Just keeps on moving, or just keeps looking for longs. And even if you do have a clear break, potential break to the of a low, most likely price can just retest the previous level, either of demand or maybe previous support resistance, and that still may be a sequence to go higher. So at this point, to be honest, before I even shift anything to short, I want to see not just one low being broken, but actually maybe a second low being broken to actually notice, okay, maybe there's a little bit of some selling pressure at around this level. Otherwise, just keep avoiding potential shorts.
Yeah.
Of course, you may have some short opportunities in a literally lower time frame, but yeah, just be careful with anything in there. For them, this is a good example. Price did end up taking these lows, but it literally just end up respecting the opening of the week, this gap, and there you go, new move to the upside, new momentum, and then it's all the same. Sometimes again, it can just take slightly low, even though it's still respecting the structure, just to collect a bit of liquidity, to trap a few people, and here we go again. And that's basically it. Again, I'm not really trading gold that much because again, I'm a counter trend trader. So
Oh yeah. Be careful, man.
yeah, it may look stupid that I'm not taking full advantage of this momentum, but the reality is, I'm the way I'm kind of keeping myself safe in this environment is kind of avoiding it to trade out
Yeah.
in here. But go ahead, Aaron. Maybe show your chart so to see what
Yeah.
you're looking at.
So I was looking for a gold long, I told you guys. But I also have a 1 hour sell setup against it. Now, obviously, I am not bearish at all right now, but we do have this gap here. And I believe 2 days ago, I kind of took the same trade as the one we have today, and it went for the low again. So in this scenario, I think it's better off to do nothing because we can go both ways. I know gold is very bullish, blah, blah, blah. But during New York Open, it usually does go both directions. It'll definitely take a low out before it goes up. So regardless of the fact we're clearly bullish, I still have to follow my rules, right? So I'm not going to just buy gold because we're bullish. I mean, I have a setup for buys, I have a setup for sells. So technically that means I'm unclear, right? So I'm gonna
What do
wait.
you do? What do you do when that happens? When you have
Nothing.
mixed signals? When
Nothing.
Exactly.
Just close the
That's
chart
what I
and
wanted to.
yeah, and I act like I don't ever trade. I just pretend like it doesn't exist because I used to take those setups a lot, and it would always lose, and I would be so annoyed at myself because I know I shouldn't take it, but I really wanted to make profit. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
yeah, I've really done well at learning how to walk away. So I'm gonna do that in this case as well, while still sitting on the charts because I'm a better trader now. I can look at it and do nothing. So that's gonna be the case here. But I do want to see a potential sweep of this low here,
Okay.
or a fill of this gap, and then I might look for some longs. We also, I mean, I have a long setup on ES, but it's just too big. Like I don't want to. This is the whole zone. Like it's way too big. Obviously, this is a higher time frame, so it's gonna be quite big. But regardless of the fact it is big, I can still see this moving all the way up here because it does that a lot of times. On these pairs, I'll call the zone too big and I'll see a move very high. So I'm going to sit it out still, but I'm going to wait for New York Open as well to see if I can find any trades. And on the live account with futures, I have to wait, but I bought 2 new challenges. One of them is up 200, and one of them I lost 1K yesterday, and then I made it back during Asia. So I'm break even on that account, luckily.
You traded through the night, Aaron?
Sorry, what?
You traded through the night?
No, I trade gold during Asia sometimes on futures because it moves well, but it doesn't like spike like very fast. So you can catch nice moves on it when there's a setup. When it's a little
But
slower.
you're in Western Europe.
Yeah. No, so
Do you trade
I stay up
during?
at night sometimes. Yeah, yeah,
That's what I. That was so okay. So you trade during the night. Okay, all right.
yeah. I do that as well. My last payout on my Forex account was a sell at 6 a.m. on EU. I had a night shift. I took the sell and I stayed up managing it till like 7, and then it hit TP and I went to bed. So you know,
Good feeling.
yeah,
It's a good feeling.
money doesn't sleep, guys. Money doesn't sleep.
Just to finalizing here on gold, I think I would have exactly the same sensation. So the moment I will buy, I will it reverse. So Ankita, I'm with you on that one. Okay, so that's why I end up just turning into more a reversal trade instead of continuation. For some reason, anytime I was happy to participate, price would manipulate me, or it would be the end of the move, or whatever it may be. So yeah, just stay away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of you trading liquidity, you are the liquidity in those cases.
Indeed.
um, I will show you my chart whenever you're ready, Pedro.
Yeah, go ahead. Just to finalizing here on the, because Ishtiak, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. I think he was the one that asked for gold initially, correct? However, this is a good question. This is not so much of a great question anymore, Mike. So basically, we are not here to, or when you guys are asking us for analyze anything or a specific chart or a pair, we are not a buy signal. We're not saving signals in here, or giving you or telling you to buy now or sell, or close your trade or TP it or whatever it may be. That's definitely up to your own strategy. You can use as a guidance. You can learn from us. You can ask us questions and whatnot. But 100% we are not here to give any signals on what to do, especially in the moment right now, and what's so yeah. You can take your analysis in consideration, and then you can make up your mind, basically.
Right.
Yes, that's good to mention from time to time, because we get these kind of requests all the time. Am I allowed? Is it okay to do this or that? Go long, short, this pair, the other one. But that's the not the correct mindset or framework to watch and consume these sessions, right? We're here to promote that you become a independent trader, that you get familiarized and you get exposure at different people, how they break down their market, so that you get things for you to test out on your own while you're building your own toolbox. And then you may use us as a maybe a confluence. Oh, let me look at this because this host or that person thinks there's an opportunity. Let me apply my tools and see if I concur with that person as well. And that as that I get, and I think is great. However, you do not want to rely on anyone, not us, not anyone else, for your trade signals, right? You want to be an independent trader. I'm gonna switch to my screen if that's okay with you two gentlemen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So the while I thought Pedro started analyzing gold. Aaron started saying this and that about gold. I said I cannot be left behind. I want to do that too. I got a little FOMO. I wanna do my gold analysis as well. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not. Just thought. Anyways, let's continue. So on the high time frames, gold is super bullish. I mean, you can see that it's been on a rampage. It looks to be, before the year started, um, gold, or actually last year, we thought, gold could get to, maybe it could get to, in the direction of 500, maybe if it keeps on pushing. But now we're already almost halfway through to 6,000. So there you go. You see, you should not be, putting too much emphasis on projections, because, things can change. Look at that. This is the daily. We've been of how many days now going up? So 8 days. So if you think you are the one that's going to take a swing trade on gold short, think again. I mean, it's good luck on that timing, right? You got to be extra sure. So for now, I would say wait for the dailies to actually show indications that we're gonna be breaking structures, and we're not. We're still in the acceleration phase. If you look at the size of the bodies of the candles, they're not getting smaller yet, right? We have a compression, as Pedro called them, a steady flow of buyers coming in, and then in the explosion we had the last couple of 3 days. We're still in that phase. Yes, anytime now you could expect a retrace, but when is the timing? So on the daily time frame, there isn't anything. You shouldn't be looking for a short yet, in my opinion. And if you look at the on the lower time frames, right? So starting from the H4, we did get one tiny cheeky little. Well, that's not that little, but we do have a bearish order block that I could use for a short signal, right? It's not a swing trade. You want to really think hard and only take it for the next level. If I were to take this, and I'm perfectly able to do this, I know that I'm only trading a reaction here. I'm not gonna marry this trade and hold it for days. This is just get in, get out, maybe within an hour, maybe an hour and a half later, or something like that. What I mean is that we have a fresh bearish order block, and if you look for, and before I go to the short, for the buy, I don't have any reasons to be looking for a long here. Even though yes, it's bullish, I want to look for that long, but according to my plan, there is nothing I can start off with, right? I can build my setup on, because on the H4 it doesn't tell us anything except for the H4 here that we have all the way down here, but we're not there, so it's not relevant. So if we go to the lower time frames, I said the intraday below the one daily, you got the bearish order block that was created. If you go to the H2, we have a nice level there that we might get into. That can be something that is, to me, that's the alignment I'm looking for. If you look at the H1, there is no quasi. Right? There's no neckline. If this is always the highest point, that's the head, the presumed head. And if you look back, there is anything, this is the neckline for the structural break. So that means that anything it does above this line is permissible within, it can do all kinds of bearish price action, but really hasn't really broken the structures. It can still continue to go up. That's for the reason not to take a short and hold it for very long. So what we are left with is a H4, H2 alignment. We don't have anything on the H1. Actually, depending on how this trade closed, we could get a H1 there, and that could give us a second area. Let me indicate where that area lies there, and that would be here, right? So that will be the first area I'm interested in, and the second area would be this. And these are just only if the market on the lower time frame, if the price on the lower time frame matches and gives us a reversal trade. But really, I have to emphasize that this is just for the next level, right? Do not hold this for much longer. What I mean is, so this is one area, and the other one is that little thing here, right there, between those two lines. If we get back, that could happen in the next couple of minutes, maybe during this stream even. So if we look at the 5 minute, we zoom in. So what is the pattern that we could be using? Well, you could be looking for a quasi in here, right? And this would be the neckline. And if we come back, you could be taking a short from that level. That will be something. Let me mark it as such. This would be the neckline there on the 5 minute, that would be, and the short would be something like this, somewhere from there, who knows. And I would just go for the next level, literally for the next level, not even the full completion of the pattern, of the reversal pattern, just the next level, meaning the H2 we have down here. Is there anything else? Oh, there is also an H1, so that makes that level even tighter, closer by. So that means that I want to be right there. That's it, right? I want to be very selective. And if the risk reward ratio isn't offering a lot, I will just go, bypass that trade, because it has to give me enough reward to take that risk, right? If I can't, do it tight, then maybe I would not do it at all. That's one idea. And the other one is you have here, I personally don't use my quasi as the 15-minute, but I mean, there's nothing wrong using them, right? It's factor 4 from 15 to 1 hour. So it perfectly fits everything else that I do. And I do have 2 entry order blocks above in the area of that I just mentioned, in this area, right? That area we have 2 fresh not fresh entry order on the 15-minute. However, you want to be very picky with your entry. Why do I say that? Because the head of this quasi is not the head of the whole, not the head, it's not the top of the range. And a lot of the times, that's an indication that the market is likely to be squeezing, breaking. That chance is not that low, meaning you want to be very, very picky, because eventually, the chances that this will not hold is quite present, especially in gold, which likes to squeeze and manipulate and sweep and so on. So that's my ideas where I would be looking for a possible short, but a very short, not holding that much longer than just the next level.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, guys. I am gonna have to call it here already. I know I didn't stay long, but I have to be somewhere, unfortunately. It was nice to talk to you guys again. Hopefully, you guys catch some good trades this week. Hopefully, Pedro can short gold and win. So, have a good day, guys. Enjoy the stream, and see you again. Peace.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron, thank you, and congratulations on that payout on such a short time in futures.
Thanks a lot, Victor. Thanks a lot, Pedro. Take care, guys. Peace.
Cheers. Thank you, man.
All right, so let's take a look at perhaps EU. What we facing with? I already did the top-down analysis, so I'm going to be very much pickier. Not very much pickier, but I mean, I'm going to be looking at we do have a fresh H4 that was just closed 2 minutes ago, actually a minute only, and that changes things a little bit. That means that I'm not able to trade this order block anymore, right? A minute ago, this order block will not, I cannot trade it anymore, because whatever comes next will be a second retest, and that is already with lesser probability. So I don't trade that. Means that I can take these lines away, because I'm not interested anymore in trading a short. To me, the short already happened. It didn't trigger me, but it already happened. That was that one right there. The daily, going back to the daily, we don't have anything. This looks solid for a continuation anytime now, this day, maybe tomorrow. But until then, there's nothing to do. On the H4, we created a fresh H4 order block here, and that might be the area you could be looking for a short. I know it is kind of contradictory looking for the short if we just discuss that on the higher time frame. It is bullish, but the market, even in a bullish market, the market doesn't go up all day, and not every day, right? They will have retraces, and these are perfectly tradable as long as it looks as it aligns with your trade plan and it gives you a real valid signal. There's nothing wrong with going against the market. At the beginning, if you're a new trader, you should not try to do that. Your chances are better with going with the trend and waiting for the market to come to some place of support that is also called demand, and then take your trade with the trend, right? But against the trend, I mean, it's just a matter of time frame, right? Because on the lower time frame, there might be a downtrend within the uptrend on the higher time frame. So I hope I'm not confusing you. If I am, let me know in the chat. So on the H4, and actually before we continue, don't forget, this is all for your benefit, and we have a mission. You can be part of it. This is a joint mission, right? An alliance, a worldwide alliance between us and you, where we are going for, not we, the fivers, you and we, right? You and the fivers. We're going here on a mission to catch the next milestone, which is 100K subscribers. You can be part of that mission alliance, and it's very simple. Doesn't cost you a dime, and it doesn't cost you more than maybe 3 seconds. You look for that button, says subscribe with the thumbs up. well, that actually thumbs up is for the like button, but the other one, the subscription one, right? So you click on it and that's it. And we're off to go. So that's a very, what I wanted to remind you guys about. But let's look at the chart. So like and subscribe. So we have on the 4-hour, look at that candle that closed. No body virtually. That's an equilibrium, right? And that's a sign of indecision, but also of equilibrium, right? We went up, we went down, but eventually we close at the same place, right? That candle on the H4. That tells you a little bit about current market condition. We are bullish, right? The trend on the higher time frame is bullish, but we are actually on a retrace, and the market isn't ready yet for the continuation, and it isn't actually to eager on selling as well. And we end up closing the same place or roughly the same place we opened. Okay, so we have a fresh order block here. This one has been retested already, so we are less interested in that. The fresh order block, let's go to the 2-hour to see if we have anything. We still have this fresh order block that was retested for the first time here, which is not considered a first attempt or first retest according to Victor, whoever that may be. But that's me, if you didn't catch my joke. That's the outside bar right here on the H2 that was retested here, but that's an immediate retest. So I'm still able to trade that whenever we come back, as long as the number of candles hasn't exceeded 10 bars. 10 since the creation of that order block. So we still have an area here that we can now trade, or we could have traded before as well, but let's indicate that with a line. Okay. All right. So he's still looking for a possible short there. On the 1-hour, we have the same area, right? It's the same area that includes the order block on the top and also the outside bar, which is a nice place that indicate that this area is a nice area to consider a short, right? Same thing as with gold. We are not as strongly as it is the case with gold, but EU is bullish as well. We are holding this breakout. So if we, especially if we start creating bullish structure and perhaps even a quasi before we get there, that's a strong indication that maybe we're going to take it out. But if it hasn't happened yet, then maybe this could be a great place for us for a deeper pullback, which is within the realm of possibilities, because simply we've had such a great run and it's not too easy or crazy to expect price to come back, retest that level a couple of times, trap traders on both sides and then perhaps go much lower, but in the process retest some levels before, but before we get there, we could be looking for a reversal on EU as it is retracing for lower levels. So let's look at the possibilities in terms of the lower time frame. Let's check here. Right, so that idea, actually, let's take it off because it was a nice order block. That's a nice one, but it's not part of the, it's not a quasi, so I can't use this one, even though it would have worked nicely. Okay, so what do we have? That's the 1 hour. We're looking for shorts from this area, from the lower time frames. Do we have reasons to, is there a pattern here? It's the same pattern. So let's mark this. Is this too big for the 5-minute? Let's take a look. There's nothing here. There is an area here that is nice, right? That's the 5-minute, and that's it. That's the only area on the 5-minute. So we can delete these. Only one on the 3. We have one area here, a second, a third, and a fourth. So that means that we have nothing on the 3. It's not too big of a structure on the 3. And if it is too big on the 3, you don't have to look further. Look at that. Look at that reaction here we had on the 2-minute order block. Not the 2-minute, the 2 hour. That's exactly why you want to be targeting these areas as targets when you go short. If you had a short from here, look at that. Actually, it happened twice, but look at the last one. That's a very, very strong indication that price is going to go looking for likely this level in the next couple of hours, and we'll have to see how it reacts to it to see if we can get a short. So this is the area. Maybe we can put a not on the rectangle, but on price there, and then there we have our we have an alert there to alert us whenever we get in that area, so we can presumably not presumably try to catch a short from the area, right? So we have a possible short, and if we do get the signal, if we do get the signs that the market wants to retest, what would be a nice area to go for, right? So we have an H2 that was created on top of the other H2, so that limits already what target we can use, right? So we go back to the 5-minute. That means that this would be the target, right? You don't want to be going against the trend. You can go against the trend in taking a contrarian or a counter trend trade, but you don't want to be expecting that it's going to break, the current order flow and going much lower. It's not a high probability. So basically, the trade would be just to go from that level to this level right here, right? So you go something like that, and you decide whether you want to take it safer or you want to do it tighter. That's up to you, and you just target, just in front of the order block. That's it, and only if it triggers, and only if it fits your trade plan. Don't follow me because don't do this because I said so, because that doesn't make sense at all to me, right? This is just how I would do it, but only if it actually triggers and giving me a valid signal, and that's it. Let's take a look at.
People are asking. Yeah, I can maybe take a look at something. And actually, one pair that I wanted to look at afterwards is going to be the dollar yen, because last week we did analyze dollar yen for potential short, and you talked about that weekly candle that you needed to respect that level in order to short it. And I want to see your update from that chart. But some people are asking about copper and silver, so we can maybe start with requests from Deep Tivaji to look at silver. Silver that just broke once again a new all-time high. And second, just see where my chart is.
Look at this. Look at this. This is.
Sorry. Go back to yours.
No, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, that's look at the monthly, and it's just one big vertical line.
It's just madness. This is it's absolutely hilarious. Like, look at this. This is not even a meme coin is like this nowadays. It's absolutely hilarious. So just broke again all-time high. So it depends always on what way you want to approach this. Basically, the question, I think, it will be, where do you want to be looking for longs on this type of a move. I wouldn't say that now is the moment. I think you could wait. If you wanted to look for longs, maybe it was before. I do have this trend line. Basically, price has been respecting this structure somehow. Then you can always look for some previous level support resistance, just to see eventually price can retest those levels. For example, we had all these previous highs in here, where basically price ended up respecting. It still can be some kind of Quasimodo patterns being created eventually as a continuation that price can respect. So yeah, whatever way you find or approach you find for a continuation trade, some people may use Fibonacci's, maybe 50% retracement on the Fibonacci, and then you go long again. There's literally not much to say about this chart. It's just try to find, if you do like continuation setups, find what is the approach or the execution that you want to look for, and then also try to understand where there is maybe a high probability level that price can go retest to be able to continue, and that's it. And as soon as then price breaks back up again, basically if price by any chance comes back in here and keeps on dropping, and now is retesting this trend line again, for example, okay, maybe as soon as price breaks a high in here, just try to jump into the long once again, and then maybe there's another impulse to the upside. That would be definitely my approach. You can look at 5 minutes, 1 minute, doesn't really matter. Prices at all-time highs. If you want like this, now if we're looking at the potential target, I have no idea what a potential target of these longs can be. I don't know if it's going to be 125, 130, 150. I have no idea. If it just continues to go like this, well, it's going to be, it looks like almost goes to 200 eventually. Yeah, that's how can you trade this? Like, what kind of information you can use aside from look for retracement and go on? Like, you don't really that as you mentioned, like this monthly candle is absurd. It's just absurd, literally. Yeah, either you are in or you will wait,
exactly.
basically.
I mean, if you're out and you see that, you don't want to be getting in now. You're already in. It's the same thing with actually any pair. When the market is already, and I think you trade very similar to the way that I trade, Pedro. Whenever the market is going ballistic, be it gold, be it EU, GU, whatever, um, that's the moment. That's not the moment for me to get in. I should have already gotten it and got on a retracement, or actually the initiation of the what later on would become that ballistic move, or a mitigation of some order blocks in the direction of that move. But once it's already everyone is talking about it, and it's so obvious on the chart, then I'm in it, getting out, or I'm not, and I shouldn't get in.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be the take. And then was it? I think it was Bevo asked about Cooper, which is also a similar one. Like just right now today, it's another massive candle. If you look into the past, I think it's approaching now all-time highs. I don't know if exactly this is the chart that I should be looking at. Usually, I don't look at this asset. I just literally wrote Cooper in here, and the first option to capital.com, and that's it. So I'm looking at the CFD chart, not futures. But it's another one that is moving quite aggressively to the upside. Now, what I like actually about this overall chart is the price section that we have seen around this structure. So in here could have been a beautiful long opportunity after price breaks above this trend line, and there was maybe a possibility for price to go all the way to this top. And as you can see, we continue to break new highs, retrace, and continue to go. So actually, price action wise, this chart has been an absolute beauty. Altogether. Now, maybe many of us were not even looking at this. This was actually the last analysis I had. So maybe the last time I looked at this chart, it was back in 2024, 2 years ago, because I had this analysis on my chart, on this chart. Now, again, today is basically the same thing. Price just completely broke all-time highs. And my recommendation wouldn't be to just try to go long now, because price can always reverse all of a sudden. Especially after a big squeeze to the upside. So just keep tracking where do you think is the next key level that maybe price can bounce from, and maybe then continue to go to the upside. And at this point, there's maybe a couple of levels. One of them maybe can be this one, where price kind of range a little bit before the next explosion. Another one maybe can be retesting a little bit of this structure in here. That was maybe a little bit of a resistance that can become support. We actually have this kind of a supply level in there that can work as well. And this may it didn't broke, so this could have been almost a Quasimodo, but not exactly, because we never managed to break that low. So to become a Quasimodo, we kind of had it to at least go below that low, so never happened, because otherwise it would be kind of even stronger level maybe to look for. And then we have the demand. Basically, you can all agree that this is basically where the big momentum started to break this structure as well. So these levels in here can also work. So basically, there you go. You have maybe 2-3 levels that you can pay attention to see whatever price or price reacts in here. Maybe can go and continue to look for a move to the upside. And then if you want, again, you want to add Fibonacci's, you can, and so on. So that would be, there's not much again. It's fully all-time highs on Cooper. I don't know if you have any analysis to make in here or not.
Sure. Let me take a look at let's say copper. Let's say let's take a look. We have I'm gonna switch to mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not. While you were talking about this asset, another a metal, industrial metal, not a precious metal. Um, I normally I don't. This is not an asset that I trade or look at or analyze. But while you were walking, we are talking about that. Starting from the higher time frame, just to understand what's really happening overall, right? You had a high that we had from before, where we interacted with that high before, and you could see very, very, very technical how the market was getting ready for that breakout. I did not trade this, but so I cannot say this is something. And you can also recognize the very classical chart pattern, which is the cup and the handle, which is the um, before we have a precursor to a lot of breakouts. And that's so the moment, it's not now, the moment already happened. The moment to get in was around the breakout or right after the breakout, when it comes back for the retest. So you get the move is already happening there. For the projection for these candles or these levels, just a measured move is from the cup to indicate what possible levels could be reached. But you never know how, what time frame, what happens in between. It can come back, retrace half that move before it reaches it, and it will still be valid as a target, but you would be losing the trades all all your way down, because you're not getting it at the right moment. So that's the what we see here. Actually, if you go a little bit deeper, you can see that you could have seen, I didn't watch this because I don't trade this period, but you could have seen this breakout happen from a mile away. Look at that steady uptrend, higher lows that created a trend line that indicated that buyers were willing to buy this asset at higher level each time. That's a strong indication, that there's the buying pressure is increasing on the same asset. So that's on the higher time frame. That's the importance, right? To understand the monthly, all the time frames. Even though I'm not going to be trading the monthly, although I might have if I saw this in advance. But typically you're going to be taking my trades are intraday, and some of them I take them for a couple of days, and very rarely I hold them for a couple of weeks and longer. So but still understanding the monthly is very, very important. So if you go to the daily, to the next structure or the next time frame, that's a huge reaction here. Sold And that's the kind of reaction you could see when you have very, very high time frames, structures being broken, right? That trend line, the line that we saw before, the resistance line, the horizontal line that was broken, you know this kind of a reaction is, may happen more often. On the weekly time frame, it's just ballistic. Or the place to go long would have been that area. That was the last time around, and actually was another opportunity here. But those are, in the past, so nothing here you could now do about it. That's the weekly order block. We could look if there was an entry or not, but that's there. That's already gone. And do we have something here? This is all right. So we had a didn't break that structure and then continue. That's a very good one. We did have a reaction off of that order block, and maybe I should just mark it. See, even though the bullish, the structures against, yesterday we talked about this in the Discord community. We have these streams, these workshops. I'm coming back to the topic and to the chart, don't worry. Sometimes we have these, not sometimes, 5 times a week, we have these workshop sessions where we talk about, trading, and we go uh, in our Discord community, right? And we were talking about exactly this, right? What are the things, the fact that to understand, to put the structures, the TA in the right context, giving it the right weight, right? Considering the time frame, considering how many of them of the same indications or signs are being given to us by price action. And you can see that, even though this a daily order block against the weekly, monthly trend is not going to stop it. It's still very tradable. Price comes back and moves back to where to the daily order block on the same or a higher time frame in the opposite direction. That's it, right? So, and that could have been a nice trade. That's a nice indication of a nice example of a counter trend trade, and still, but still very very useful, very, tradable. Okay,
Mhm.
so that move. So that's the daily order block broken. If we were to come back, that would be an area for me to look for a reversal or a swapped area, flipped, whatever you want to call that. That's the daily. Nothing here for me to trade. There is a area here. If we were to come back all the way down, I would be interested in looking for that area. Nice retest. Look at that. Look at that retest there. Oof, that's a thing of beauty. So on the 4 hour, yeah, there isn't really a lot here. I mean, it's already gone. What are you gonna do? Well, watch it go, right? It's
Yeah.
There's a little structure there. That could be. It's not much, but you could see a little reaction when we come back. Even if we go through it, you can still catch a reaction off of that order block. Likely, depending on the speed of the retracement, right? If it goes really start falling down, then maybe that little thing there will not hold. And of course, you can mark this for the reaction when it comes back for that break and retest, although this is already gone. This is not going to be a break and retest, not in this time frame. H2, H1. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here. What do you want to trade? There's nothing here, at least not for me. If you have any idea where this could stop, I mean, if you have some fundamentals indication, maybe you have some ideas, of projected areas, then you could start looking for. But I don't have any of those. The projected area was on the monthly, and that was, remember, we just measured that, and that was, this, if you were to consider that as, let me take the magnet off because it doesn't allow me to target. All right, so put it back on. It's not even straight. All right, so that would be measured. I mean, it's very rough. We'll have to. Yeah, I think that's that's the only idea I have. But I mean, you could be looking for some precision if you really want to be trading that, doing it more precisely, not like I just did. But on the lower time frame, I don't have anything for the projected target, so I wouldn't be able to buy this. I mean, where do I put my stop, right? Below that area. If you have that as a target, maybe, but I mean, I wouldn't just trust a projection just because very easily. I have to do more research on that, in terms of what the levels are on we have the ATR here at 0.56, and the current candle is doing, all right, so that's almost double. I mean, I wouldn't be going long here. I mean, it's so stretched. I know has a good impulse, a lot of momentum, but yeah, I think the risk is too high for the presumed profit, the reward. Look at that beauty of a thing. Anyways, so yeah, I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Watch it,
Yeah, it has been. Yeah,
enjoy, go.
yeah, it's been quite bullish. Even if you look at another one today as well, that has been a little bit exploding is oil. So oil has been moving to the upside. So if you just look even at these commodities, metals that I have in here, all of them are green today, right? So copper is at 9.4%. Gold, silver as well moving up, even natural gas as well, and then you have oil as well at 4.2%. So basically filling all these prices as soon as it broke this structure here, just literally coming all the way to come back into this until to stop. This was a nice kind of break of trend line as well, nice accumulation, and then kind of retest and go actually was looking a little bit further down. So that's an interesting aggressive move as well. I think we are going to find a little bit of a selling pressure, at least maybe something like this, or as price is getting a little bit closer to this level. But it's interesting. It's interesting that oil did manage to go, and that actually started somehow around the time that actually the situation with Venezuela. So I think it was end of last year or beginning of this year when that happened. So price was kind of around here, and since then it has been also kind of moving to the upside quite aggressively. Now in oil, it's slightly different because we're not at all-time high, so there's maybe a little bit more structure that we can look at and try to find opportunities. But there you go. For example, one of the opportunities that can happen is maybe just eventually take these stops and then maybe just retest this level. And as a counter trend trader, then there's maybe that opportunity. Just try to trade it all the way back to the structure, and that's it as a target, and then the price could continue to move to the upside. But for now, just one second, just delete my drawings. But for now, I'll be waiting. If this loads, yep, I'll be waiting for price to go above this top, and we'll see. Maybe even just anticipate for price to go there before even looking for any major sell opportunities on oil. But there you go. We have this market where the commodity is actually moving quite positively today. Yeah, and I think the US Open just opened, so it's exactly 30 seconds ago. So we have now NASDAQ and the S&P. I don't know if someone asked before about the S&P or the NASDAQ. I'm waiting for NASDAQ to take the highs, so I don't want to be shorting it or to try to be involved in any trade before actually price takes the all-time highs. We got really close this week to that level. We start finding a little bit of a selling pressure. Again, price just retested now this previous level support resistance, found a way to go higher again. I think this was yesterday. Was this during this was actually the earnings. I think yesterday we had Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. There was actually a big move to downside on Microsoft. Meta actually moved higher. Tesla was basically at the same level. And today we have Apple as well. So later on at the close of the session, as you can see, the liquidity, the volatility that we're having here, maybe we're going to have also some volatility happening today close to the close of the session. But personally, I'll be waiting just for price to take these highs, and after that I will see if there's opportunities to look for a short. I don't want to short it before that. S&P already took the high, so that's a little bit different. But either way, until NASDAQ actually takes the top, I'll be also cautious with any shorts at around this level. That's basically what I'm going to be waiting. And even the Dow, I think Dow has been still stuck within this range without really moving much anywhere. So we'll see what will happen as well in here. But in here, definitely I'll be waiting. I don't want to become this liquidity of trying to sell it as price just goes and takes me out. If someone is looking for a long, if someone is looking for a long, maybe I'll be looking. Be waiting for price maybe to get close to these walls again and try to see if there's a long opportunity at around this level. Even though personally I don't really like to trade longs as well when price already is reacting from the tops or all-time highs. I prefer to look for longs when price is a bit cheaper and not when price is already at the highs. Yes.
Nice one. Yes, the WTI, the Western, the oil, right? Western oil, crude oil that you were mentioning. There's a nice downward trend line that is could be a nice place for price to target. If you were to show your chart on oil,
Sorry? Oil?
WTI,
the
one you had.
Well, yeah.
If you go to the,
go ahead. If I go to,
there's a if you go to perhaps the daily time frame, and you squeeze it, you zoom out a little bit, You can see even more actually, to, let's say, the high from September 2023, and then you can see that, there's a very there exactly on the lower time frames. If you draw that line, and update it with the high on June 2025, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
If you adjust, there's I mean, from September 2023 to the high from June 2025, you can see that it's right. It's kind of the next level we could be testing soon. Maybe let me take a look at it. I will maybe shift to my screen, and I'll
Yeah.
say to you guys what I'm looking at. It's just a trend line. I don't. That's one thing. You shouldn't be trading anything in isolation. But if you look at the market has been, if you look at it's been getting ready, right, on the higher time frames. We had this huge movement, and we had the compression as the retracement with the respecting the neckline, the not neckline, the trend line for some time as we were going lower in the retracement. That's the logical part, the logical area to be targeting for this move, right? We may or may not break and continue, but that's another story, right? The next level in terms of the chart pattern is just to the next level on the higher time frame. So if I measure, if I show this on the daily, that means we could be looking for something that goes in that direction. That's just an idea in the terms, just looking at chart patterns and trend lines. And we are in a supply zone, and what is tail telling is, watch. This is what we should be looking. Watch how the market reacts as we get into this monthly structure. Does it have a reaction or not? So far, no reaction. And if it keeps on accelerating, that gives you a good idea that this area is likely not being to be very significant. It's likely to need something else to stop and pause and maybe reverse, and that something else could be the end of the trend line. So that's something I wanted to just show very quickly. Anything else we have on the charts? Any requests we have in the chart? Oh, I mean, in
Yeah,
the chat.
I just wanted to look at this comment in here from Unbiased Trader. He's always here with us, by the way, so thank you very much also always for your support, Unbiased Trader. So are we looking at inflation expansion needs higher interest rates? Maybe that's the reason. It's true that the central bankers are always looking for that inflation at around 2%. However, the reality that has been stuck a little bit higher, actually maybe closer to 3% than actually the 2%, and maybe that's why we also can carry on with this with interest rates higher at this point, and maybe all the situation with gold and silver and so on it is an adjustment from the market that maybe hasn't really understood or kind of positioned itself towards that reality of expecting inflation expansion at this point. So yeah, it's an interesting market that we are in. We'll see. The big difference is going to be then when Trump announces a new Fed chair to replace Jerome Powell, and definitely are going to have lower rates because Trump's going to demand that from the new Fed chair, which is going to be a tricky one as well because again they always try to keep the Fed independent from the government, and that's not going to happen with the next head of the Fed. So that's going to be a tricky one.
He's going to demand it from the independent Fed chairman.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be on the on the details of the role. So the task, like in order to be able to apply for that role, you need to do this. Otherwise, you don't pass the process.
The job description will be
exactly
wanting to lower the rates.
Nothing else matters. Just do as I say, and you can get the job. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right, so taking a look at GU, we did have a, let's take a look. That was the H4, the H1 that was retested, which was a 1 hour order block. And we came back nicely in that order block where it did not trigger me, by the way. This is the H4. This is the moment, and this is the way that I trade. When we have breakouts, I'm not interested in, well, I could be going, if I'm in the trade when it's going, in this phase where everyone is watching and talking about it, it's because I got on something smaller time frame, either earlier or way before the actual breakout, right? So what I would do is I would wait for the breakout to actually slow down, settle down, right? Come back to retest some level of relevance. In this case, that's the breakout line, and then create an H4 order block, come back to retest. That could be an area that I would be interested in, or better yet, create an H1 quasi right here, right? Create an H1 quasi right here. That would be the H1 quasi. Let me double check. Yes, that's the H1 quasi. And then when it comes back, combined with an H4, then you have the H1 plus H4. That's the moment I want to be getting in. I will be targeting this or perhaps that level, depends on how everything else is pointing. And so I was looking to go long here or something somewhere in here, but it never triggered me in a trade. If you look back, I had it here. I had it here. You can see that was the reaction. Price came back. That's not the right tool. There we go. So when price came back on the lower time frame, so the setup is on the hourlies, based using market structure and trend and everything. And you go to the lower time frames on the H5, on the 5 minute, this was my neckline, right? So at that moment, that's when I start looking for a possible, that's not the line. This is the line. And even if you had a little bit different, it doesn't matter because price went quite above that. That was the 5 minute quasi neckline, indicating the reversal is it might be coming when we break this. We did break it after the break. After the break of the neckline, you wait for the retracement into somewhere of demand. So we had two areas. The price did beautifully coming back to that area and moving out. The only thing, it did not trigger me. And I follow my plan. I need to, in order to get the same results that I know I can get when I look back at my data. I need to follow the plan to the T. And even though this was almost perfect, higher time frame, lower time frame, quasi demand zone, entry order block comes back, reacts, everything beautiful, but it did not trigger me. And what do? I have to wait for the trigger. Trigger didn't happen, so I didn't take the trade. But that's how I would trade the breakout, meaning I'm not actually at the breakout. I'm not getting in there. I'm already in it, or I'm waiting for price to come back and then for the continuation move, either to this high or maybe to the macro target that we had from before, from 2025, which is based on higher time frame structures and extrapolated from higher time frame order blocks, fresh ones that are being broken, and so on. So this is the target that I would have if I had the daily. Do I have the daily? We don't have the daily. So in that case, I would be likely just targeting that, because let's take a look. Yeah, I would be just targeting that, and depending on the day of the time of the day, I might expand it to the next one. But that's it, not because of the daily, because there's no daily reason for this trade. That's a beautiful bullish quasi after a breakout. That's my way of getting in on a breakout, meaning methodical, not impulsive because it's breaking, it's running, I go chase it. No, not that's not how I do it. I don't know. Maybe other people, momentum traders will catch that move. I won't. I will wait for it to structure, reverse, signal, and then I get in, or not. I see it go.
Yeah.
Pedro, I see the last message was 15 minutes ago, but I don't think that was the last message. So I think maybe was it?
No. I think there was a slight error. I want just to commenting here on the Salahuddin Khan comment. So he passed phase 1, phase 2. So first and foremost, congratulations on passing both phases and getting the funded account. But he's saying that now the team is asking for a video call. Most likely it's going to be the risk team, and that's a standard. Okay, so don't think this is kind of personal. This is something that happens quite often, especially if it is the first time that you are getting funded or you're getting the payout. Usually, the risk manager team wants to understand a little bit the way you trade, so you don't need to be scared or anything. It's just explaining a little bit the way you trade, and everything is going to be sorted. Okay, so that happens more often than you imagine, but there is nothing to be worried about on that sense. So yeah, just relax. Congratulations on passing phase 1, phase 2, and getting the funded account, and good luck then with your funded account when you receive the login details. Yeah, just want to comment on that one. Yeah. All right. Next, we can. I was looking just at the S&P and the NASDAQ. Actually, they just start dropping quite a lot. And by the way, let's just also comment in here on the trust trading. Yes, we do pay large payouts. The size of the payouts depends on, of course, how much money the trader makes. That's not true what you are saying, unfortunately for you. So there's no point in kind of sharing wrong information. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing what you are doing, and you wouldn't also be winning the awards that you are winning from Prop4Match, from Trustpilot, and everything else. Okay, so there is more than proof that we do actually pay large payouts to our traders quite regularly. So yeah,
we are one of the pioneers of the industry. We are, this is our 10th anniversary, so we're not, some flimsy new prop firm just coming around the corner that does not, is not true. It's to its word. Not only that, last year we won. I think there was I don't know how many of these there were, but they was from a very popular prop firm comparison website, prop firm match, and they had like 3 or 4 categories for prop firms. You know about this, right, Pedro?
Mhm.
We and the fivers. I was looking. To me, it was very funny. Not surprising, but still very funny. They had like 3 or 4 categories, and the fivers won all of them. It was kind of funny, but it's just to indicate that, I mean, my friend, thank you for watching us, by the way, first, and thank you for your feedback. But you should get your sources checked out.
Yeah, indeed,
All right, so
indeed.
I still have the slight suspicion that I'm not getting all the messages. I only see those that you highlight, so, and nothing else.
Okay.
So I think I need to log out of the platform, because it means that I'm not listening, not reading anything from the chat, and probably there's something that I need to refresh on my end. So I'm gonna be
Yeah, go
out
ahead.
and back in about, I don't know, 60 seconds. We'll see.
Go ahead.
All right.
No,
I'm back.
no worries, Victor. I'll see in a bit. Yeah, so I was just looking in here at the NASDAQ and the S&P. Actually, just literally open with a big sell-off in both US indices. So there you go. It's holding the top. Again, I don't really like to trade this type of double top situations. So I'm okay with staying outside of this move. We'll see if we're going to find any more. I think we're going to have at least some kind of reaction. And now, then the question is going to be, are going to have a new selling pressure from here and now create and break this low, or is price going to just do a full U-turn and go higher? So I think there's going to be maybe a new opportunity to try to sell off again. So depending on the way you are looking for that execution, it's not something that I do. But I think this maybe can happen, and maybe price can feel all this and eventually get closer to this 25,600 or something like that. I think this could be a possibility at around this level. One pair that I'm tracking, kind of on the behind the scenes, is again it's dollar CAD. Dollar CAD just continues. There you go. The type of compression move, we continue to have it as a counter trend trader. it's something actually I like to do it. Sometimes it gives me the temptation to try to look for those reversals beforehand. And I used to have way too many losses when I was trying to anticipate that reversal after maybe one low was created or a second low. And because of all those losses, now I'm a bit more patient. And this is type of compression move that I was referring to, and I think you can continue to go a little bit more before you have a little bit of a reversal. Now, price is approaching this demand zone on the dollar CAD. But maybe price wants already to break completely all this and maybe go a little bit deeper before actually going into that reverse. But there you go. I'm still going to pay attention how price may react within this structure to see if we're going to have any opportunity. As you can see, price has been respecting these levels. And until it actually breaks anything relevant, I'm not going to be jumping into any longs. But I'm monitoring. So if not today, maybe tomorrow morning, that can be that opportunity. If you take a look at dollar CAD as well, as you can see, we have been moving to downside since the 16th of January. It's just the same way that dollar and the pound actually has been moving to the upside since exactly that date. So it has been a while, already 2 weeks basically, since price has been moving just in one direction. And usually then that means that we are getting closer to potential retrace, at least, if not reversal. So I'm going to continue to monitor this dollar CAD, and maybe even I didn't really look at it today, dollar franc Swiss, but even dollar franc Swiss eventually I think is going to have a little bit of a reversal as well, but maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. It's a one that I'll be keeping an eye as well in here. So basically, all the dollar pairs, to be honest, all dollar pairs, I'll be trying to see if there is an opportunity to look for a reversal. And maybe in these last 10 minutes, Victor, since you are back, do you want to take a quick look at that dollar yen that we spoke about last week? I remember that we were looking at the weekly candle, and the weekly candle could not close above a certain level. And all of a sudden, we had the big sell-off that happened last Friday, and it continues to happen on dollar yen. Unfortunately for me, I didn't manage to catch that move. I was not awake when the BOG meeting happened, and also then the potential collaboration with the US government to manipulate, to push the yen to the upside. But this was the level. I had the supply level. It was a great reaction where the dollar yen ended up reacting from. Maybe you actually had that exact level marked, that order block potentially. Do you want to take a look at it, at dollar yen? Do I have it on your charts? Did you go long? Okay. And by trader, you know that today there's going to be the earnings on Apple. So you are muted. I don't know if you are talking, Victor, but you're muted.
Yes,
Okay.
I was. Go ahead.
Yeah, dollar yen. Do you want to take a look? Just because I'm curious to see how your chart looks like now that that price actually then did this completely massive reversal since we spoke 1 week ago.
Yes, let's check the chart for the dollar yen. I was talking, but of course I was muted. It happens to all of us sometime, and to some of us more often, that we're muted and trying to communicate. But anyways, let's get going. The dollar yen here, we have a very good reaction. It was before my trading time as well, and I didn't catch it. I'm not Aaron. I'm not trading during those nightly hours. Good for him. That's why he gets these nice results of his. I have to wait for my moments to get my entry. My trading windows is kind of strict, and that's for a reason. All right, so we have the monthly order block that was actually a quasi, right? A monthly quasi. You can see it here. That's what we talked about. It broke it, activated the quasi right there, and it went for the first time, had a very nice reaction. You could have traded that, and it has the second time around, still the same quasi is at play. And this is the reason why I talk about the second right shoulder. There, the quasi being asymmetrical can have multiple right shoulders. They're not all equal, but you can still trade them equally well. So in this case, we had the second time around, we came back to that entry order block on the monthly, and I mean, we know what happened afterwards. Nothing too surprising. We had this reaction. We don't know if this is going to continue or not. That's a different story. We're just trying to catch the reaction from of these levels, right? So we have the possible entry order block on the monthly, and we are now. What are we? We are now two, not actually two. If you consider today, if you count today as well, we are 2 days away, trading days away from the end of the month. So what the candles are looking like now are likely what they're going to be closed at, right? Presumably, right? You can reasonably expect that. If that happens, then we will have an outside bar created, printed, at leaving that order block on the monthly. That's a huge, huge indication that the market has reacted to the level, is confirmed by the close of that candle, and you should be going in that direction as well. So the weekly, let's take a look. We had the structure, an internal structure, not from the top, because on the top we didn't have any structures, but we did have a. Let's take a look here. Actually, it is this is the external, the biggest quasi, right? It breaks, goes up, and this is the retest, right? It is not part of the quasi because this entry order block, because it needs to be between the head and the lowest point. So that's why you need to use this one. That's the importance of having all these rules. It breaks the neckline, right? It comes back for the retrace, right? On multiple levels, for multiple reasons, the market was ready to reverse from that level. Look at that. It wasn't able on this time frame to close above that entry order block for the weekly time frame, not the monthly, the weekly, and you were waiting. Also interesting to look at, how the market has these wicks, and you might think, it's breaking out on the lower time frame. This is the weekly, so the daily, the 4 hour, it will see like huge breakouts, but you have to put things into perspective and actually wait for the time frame, the higher time frame to close to actually conclude anything. So we had the squeeze, these squeezes, but the reaction was pretty clear. We had the close last week. It closed as a bearish engulfing. So automatically that means that if the market were to come back to this level, that is where you would be looking for the short. If you were waiting for the confirmation on this time frame, you could wait still. This can still come back later on, even though it sounds not very likely. It looks not very likely at the moment. This can still kind of happen, right? I mean, after this move, after everyone gets the point, it can creep up again and then use some kind of a reversal pattern. This pattern could be the case and come back and retrace from it. That's one idea for future reference. And whether or not we can take a look at how the market signaled. All right, so now we have a new quasi that was created. Let me mark it. It's actually this, right? And it breaks, and you can use this in the future, right? If it comes back, that could be something you could use. But let's take a look at the question Pedro, my esteemed colleague here, was talking about, which is if there was a signal to be trading and catching the initial move, this initial move. Let's take a look. We had the weekly, the daily. So you had, as you can see, I was waiting for that signal to happen as well. You have the fresh order block daily that was within the weekly, that was within the monthly, and you should be looking for reaction here to catch a swing trade. If I move this that way, okay, and let's go to the lower time frames, and you had an idea here, right? So you're looking for the daily, and you only want to be taking trades within this area or lower, right? That's the idea on the daily time frame. However, you can see here on the H4, there was a little area here that would be something that I would use. That's this area, which is within the daily, but the actual signal was much more beautiful, which came from a I think I deleted it apparently. Let me double check here. The neckline, right? That would be the neckline for the whole structure on the 1 hour. We are closing our stream. So if you're considering if you're looking at this stream, that means that you're enjoying it. At least that's my fair assessment of the situation. Then if that is the case, then please click the like button and let us know. Let's express that satisfaction you're having for watching us. Right. So you have on the hourly, using the weekly, which is not visible here, but using the daily. So anytime we stay above this, you don't want to be shorting it. But you want, when we go back, that's the moment you could be getting in. And you can see that it was reacting very nicely off of this daily order block previously. So the daily, let me mark this on the H1 and see if it did get it. We had one here. Yeah, so there is a trade here. There was an area here. I'm sorry, that was not what was supposed to happen. All right, so this is one right there. I didn't use that, and we had another one here, which it may or may not have used, and then we have this little fella here, and then we get, these are the 3 entry order blocks for that, for the whole pattern. And we already know that it didn't use the first one, but it is use the second one. And actually, if you would have both of them, you would knew that the third one as well. This was a high impact news, so I wouldn't. It depends on the lower time frame if this was something that you could have caught or not. Probably not, right? The news would have been there. I mean, you wouldn't be getting in on that short right before. But then again, the news isn't. That's BOJ. So BOJ that they don't give out the time of the release, right? That's always right, Pedro.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit after the BOG. It was actually when kind of maybe some news that I don't know, the US government was kind of combining with the Bank of Japan to kind of bring the dollar up, the dollar yen, sorry, the yen up, which means dollar yen down. But yeah, it was slightly after. So like BOG, I think it was maybe 5:30 in the morning UK time, 6, and then that happened kind of 7. It was slightly, so you can see the spikes, initial spikes within the green candles. That's kind of the BOG, and then price went up, and then the big sell off just.
You mean this?
Happened. Actually, more on the right side. I think can see those? Not on the right, not left.
Oh, the right, the other right.
Yeah, that one. Those spikes. I think that those candles. I think that's kind of the moment. Then price went up, and then it's just a big sell off. That.
All right, so this on the lower time frame for me to have caught this, I wasn't trading at that time, but
yeah,
somehow there you go. So that's the one of the 3 areas. You never know, right, with what structure it's going to use, but having 3 entry order blocks in advance using daily, weekly, and everything else, that can give you the idea. The first one was already invalidated a long time ago, and the second one, you had both of them, so you could have waited for price to come back to that area. And on the lower time frames, I mean, if you're trading that would be, let me move this. Apparently I am completely lost there. Actually, let me put it on the 5 minute. Maybe that is too much to scroll. Right, so the initial spike, I mean, that's a tall order to short right there, because I mean, you don't have a lot of price action to confirm the reaction. If I were to trade something like that, I probably will not be able to get something tied in. I will have to put my stops all the way above the structure. But even so, it's I mean, what's 23 or something like this, the 30 pips at max, that still makes it a great area to be getting in, right? I mean, once you see the reaction that we had on that level, you could safely get in. Safely, I mean, but you can reasonably getting in. But I didn't catch it. That was before my time. I wasn't trading at that time. Let's take a look. And so that's the reaction we had. Let me clean it up so we can you can see it. Beautiful. I mean, that's very beautiful. It comes back to that order block and moves away the target. The target for that, let me mark it here. That would be the low of the structure. And but because we have the daily as well, you could target the next daily on your way down, which would have been well, you have the weekly here. This is a flipped structure, so probably you would have been targeting this in front of the weekly. And for the higher for the opportunity coming up, because this already happened, of course, that would be the trade. But if you're looking for the opportunity coming up, what I'm looking for is the outside bar that we started with on the monthly. There is a outside bar that is being created, that's being printed. The end of this month. What will it give us? A fresh order block on the monthly time frame, which is after we had a reaction on the monthly entry order block for the quasi, meaning that's the perfect moment for you to get in for the continuation. That's got the monthly here, and for the price to come back, and you would be looking for something. And the weekly, there isn't anything. This seems to be going to be invalidated, so you will have to wait for the weekly to give you some idea. But in this monthly with the daily order block, there isn't anything. Maybe when we come back to close this gap, there's a gap there, right? Maybe then something like this could be where you could be getting in for the continuation from this move, because this move is presumably not over yet. That's my
Yeah.
that's the but a beautiful reaction of the hourly quasi. You can see how powerful these structures are, because it's a reflection of market participants positioning at different levels. Yeah, that's my take on it. We have before we finish our stream today, we have a reminder, a public announcement for everyone. We have a Discord community where we have a workshop on every weekdays. You're all invited to come and enjoy and share and talk about trading. Also, we have do we have a Portuguese stream today, Pedro?
Yes, we do. We are going to have another. Again? It's going to be the last of the week, but it's been quite good. We are growing. We are still on that challenge. So we are still positive, or basically break even. We had a big sequence of losses during this month. We actually got our first win yesterday or 2 days ago on gold. But yeah, it's funny. So if you do speak Portuguese or Spanish, maybe you can understand this. Feel free to join. It's going to be in 2 hours, basically. Yeah, it's quite fun as well. So feel free to join us in there.
And if you're a fan of Benfica, you don't have to speak Portuguese. You can join the stream, right away without even being able to speak Portuguese. Just be a fan of Benfica. That's enough.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, that's it for us for today. We here at the Fivers, we are, committed to giving you the best conditions, not only funding, but also, as you can see, giving you analysis, giving you examples, giving you tips, tricks, giving you a Discord community, giving everything we can. And there's a lot of things in a lot of projects in the background, on the stove, boiling. We're not releasing yet because they're not ready, but we are working incessantly towards your benefit, towards your future. So this is the place you want to be. This is the gang you want to be part of. So from my side, I will say goodbye. But before, Pedro.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye bye, guys. High five.